Ya, perfecto. Mi más cordial bienvenida a esta segunda jornada del Simposio Internacional de Terapia de Vida Pasada, organizado desde Chile por Achtevip, la Asociación Chilena de Terapeutas de Vida Pasada. Me presento, mi nombre es Patricia Villanueva, miembro de Achtevip, y los estaré acompañando durante el primer bloque de esta jornada. Hoy tendremos grandes maestros de la terapia de vida pasada. Estaremos con José Luis Cabouli, la doctora Viviana Centeno y el doctor José Luis Calderón. Bueno, sin más espera, quiero presentarles a nuestra primera panelista. Ella es Fabiola Zavala Guerrero. Es tecnóloga médica con mención en otorrinolaringología, terapeuta de vida pasada, también terapeuta energética, y actualmente se dedica a ambas áreas de la salud. Hoy expondrá en representación del grupo de investigación denominado Research, compuesto por terapeutas de Chile, Argentina e Italia, y dirigido por la doctora Viviana Bistrich. Entonces dejo con ustedes a Fabiola, quien nos presentará un interesante tema llamado TDP en pacientes con diagnóstico de insomnio. Bienvenida, Fabiola.
Hola, buenos días, Patricia. Les voy a pedir que coloquen la presentación. Súper, ahí.
Very good. There it is. So, hello again. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, everyone, everyone. I'm Dr. Salvador Severa. I come in presentation of a past life experts who's focusing on the investigation regarding this technique. Today, I'm going to introduce you the advance that we have so far in people with insomnia diagnosis. Next, please. So we are waiting for the next slide. There it is. The group is composed by very many therapists, led by Viviana. This is the specific group that is dedicated to this special group area, and there's more girls also working with us. And mainly, our main focus is the therapy for the past lives because we effectively think that is a technique that is going to help you to reach many areas of the being. And that's why our purpose, and I'm going to ask you to change slides, please. Slide. And we're focused on giving this tool as a transpersonal tool, which supports the scientific investigation using it, and as a complement to all the health areas. Remember that the past life therapist is related to a transpersonal tool because this goes beyond the being. It doesn't focus on the symptom, but any other aspect and form of being, the personal aspect, the mental aspect, and spiritual aspect. And that's why in this research, we are focusing on working with people with insomnia. Because if you remember in the context, I'm gonna, next slide, please. People with insomnia have a high that they are related to with different diseases, like again, not only in the functional area but also in the mental area. A little bit, I'm going to tell you a little bit in the context. People with insomnia worldly, it's about a 10 or 15%.
Recording in progress.
And near the 35% or 25% have suffered insomnia occasionally or on stressful situations. Next, please. So we can, in order to define the insomnia disorder, we see also the definition on the book of insomnia, which defines the insomnia as a sleep awake disorder. It not only affects the quality of the sleep, also the amount of sleep. And this DMS, we also have some diagnoses that we still need to check up, and we're going to see them on the next slide, please. One of the main criteria is that people has difficulty to start sleeping, also to maintain the sleep, also that they are awake often during the night or wake up early in the morning and can't come back to sleep again. Other criteria also relate to the insomnia happens even though the conditions are favorable. For example, you have a nice light, the bed is comfortable, and the room temperature is adequate. You still have this disorder, and also happen at least 3 times a week, and it happens in 3 back-to-back months. Between the symptoms that may produce the insomnia is to stay awake during long periods of time, to wake up many times during the night, to not feel well rested after sleeping, to feel fatigue or sleep during the day, have difficulty to focus on a task, or feeling irritable. Next, please. Also, insomnia is related to other disorders, other pathologies. For example, diabetes, fibromyalgia, heart diseases, breathing disorders, and not only the functional physical part, but also some psychological issues. For example, depression, bipolar, and schizophrenia. Next, please. Also, we have to make a difference that even though the insomnia is one of the most common pathologies worldwide, There's also some other disorders that are related to the insomnia. One of these is narcolepsy, where the person has a lot of difficulty to stay awake for many long periods of time. He falls asleep during the day, and also beside he, even though he's sleeping at night. Another pathologies like parasomnia is there are disorders when the mo suppression, mobility suppression is working properly when the person wakes up and does activities without noticing. Also, with another differential disorders is with breathing disorders, and what corresponds to the normality when we're going through an important stress period, which also the sleep disorder related. Well, with the different treatment that there are, we have many different ones. And in the same area, we also have the medicine, for example, benzodiazepine, with they're related to hypnotics and sleeping doctors. And we also have research in areas where the person is allowed to change their habits of sleep. For example, conductual therapies, and also meditation is recommended, relaxation, direct relaxation, which are areas that are helping the person to improve their sleepness, sleep quality. So nowadays we have noticed that even though those help people a lot in the same problem, many of them, when they drop the treatment, the symptoms come back. And that's why, and I'm gonna ask you to go to the next slide, please, that we have thought that effectively we can complement this with something more deep and also more to the origin, which is something that helps make an association with the past life therapy and work with insomnia disorder patients and see if this can be a complement to the conventional treatment. Why do we think this? Because past life therapy is a transpersonal therapy that makes conscious the unconscious, and in words of their creator, Dr. Cavoli, the past life therapy goes beyond what is deep, and also we think that it can be a complement for the treatment of the people with insomnia. I don't know what happened with the slides. I don't know. I want to see if they show up again.
I'm going to ask you to go ahead. Next slide, please. Good. As I was saying, we think that past life therapy can be a complement to the conventional treatment that these people are having, because it's a therapy that goes beyond the origin. It goes to the symptom and it goes to the soul. For the soul, time doesn't exist, so it is all happening here and now. So if we're gonna get deep in the origin, we're going to possibly find a big help for people with insomnia. Please go to the next slide. So that's why that we ask ourselves the next question for the study. Next, please. Which are past life therapy is effective as part of insomnia treatment, and can we consider it as a valid option to integrate it in the healthy process of our patients? With that, we ask ourselves with the research. Please go to the next slide. Next. Thank you. We designed a analytical perspective pilot clinical study, and we have included 10 people that have complied with the inclusion criteria. Next, please. Within our inclusion criteria, we have male and female with a medical diagnosis of insomnia, people from 18 years old up until 65 years old, people with from any race and socioeconomical level, people from any educational level, Spanish-speaking people, and people that can attend uh, in person, and persons that are older than 18 years or older than 65 years old, people with psychiatrist pathologies and with no neurological diseases, and patients that are addicted to illegal drugs according to the Argentinian laws. Next, please. Each participant is given an informed consent according to the WHO lines, so that we can inform the conditions of the study. They also said that they will inform us all of the variants that we'll have in the intervention process, as well as if their medical treatment will vary, if they will increase or reduce the medical treatment, or if the practitioner will give them another instruction. They would also tell us if they would have more or less symptoms. Next, please. Within 2 months, there were made 3 sessions of the past life therapy with the method of Dr. Cavoli, and this would have the span time of 2 weeks. In the first intervention, and it was a multi-central study in which people from Argentina, Chile, and Italy would participate. Next, please. So that we could measure the parameters of change that could have happened in the study, we created a perception survey based on the guidelines of the WHO, where we found in this survey 9 questions of alternative with the symptom, with 5 categories of response treatment, which would be always, frequently, often, rarely, never, and then we would see in the therapeutical process, and then when ending in the process of past life therapy. Next, please. Within the outcomes we had, next, is that the participants were in the age range from 25 to 53 years old. 50% of them were having a treatment with some kind of medicine, and the other 30% were doing some kind of behavioral therapy. It could be meditation, some kind of behavioral sleep, and within the participant that did the study and that ended it, only 8 of them did the complete study, the complete session, and the other 2, they justified saying that one of them couldn't participate because of personal reasons, and the other said that the therapy wasn't for him. Next, please. So the results that we had is shown in the graphics that we're gonna see now, based on the 8 people that ended the study. The first one that we saw was the people that could sleep at night, with the people that started this study, which are the gray one. They say that they all would always and frequently sleep, and the orange one that are the final, they had lower values, which they would say never, and rarely. So in a qualitative level, you see a diminishing of symptoms based on the initial phase. The second symptom is staying awake during long periods of time. We saw that most participants had a high rank in always and frequently, and when they ended the study, you saw a diminishing of the symptoms where we frequently saw they stood awake in the night. They said that never, and the symptoms really lowered in this category. Next, please. And the third symptom, waking up many times during the night, we saw that it was we had more dispersion of the value in the principle they initiated with always and frequently. However, when the study finished, we saw that this impression lowered, getting to the categories of rarely and never. That shows that the symptom also lowered, decreased when we finished the therapeutic treatment. Next, please. The first symptom, waking up early without being able to go back to sleep, we saw again that we begin with a high score and we ended with score of rarely and never, and that shows again that the study ended and it decreased the score of prevalence of the symptom. Next slide, please. Not feeling well rested after sleeping. We had a really important improvement here. The participants started with a high rate and will always and frequently and rarely and never were the values that we saw when we ended the study. That means that we had a decrease of the symptom when we finished the intervention. Next slide, please. Again, feeling tired or sleepy during the day, we saw a dispersion in the categories. When we finished the study, we also had a decrease of this symptom where people were in the categories always, rarely, and never. Next slide. Having difficulties to focus on a task. We also saw a decrease when we finished the study. We see that we began with a higher prevalence in the frequently category, and we finished this intervention of the symptom. We saw that there was a decrease where we had rarely. That indicates again that diminishing of the symptom when we finish the intervention. The last graph is related with the feeling irritable symptom. We see that most of the participants of this research begin with a higher value and frequently is most prevalent, and we ended the intervention. We see that this category changes to rarely. So that shows that we had a decrease of the symptoms when we finished the intervention. Next, please. Some participants in this study ended with important categories of the decrease of symptoms and other diminish in a lower level, even though they had a lower symptom, and we didn't see an increase of the symptoms. So none of them that ended the study had more serious symptoms when they ended. And the ones that didn't finish the study, one of them specifically said that even though he hadn't finished with the first intervention, he had subjective increases, but we couldn't include that on the graphs because he couldn't conclude the study. Next, please. Next. Thank you. As we saw in the graph analysis, there was a decrease of the symptom of the frequency and the intensity. Even though we see qualitative, even though it is a little sample, we couldn't get more specific, even though the study is still ongoing and it's just starting. We feel that we have contributed with a new line of research with transpersonal therapy and contributing with the specific part of this technique, saying that it is a valid technique for science and that it can help a lot of people. Thank you. Next, as we're finding a diminishing of the symptoms, we can also observe that the possible origins of the insomnia is related to many causes, not only from this life, but also from past life. And there are sayings that if I sleep, someone dies, and I can't lose control. And there was saying regarding with promises, I promise to take care of you day and night, and we have traumatic experiences that are related with this insomnia. Even though we can help with psychotherapy, complementing the treatment, it doesn't include this technique because many times the psychotherapy is related with the work of this life, of what is happening with the what's going on in the person's life. And we have this, what we find in this past life, we can find more efficiency with the treatments that we're having. So what we found in our research, it indicates that it can actually help the past life therapy and insomnia treatment.
And as a conclusion, next please. Could be the past life therapy an option to keep in mind when at reducing the control and controlling the symptoms of the disorder? We have research on this disease, but we also think to keep exploring with other health areas. We know that this research is a starting point. We're just starting, but it's not the less, because we are on a good road to contribute and give our grain of sand to this marvelous transpersonal technique. Now, thank you very much to everyone for being here. Next slide, please. Thank you. And also next. And here we are, all the participants of the study, of the research. Specifically, the people here are the ones that participated initially. There's more girls missing that they are already working with us today. But so if you're here, you're listening this and you're near, I don't know, from Chile, Argentina, Italy, and you can go in person, we give you the welcome so we can keep on the research on this area. Thank you very much. And we want to extend the welcome for a roundtable tomorrow so we can answer all the questions from our audience. What do you think? Yes, great. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's time for questions or we'll leave them for the roundtable.
Bueno, y continuando con nuestro
Okay,
programa,
and continuing with our schedule.
sí, bien.
Okay,
Continuando con nuestro
so
programa del día de
continuing with
hoy,
our schedule today,
tengo el tremendo
I
honor de
have the
presentar
great
a nuestro
pleasure
próximo panelista, el
introducing our
doctor
next
José Manuel
speaker,
Calderón.
Jose
Él es
Manuel
argentino,
Calderon. He is
médico psiquiatra,
Argentinian. He's
maestro y
psychiatrist,
terapeuta de
master
terapia de vida
and
pasada,
therapist in past life
terapeuta
therapist,
gestáltico,
has
facilitador en
one test
configuraciones
technician
sistémicas,
configuration
facilitador
on
en empleo de
systemic. He's
codificación
also
biológica,
helps in the
cáncer
administration
y
of
humanismo,
technologic
maestro de Reiki,
implements. He's
Usui,
a Reiki
Tibetano,
master, Husui,
facilitador
Tibetan
en
Hisui.
registros acásicos.
He also works with
Doctor
Akashic
José Manuel,
studies.
bienvenido.
Jose Manuel, hello, it's a pleasure. Good afternoon for people who are in other countries. Thank you very much for the introduction, for the invitation, for this first center of past life therapists to the organization. We are all here and all the effort that you're putting into it so this tool on past life therapy can expand everywhere in the world, and also we can reunite online through the network and participate in these events that make me so proud and emotionates, fills me with emotion, and my soul keeps on growing. Thank you for the invitation. And as I was hearing previous speaker, me that I come from the psychiatry branch, what was told before by the organized that the work that is organized by Viviana, the motive consultation motives that we all usually hear is insomnia. So this also helps a lot from the point of view of transpersonal point of view. So we can also remember a little bit of how abstain ourselves from the use of medication. So very, very good on all the information that is transmitted through this research. So the topic that we are going to talk about today, the symposium, well, I was feeling it a little bit. So the title of my presentation is Through the Integration of the Fragmented Soul. What does that mean? And I took this from the point of view of my own personal growth, from how did I get here from the place where I am right now. And everything started by imagining, and I saw this in a speech of Roberto Vicio, that how I expanded into the planet from this, and I imagine this from my soul and the soul from everyone here. Since we are born, or before being born in the womb, we're born when we turn 1, 2, 5 years old, and that timeline that we are creating. And on each point of that line, everything that is happening, they mark us on our lives. Sometimes something nice, things that are not good, something that traumatizes, and in some way that makes us so we can move to a discovery, to a vision, so we can integrate those bits that stayed in somewhere fragmented, so we can connect them to our past, to our origin. So I'm going to try to be in the most kind that I can this speech. So see how with the resources of the past life therapy in my own experience that this work has for all of us. When I was proposed this invitation, I started feeling what did I want, and an alignment with my soul that everything's got a purpose, everything's got a meaning, even though sometimes our soul and our mind sometimes doesn't understand very good, but our soul always knows. It's not a chance to being reborn, or where do we choose our family when we experiment different experiences that our soul chooses, traumatic, not fair. Usually we are constantly we're looking for the ways of pain relief, suffer relief. We spend an enormous psychic energy amount looking for parts of ourselves. In the present, many of us feel incomplete. We don't feel totally here. Sometimes we feel as fulfill as we can, and when we take conscious about this, and we want to get the full meaning of life and the integrity that sometimes at some point we enjoyed, and now we only have a picture of what it was. We want to go home feeling whole with plenitude, with the people that we care about. So the meaning of this conference is the ways of the soul, which are crucial parts that give life and vitality. So we can understand each other. There is an understanding dialect of what happens every day to our souls. We we walk into our beliefs and paradigms, and the past life therapy is a new paradigm. The regression therapy is a tool of healing. When usually we don't understand the intrinsic mechanics of how it works, but we do understand the effects. I am at peace. In harmony. I feel myself. A part of me came back. I feel good. I don't have more fear, no more. And so we can understand how the soul gets fragmented. I think it's important to understand how the regressive therapy and the PLT, and this is the switch, the turn that I think is necessary for its understanding on the way to the integration. And these concepts are based on what the soul represents, temporality of the soul, the catchability of the world, the simultaneously fragmentation and loss of energy, and also how did I came out of all of this so it can come back to a whole again. Jose Luis Caboli, I have studied with him, and that's where my paradigm changed to do the formation, because we come from a construction, from a mind, a dual mind. And the concept associated with the physical body, we are very much identified with the linear time. The body gets old, and that's also makes you feel the past of time. That internal feeling, José Luis calls it the subjective time. And the time that we measure with our clocks and our calendars, he determines that at the objective time. So the soul, before the start of a physical body, then the soul moves in an area with no time, where time and space is only one thing. For the soul, the time doesn't exist, and it's also not exact. To speak about past lives or successive lives, even though we can understand it that way. If we talk about the physical time, we can understand what we are talking about. When we talk about past lives, we also talk about the physical body associated to the concept of the body lifespan. And we're giving them a name, we have identified. When the body dies, we say that life is over. But for the soul, it's not about the past lives or successive lives or future lives, but only one life. But for moments, it happens on time, in a no time space, and sometimes in our physical space, physical body. When the linear time disappears, the lives are not past or successive, they are simultaneous. Everything is happening here and now at the same time, and everything together. What happens is to live an experience in the physical plane, you need time. But when you're living that experience, the rest of the experiences that have been lived by the soul, and even that have not been lived yet, are here, now, coexisting at the same time, everything at the same time, simultaneously. And this correlation with time, and I heard Roberto, he spoke very well about what happens in a quantic way in the existence of time, and how you reach to a bigger understanding of how you can understand this bigger dimension. The temporality of the soul takes us to what we talk about, the entrapment of the soul, things that cannot be able, were not able to be solved. At what point they create an entrapment, and the entrapment of the conscious. And José Luis also talk about conscious that he's like a synonym, and this also worth for the past life and the present time. When there's no time and it doesn't resolve the event, the original event, the soul gets entrapped in an unfinished experience, generally determined by a moment or a traumatic experience. Sometimes the body dies in a past life, but because of for the soul, the time doesn't exist. The experience continues, as is what's happening right now. When the body dies, the soul still is experiencing the pain, but stays without the necessary tool to process what is happening. When the soul splits from the body, the sensations continue because it couldn't finish it while it was on the body. And now I cannot walk apart of it because the feelings and the thoughts on the soul are energy. Also, as the soul is in a no time dimension, the body died, but the experience continues. And maybe there's been 2,000 years on the earth time, but for the soul, there's not even 1 second passed. The experience has not finished yet, but the soul's still there. The conscience is stuck on an instant that becomes an eternal present. Time does not exist, and when a traumatic event happens, it's impossible to feel and to be conscious everything that is happening, and everything that you are feeling is caught on the panic, on the pain, on the rage, on no defense. Many things are happening at the same time, so you can to recognize what is happening on your body level or mental level, and that's what then creates the entrapment. The only way that the soul has to process multiple sensations to go back into our body and to feel in that body everything that couldn't finish in the body that died. So there you get the different symptoms, emotional symptoms, because the soul needs to complete, to finish the original experience. So the body reproduce on their new body, the soul producing this new body, the experience that did not finish. And this can be manifested by different symptoms: anguish, pain, blockage. The body dies, but the conscious is grabbed to the pain to survive. It cannot tell that the body died. The conscious in the soul, it's happening. So it also reproduces on the pain on the actual body, the pain on an unconscious level. He thinks that stop feeling pain could mean that one is dead. And then we move to a different subject, the simultaneously. That means that when the conscious is caught in many different experiences, it is happening at the same time, and they have not finished yet. So it might happen that while I'm speaking now, one part of me is drowning, one part of me is burning, one part of me had an accident or has something stick in my heart. All of these experiences that have not finished yet, and in which the soul or the conscious are caught, are responsible of many of the symptoms that we experience in our daily life. The fear of speaking in public, the phobia of closed spaces, the fear of swimming at the sea, the impossibility of going into a ship or a boat, or the way of we cannot express how we feel, the manifestation of an unfinished experience in which we are caught without knowing. That also drives us and takes us to a different phenomena, which ends with the entrapment of the conscious. Gives us this sensation that it cannot be processed, and they give origin to the symptoms on our daily life. And this fragmentation of that energy. Soul is pure energy, is our vital force. As the soul is energy, when a part of it gets stuck in a traumatic event, there's also an energy entrapment. Every experience in which we are caught implies necessarily energy entrapment, and that's the same as fragmentation. And the result of these fragments is in somehow that we lost the integrity of our soul, and each fragment contains trapped energy that is not available to our daily life. And also you are suffering symptoms from experiences that are unsolved and also experiencing in a presence, and we don't have all the vital energy to which we could have access to. In fact, the energy is within us, but it's trapped, it's blocked, we cannot use it. It's like we saw the energy battery, but we can't have access to it. And that's the queen of all therapies, that is called by. We have the key to go open that door and get back that energy. And this drives us to get out of this trapment. When the experience that provokes these events and the therapeutic work consists in reviving that experience as it was there. It's necessary to reproduce the original event on the actual body, to give the soul the opportunity to do everything that it couldn't do in its moment. It implies experimentation, expressing, and even in a visceral way, all the reactions or the thoughts on an energetic level. That's what Jose Luis called the fraction, to experiment and to force the body and to force into the body all the internal experiences that usually you don't have conscious of. That means to feel on the body everything that has to be felt as painful as it can be. And it's also a phrase that is always reminds me that I rather 2 hours of pain and expression of pain to a whole life of pain. What happens? Gonna-
I'm gonna drink some water. Okay. What happens in the fragmentation and the loss when this entrapment happens? Very painful situations that are bearable, a part of the soul, sometimes is out of the physical body to avoid feeling that sensations and to avoid the traumatic response. The soul comes back to the body, it reintegrates, and sometimes it doesn't. Some opportunities, those fragments that get out, decide to stay out of the body because it's painful or dangerous to feel part of the pain. The part that goes out and is entrapped decides to stay out of the body, and then many things can happen. Part of the soul that separates from the body can convert in an autonomous fragment that doesn't evolve with the rest of their components. It can happen that the soul fragment can stay indefinitely in the place where the traumatic event happened. Maybe that fragment can come back to their origin, to their light, and doesn't want to come back because they are right. They feel good. Maybe it can get lost in another dimension and doesn't or can't come back. It is impossible. Or sometimes that part of the soul, it's in another dimension and in the atemporal plane, and maybe it can happen that is entrapped by other spiritual entities. Many things can happen when the soul is fragmented. As you say, the soul and the body and the fragmentation, the soul gets in a temporal fragmentation as a consequence of separating from the body, and it gets in a temporal state. The fragment that slot stays in the age when the separation happens. For example, let's say a child, a 5-year-old child, is abused by their parents, and when it happened, a part of the child gets out of the body so that it doesn't feel the pain and the abuse, and it doesn't come back to it. Now that person is 45, and that fragment of the soul that is out is still 5 and behaves like so. Within the causes of the fragmentation or loss of the soul or the entrapment, the main cause is that we would say it happens. Maybe these traumas have maximum intensity, sexual abuse, physical abuse, physical punishments. Many times when we lose a loved one, when we feel abandoned, where our parents separate, in divorces, in accidents, in serious diseases, tortures, kidnaps, death threats, war experiences, and failures, in mm, in a coma state, we have a soul state, and in these cases, in 100% of the cases, we lose the soul so that it doesn't relieve the pain, so that it can still live. What causes the loss of the vital essence? Many times before, the origin of the soul loss comes from shamanism. The soul, in got lost because of a scare or was stolen. And the basic premise, it says that when we have a trauma, part of our vital essence separates from ourselves so that it can survive that experience and to get away from all the impact and the pain. What composes a trauma varies from one person to another, and the fragmentation of the soul can be originated from any traumatic experience. What is traumatic for one person cannot be for another. In this psychiatry, which I'm trained in the causes of traumatic stress, we struggle to define. We have classification manuals of diseases where we can have a PTSD when we finish the visit. Within those requirements, there's one that puts the person as the one that is expressing, because if a person considers that it has had a trauma that is valid, what are the signs and the symptoms, the clinical manifestations of the soul loss? When a person gets fragmented because of a traumatic event, in some way they lose energy, the immediate effect in which that person is incomplete in their integrity, in their energetic integrity. They lose their strength, their power, they're weak, they don't have a will, they could have a chronic fatigue, they could be more vulnerable for diseases, they feel empty, and the feeling of not being complete, that is a symptom. Also, when diminishing the vital energy, we diminish the natural protection of energy that we all have, and that is the invasion and the psychic field in disincarnated entities that we know as lost soul. We don't know how the loss of a part of a soul happens. We don't even know how a person can still live when they're so fragmented. Then Jose Luis Scavoli gives a theoretical explanation where we could understand that the loss of the soul could be considered as the conservation of energy law in 1845. Every time an energy disappears in a place, an equivalent amount has to appear in another place in the same system. How are we with time? Good. Now I'm gonna give some examples of fragmentation and what I could collect in my experience as a therapist, in which the same words from my patients, I'm gonna translate them in this moment. One of the patients in a relationship with physical abuse, my patient had the conscious of being entrapped in destructive patterns. She would feel weak, defenseless, like she couldn't escape. And there was a moment in that relationship in which she could feel that a part of herself was with that partner. And when she got separated, that eventually it happened, and that where we see the fragmentation. A part of that's what she says. A part of me is still with him. And there we could work in the therapeutical process, in the regression, so that we could get back that fragment, that part of the soul that somehow it got in it remained in another person. The soul can also be fragmented when children don't feel loved, they feel abandoned by their parents or any circumstance or situation. One of my patients commented that we could detect that the soul fragmentation was due to the continuous yell and discussions of the parents and the abuse that he received because of that. And a part of his soul was in that room, in that place. And he described like it's like cuddled, it's quiet, it doesn't want to come back, it's scared still. And with that process of regression, we could reintegrate that fragment with him. And the soul can be also fragmented when you have a fall, a concussion, and you hit your head, and the soul can abandon the body to be able to survive the physical and sexual abuse. When a traumatized person escapes, literally to survive the painful experience, a disease can also cause soul loss. And the disease is, it can occupy a part when they feel the personal control and their own existence. When we see traumatic event, we mean the shock. Shock is the word that we use to describe when we've had the experience of suffering something at an extreme level, due to why one part of us seem to go from the conscious reality. When we see the fragmentation, the part of the that failed to come back, reasons we don't understand why. And as I said, it can happen that many things happened and that it stays on the atemporal part, that they're entrapped in the conscious. And
Other important symptoms that some patients have told to me is the importance of the memory. I work with many patients that say to me, Doctor, I can't remember when I was from 5 to 7, 10 to 11. And then the manifestation of the loss of the fragmentation may happen. So in order so you don't relieve that, it gets entrapped, that sensation, and in a conscious level we cannot perceive. Another symptom, depression, lack of energy, vitality. Sometimes you walk roads, exploring many times, filling those spaces, those emptiness places, to feel well and give good experience, to give purpose. Also, the fragmentation happens after a divorce or a death. After a death, there's a pain period that is normal, and when the person is not able to overcome that loss, the soul can get fragmented. And also, I hear this in my patients that they say, a part of me left with the dead one. Physical disease also may happen when you lose control of the same body. What are the also the manifestations? I'm not here. One part of me is watching, but I can't connect with my emotions. This describes a person who is in a dissociation. The dissociation is this separation of whole segments of our personality. It's a part of our conscience. Am I resolved with feelings of feeling awkward or with feelings of depersonalization. In a way, most of us experiment a degree of soul loss and independently on the trauma, regardless of trauma, the person I know, people I know, they feel no connection or disconnected with life. The recovery of the fragment of the soul is useful for those who want to improve the connection with themselves, with their loved ones, and with the earth. And with this, do a summary of what I consider as the fragmentation and one of the keys of the past life therapies and the resource of the regressive therapy. After you get back the fragments of your soul and you can integrate yourself and you can walk towards it using the resources that each of us obtains along the way and the way each of us process as long as you can, as you could. On my way, in the regressive therapy and the past life therapy has been a complement of integration to my life. I wouldn't be here talking now if it weren't for all of this moment, for this part, for this, I would say, this sensation, this intuition that my soul needed to move onto and walk through this experience so I could come back and reunite all of these pieces that were excluded outside of my consciousness until this international congress. I always say around there that to get to where I am had to be more with this intuitive part of my soul, the growth, the research of these feelings, of the sensations, the emptiness that sometimes I feel and I have felt. There's still things that I need to integrate. The integration is a process that we all have, at least in this experience of life. As we can, if we cannot reintegrate, we can't evolve and continue to complete ourselves. I stay thinking. That's a very interesting questions here. When one has had a traumatic event, as you were saying, can that person willingly will get back that lost fragment, or necessarily it has to be done on this therapy? What happens is, in a traumatic event, the conscious is excluded, it's unconsciously. So you have to, well, you can look for it with techniques, meditation techniques, entering in a deep state. You can experiment or dive into your unconscious. If it's possible, yes, it is. But we have some points that we ourselves, we feel we don't have the ability to move forward because we think it's painful, because our soul doesn't want to live that again. So that's when you need to ask for help. And that's when the past life therapy or regressive therapy guides us towards. But also this question is interesting because when in a way the patient on the session is the one who is in the search for the fragmented soul. As a therapist, in a way, I let myself be guided by the patient's soul. I let his soul to guide him so he can discover where it was fragmented, where it was excluded from the conscious, where was it trapped. It's actually the same patient that carried me, his own soul, to the discovery. Oh, sorry, I cannot hear.
Sí, tenemos dos preguntas
Yes,
además
we have
relacionadas con
other
estos
two questions
fragmentos, ¿no es
related to
cierto?
these
Que
fragments,
se
of course,
desprenden.
that they
¿Qué pasa
get
con este
lost.
fragmento?
What
¿Hacia
happened
dónde
with
va?
this fragment?
¿Dónde
Where
queda
does
este
it go? Where
fragmento?
does it stay?
Y una vez que se reintegra,
And also, once that you
¿cómo se integra con las
reintegrate
otras
it,
partes?
how does it integrate with the other parts? Okay. The soul, when it gets fragmented, it's in a state of no time. The soul needs from the physical body so it can relieve that experience. It might be with us, but it's excluded. It's like we have that vital energy, but we don't have the availability. It's on a no time space. As the soul and the time and the space does not exist, it needs from the body so it can express it. So it express it on this body through symptoms. And what is the other question? Oh, I couldn't hear you.
Ahora sí. La pregunta es dónde quedan
The
estos
question is,
fragmentos perdidos y
where
una vez
do
que
these
se incorporan,
fragmented
cómo se integran.
fragments, where are they and how do they integrate back again? So the reintegration process, it has to be with, had to do with when one take conscious and brings those excluded parts of our conscious, those fragmented parts are reincorporated into our personality, or our way of being. It's like the intrinsic process of how it gets fragmented is a little bit unknown. What happens is that there's a traumatic event, and that's what makes it to detach. So I might be excluded. The idea is to relieve that traumatic event again, to bring back that energy of what was excluded, and that's what starts to integrate into our personality in our ways, and results are seen by the effects of what the patient manifests. Literally, soul comes back to the body. I feel myself. I feel like a part of me is at peace. I feel that I am myself. It's like there's an integration. It's like that little piece enters to that part that was incomplete. It's like the therapeutic process takes to the integration of the personality itself. We are also asked, in the case of a traumatic death, what happens with these fragments? What happened? Sorry. What happened with these fragments? I didn't hear you quite well. What happened with these fragments in the case of a traumatic death? Well, in the case of a traumatic death, many times they could stay at the traumatic situation. For example, a 5-year-old kid that gets abused, the pieces of that soul stay on that place and that room, and at the same age where that happened, they stay in a temporal space. They maybe though one of some of those fragments of the soul might go to the light, and maybe they won't come back because they don't want to, because they feel well. Maybe those fragments of the soul might be caught or stolen by other entities, spiritual entities. Maybe it might happen that many things may happen. I'm thinking when they stay in a timeless space, they just stay in a timeless space, in another dimension. And how many dimensions are we talking about? They stay in a timeless space. Any other question?
Tenemos muchas preguntas y para el día de mañana, para poder
We
seguir
have many
conversando
questions for
de este
tomorrow,
tema tan importante, básico,
so we can
¿cierto?
keep
La técnica de la
on talking
terapia
about
de
this very interesting topic, very basic on the therapeutic level. Okay, so we continue answering questions tomorrow? Or is there time to answer more questions?
Tenemos quiero compartir con usted un comentario.
We have, I want to share with you a comment.
Dice,
Says,
en el Antiguo Testamento se habla
in the Old
de opciones
Testament,
de cautividad donde
we
queda
hear from
parte
captivity time
de
where
la persona
some
con lo que ha vivido.
where the soul stays, and that resonates with what you just said.
Bueno, le damos las gracias
Well, we thank you very
al
much,
doctor José Manuel Calderón por esta interesante ponencia
Calderón, for this very
y
important
esperamos tenerlo mañana en la
speech.
mesa redonda.
I hope you have it tomorrow at the round table. Yes, tomorrow I'm going to be on the round table. I thank you very much for the invitation, and please continue enjoying this symposium. And in a way that integrates everywhere in the world to this healing, interpersonal healing therapy that helps so many people. I'm very thankful. Integrating fragments here. Thank you very much, doctor. See you tomorrow.
Bueno, para continuar con nuestro programa, tengo el gran honor de
To
presentar
continue with this
al
program,
siguiente panelista.
I'm
Ella es la
honored to
doctora
present the next
Viviana
panelist.
Centeno.
She is Viviana Centeno,
Ella es
the doctor.
maestra y
She's
terapeuta en
a
terapia de
teacher
vida
and
pasada,
therapist
autora de
of
libros El alma sabe
past
y
life,
terapia del
author
alma,
of 2 books, The Soul
escritora,
Knows and
fundadora
Therapy
y
of
directora de
Soul,
la Academia de
writer
Terapia
and
Regresiva,
founder of the
vicepresidenta de
past life,
Achtevip,
and vice
socia
president of
fundadora y
Achtevip,
expresidenta también de Achtevip, la Asociación Chilena de Terapia
founder
de
of
Vida Pasada.
Achtevip, the Chilean Association of Past Life.
Dejo con ustedes entonces a la
So
doctora.
I leave you
La
with the
tenemos aquí en
doctor.
vivo, así
We
que vamos a
have her
hacerle
here live.
Buenos días.
Good
Desde
morning
Chile, ¿se
from
escucha?
Chile. Do
Buenos
you
días
hear
desde
me?
Chile.
Good
Buenas
morning
tardes
from
en otros
Chile.
países.
Good afternoon in other countries.
Bienvenidos a esta
Welcome
presentación.
to
Hoy
this
día hablaré
presentation.
del
Today I'll
trabajo
talk
con el niño
about
interior
work
en
with
la
the
TDP.
inner child in PLT.
Cuando yo inicié
When I
el curso con el
initiated the
doctor
course with Dr. José
me
Luis
di
Cabuli,
cuenta
I
que la terapia de
realized
vidas
that
pasadas en realidad no se
past
refería
life
solo a
therapy
reencarnación o
didn't
vidas
only
anteriores, se
go
refería
to
a cualquier
reincarnation
pasado.
on past life.
Es por eso
It
que
meant all
nosotros nos llamamos de
every
vida
past. So
o en
that's
vida
why we
pasada,
call
porque realmente puede ser
past
ayer,
life
anteayer,
or
otras
life.
vidas,
It
en
can
fin, vida
be
fetal.
yesterday, other
Y
lives, fetal life.
andando el tiempo,
And
aprendí
with
también
the time,
que
I also learned that
si el alma
if the
necesita
soul
sanar algo de esta
needs
vida
to gain
y es
some
prioritario, va a
space and
aparecer
is
primero
priority,
la experiencia de
it's
esta vida.
gonna appear
Y
the
dentro de
experience of
eso,
this life
la
first.
infancia
And within
es la
that,
que gana en experiencias
infancy
traumáticas
is
que
what
debemos trabajar de todas
has
maneras. Así,
traumatic experiences
a
and that
medida
has
de
to
la
be worked with.
práctica
And with
y de la
the
experiencia
practice and
ganada por tantos
experience gained
pacientes
with so many
y viendo
patients
trabajar también al
and
doctor Kabuli, me
seeing
di
Dr.
cuenta
Kabuli
que
work, I
sincrónicamente
realized
con lo que
that
acaba
in
de presentar el
synchronicity
doctor
with what
José Calderón,
Dr. Jose
el niño
Calderon just
interior
presented,
es un
the inner
fragmento.
child is a
El niño
fragment.
interior en
The
realidad
inner
es un
child
fragmento
is
de nosotros
actually
mismos,
a
de
fragment
nuestra
of
alma, que
ourselves,
está
of our
atrapado
soul that is trapped
en un presente eterno. Si el niño ha
in
sufrido un
an
trauma,
eternal
es
present.
el más
If the
desvalido de
child has
todos.
suffered a trauma,
Los traumas
it's the
sabemos
weakest of
y
all.
entendemos que fragmentan
We
el alma
know
y
that
hacen que se quede
this fragment the
atrapada
soul and it
en un
makes
espacio de no tiempo, como
to be
decía el doctor.
provokes to be
Pues
trapped
bien,
in a
de todas
timeless
las criaturas,
space.
el más
Of all
desprotegido es el
creatures,
bebé y el niño
the
interior.
weaker
Y
is
justamente
the
la mayoría de
inner
nosotros lo
child,
tenemos con nosotros
and
mismos atrapado en
most
este
of
espacio
us
de no
have it
tiempo
trapped
o de
in this
presente
timeless
eterno,
space
porque
of
lo
an
que siente el
eternal
niño lo
present,
seguimos sintiendo
because what the
hoy en día,
child
lo
feels,
seguimos
we still
sintiendo
feel it
y eso se
nowadays,
traduce a
and
través
that
de
translates
múltiples
through
síntomas,
multiple
múltiples
symptoms,
patologías
multiple
o diagnósticos
pathologies or
que
diagnoses
a lo largo de la vida
that throughout life
los individuos van recibiendo.
individuals
Finalmente nos
receive,
damos cuenta que el
and
origen
we then
está en el
realize that the
atrapamiento,
origin
la
is in the
fragmentación y
entrapment
atrapamiento del
and the
alma en
fragment of
estas
the soul
circunstancias de vida.
in
Ahora, el
this
niño
life
interior puede estar
circumstances.
atrapado en
Now, the
esta
inner
vida
child
o
can
en
be
otras,
trapped in this
pero
life or
como
in other
bien lo
lives.
dijo el doctor, el
And
tiempo no
as the
existe.
doctor
Por lo
said,
tanto,
time doesn't exist.
da lo
Therefore,
mismo si es esta vida o es otra. Lo que prima
it
es el
doesn't matter
trauma.
if this life
Porque
or
¿qué es
other.
un trauma?
What's
El
important
trauma
is
es
a
una
trauma,
palabra que
because
deriva del
trauma
griego
is
y
a word
significa
that comes
herida.
from Greek and means
Fíjense qué claro es.
wound.
Un trauma es una
You can
herida
see how
del
clear
alma.
this is. A trauma
Al
is a
producirse
soul
una
wound.
situación que
When a
excede
situation
la
happens
tolerancia
that
de cualquier ser
exceeds
humano,
the tolerance of any
cualquiera sea su
human
edad,
being,
aunque yo dije que el niño y el bebé son los más
even though I
desvalidos,
said
pero
that
cualquiera
the
que sea la
children
edad,
and babies
lo que
are the
ocurre es
weakest,
que se
and
produce esta herida del alma,
whatever
se
age you
fragmenta
have,
el alma
you have
y
this
queda
injury
atrapada
and
en un
of the
presente
soul,
eterno,
the soul
causando multitud
gets
de
fragmented,
síntomas
and
y
you stay in
alteraciones a lo
this
largo de la
eternal
vida y de
space,
las vidas.
and they alter the life
¿Qué
and the
puede
lives.
producir el
What
sufrimiento
can
extremo de la
this
infancia?
this
Puede
extreme
producir
suffering
que atraigamos
produce? It can
situaciones o
produce
relaciones
to
no
bring
adecuadas.
situations or
Puede producir
inadequate
que
relationships. It can
busquemos
make that we
ocultarnos a través de
search
máscaras,
to hide
que
behind
busquemos,
masks,
porque tratamos de parecernos a nuestros
to
pares.
to
Y eso
try
es muy común en
to
los niños.
look like our
Puede
peers,
ocurrir
and that's very
que
common in
usemos
children.
armaduras
It can
para
happen that we
protegernos
use
del dolor,
armors
porque
to
aprendimos
protect
que el
ourselves
dolor
from the
desgarra
pain,
el
because we
alma.
learned that pain
¿Qué más puede ocurrir?
tears
Puede
the soul.
ocurrir
What
que
else can
bloqueemos
happen? That we
o
block
guardemos en secreto el sufrimiento
or keep
extremo.
in secret the extreme suffering.
Puede ocurrir que para eso
It can
recurramos a
happen that for
sustancias,
that
como
we
es el
use
caso de usar
substances
alcohol,
as when we
drogas
use
u
alcohol,
otro tipo de
drugs,
adicciones.
or on other types of addictions.
Además de eso, podemos tener explosiones de rabia
Also, we can have rage
o de
expressions
pánico.
or panic expressions.
Podemos también
We can also have
atraer, como dije al comienzo,
we can
grupos
attract, as I said at the
o
beginning,
relaciones
groups or relationships
que realmente
that
nos
really
sumergen en más problemas.
submerge
Entonces, el
submerge
niño
us in
interior
more problems. So
es
the
un
inner child
fragmento del alma.
is a fragment of the soul,
Y en la medida que
and
se produjo esta
as
herida del
we
alma y
got
queda
this
atrapado,
injury of
los
the soul and
síntomas
it's
se
entrapped,
manifiestan
the
en
symptoms
cualquier circunstancia
manifest
que
in
los
any
gatille. Por lo
circumstance
tanto,
that trigger them. Therefore,
no podemos
we
decir,
can't
esto pasó hace 30 o
say
40
this
años,
happened
¿por qué nos
30 or
afecta?
40
Nosotros
years
sabemos
ago.
que en
Why
realidad
is
para
it
el alma
affecting
el tiempo
us?
no existe.
We
Da
know
lo
that
mismo
for
si
the
fue en
soul,
otra vida
time doesn't
o fue
exist. It
en la
doesn't
vida
matter if
fetal
it
o
was
en
in
el
another
momento
life or in
de
the
la
fetal life
lactancia. Lo
or the
importante
lactancy
es que
period.
el alma que no
What's important
procesó,
is
y
that
tal
the
como lo
soul
dijo el
that
doctor
didn't
Calderón,
process, and as Dr.
se
Calderon
convirtió en
said,
una experiencia
it converted
inconclusa,
it in an
no
unfinished
puede
experience.
salir de esa
It can't
situación.
get out of
No es
that
que no quiera, es
situation.
que no se puede.
It's not that it doesn't want
Claro,
to, it's
¿cómo
that
podríamos
it can't.
nosotros
Of
lograr
course,
salir de esa
how could
situación?
we get out of
¿Cómo
this
podríamos dejar de
situation?
repetir
How could
patrones
we stop
erróneos?
repeating these patterns?
Claramente tenemos que ser tratados de
we
alguna forma.
clearly have to be treated in some way.
La mejor forma que yo
The
conozco
best way that I know
es la terapia de vida pasada. Ahora,
is
por supuesto existen
past life
otras
therapy.
terapias,
Of course,
pero
there are
yo puedo
other
recomendar la que
therapies,
yo
but I
conozco
can
a fondo,
recommend
y es la terapia de
which
vida
I
pasada. ¿Por
know,
qué? Porque tiene
and that
una
is
serie de
PLT. Why?
características
Because it
que
have
la hace ideal
many
para
characteristics
trabajar el
that
niño
make it
interior.
ideal
En primer
to
lugar,
work the inner child.
reconoce
First,
que
it
podemos
recognizes
estar afectados en
that we
nuestro
can be
presente,
affected
vamos a
in our
hablar de presente, a
present.
pesar
We're
que el tiempo no
gonna
existe,
say present,
en
even
nuestro
though
momento
time
actual
doesn't
podemos
exist.
estar
In our current
afectados por lo
state,
que le
we
ocurrió
can
al
be
niño
affected
en su
for
infancia
what
de esta
happened to the
vida
child
o en la
in their
infancia de
childhood,
cualquier
in
otra
this
vida.
life,
Y
or in
nosotros,
any
en
other
ese
life.
sentido,
And
ampliamos
in
el
that
escenario,
sense, we
no nos limitamos en tiempo.
broaden the scenery.
Por
We
lo
don't
tanto,
limit ourselves to
vamos a
time.
encontrar, confiando en la
Therefore,
sabiduría
we're
del
gonna
alma, las
find, trusting in
experiencias
the
que
wisdom of
necesitamos
the soul,
trabajar.
the
En
experiences
segundo
that we need
lugar,
to work on.
nos permite
Secondly, it
un
allows us
requisito
to
especialmente importante
have
para
a special
sanar.
requirement, and
Nos
that is
permite
important
que esta
to heal,
terapia sea
and
experiencial,
it allows us to
vivencial,
be
es decir, que la experiencia del
an
niño interior
experiential
se
an
manifieste
experience in the experience of
descargándose
the
mediante
inner
la
child
catarsis o
manifest
reacción a través del cuerpo actual.
having a
No importa que es
catharsis
otro cuerpo,
through the current
es el
body.
cuerpo
It doesn't
que nos
matter
permite en
that
este
it's
momento
another
el cuerpo
body. It's a
físico
body that allows us in
liberar
this moment,
la
the
energía
physical body, to
atrapada por el
release
dolor.
the entrapped energy caused by
Entonces,
pain.
aparte de ampliar el escenario y
So,
no limitarnos en ningún tiempo,
and broadening the scenery and
logramos
not
que se
limiting
produzca una
ourselves
catarsis
to
total
time.
trabajando en
It
todos los
allows us to
niveles,
have a total
físico,
catharsis
emocional,
working on every level, physical,
espiritual y mental.
emotional, spiritual, and
De
mental,
manera que es súper completa,
so that it
y
is very complete,
permite que la experiencia
and it
sea
allows us
revivida
for the
para
experience to be
sanar. Y aunque
revived
nosotros no
so that
realizamos
can be
cambios de
healed.
guión,
And even though
en
we
este
don't do
caso,
a
nosotros
change of
como TDP
script,
no
in this
realizamos
case,
cambios de guión,
we as
pero
PLT,
sí
we
podemos
don't make that,
complementar ese guión
but we can
dañino.
complement that
¿Cómo?
damaging script.
Haciendo que el propio
How?
adulto, quien más sabe
Doing
de
that
este
the
niño,
same
porque nadie
adult
sabe
that
más de nosotros mismos que
knows
nuestra propia
most
alma,
of all
el propio
their inner
adulto
child,
acoja a este pequeño niño
their own adult,
y lo defienda o lo
takes care of
rescate
this
de
inner
lo que
child and
sufrió,
defend
lo que
or
lo sometió a
rescue
este
the
trauma
inner
tan
child
grande que
for
fue la
what it
indefensión,
suffered,
se puede reparar
so
siendo
that it
acogido
can
por
be
el mismo
repaired,
adulto.
being
Y ese
taken care
adulto
by the
le
same
va a
adult. And that
mostrar a
adult is
este
going to
niño
show this
que hay
child
futuro.
that there's a
Eso es muy
future.
importante porque
That is
fíjense
very important
ustedes
because you
que
can
si uno
see
está atrapado
that if
en un
you're
presente
trapped
eterno,
in an
está
eternal
atrapado,
present,
tal como lo
you're
mencionó
trapped,
José Manuel Calderón,
as
está
Jose Manuel
atrapado
Calderon said,
sintiendo lo de ese
he's,
momento.
he's
No es
trapped
capaz de
feeling in that
saber lo que
moment.
pasó después con él.
He isn't
Ese
able
momento
to
es un
know what
presente
happened to them.
eterno en el
That
cual
moment is a
está siendo abandonado
eternal
por su
present
madre
in which if
o está
it's
siendo
abandoned by its
maltratado
mother
por su padre
or it's
o está
being
siendo
abused
abusado
by
física o
his father
sexualmente,
or is
no
being
sabe
abused
que hay
physically or
una
sexually, he
escapatoria,
doesn't
no
know that
sabe que va a
there's a
sobrevivir, ni siquiera sabe que
escape.
va a
He doesn't know if
sobrevivir.
it's gonna survive.
Un niño que está pasando
A
hambre
child that is
tampoco sabe
going
si va a sobrevivir.
is
De manera que
it's
el
hungry, it doesn't
adulto
know if it's gonna
que
survive.
pertenece a la vida
And
de ese
the
niño
adult
va a poderle mostrar
that
que
owns the
efectivamente
life of that
sobrevivió
child, he's
y
going to be
mostrarle
able to
también lo
show
que
that
logró.
he actually survived
Porque
and that
curiosamente,
and what
cuando
he achieved,
sabemos
because when we
que
know
podemos sufrir
that we can
fragmentación y pérdida
suffer
del alma,
fragmentation
ya que el
and
niño, al ser mucho
soul
más
loss
frágil,
because the
fácilmente pierde
child
su
is
alma,
more
puede
fragile
seguir, fíjense,
and he
puede seguir
easily
viviendo la vida, puede
loses
seguir
his soul.
haciendo
He can
cosas y
still
uno
live
se
life.
sorprende
He can
como
keep doing
estudiar,
things that you can be
trabajar
surprised, like study,
exitosamente,
work,
formar
and
una
be successful,
familia
have a
y un
family,
montón de vivencias que
and a
creemos de
lot
los
of
adultos que lo
experiences that
logran,
we think
pero
of
lo lograron en
adults
realidad,
that made it. But
lo
if
lograron si
they
están
really made it,
deprimidos o son
if they're
adictos o
depressed
tienen
or
crisis
they're
de
addicted
pánico,
or they have panic
Lo
attacks.
logramos si tienen fobias intratables.
Did we made it if they have intreatable phobias? Not really. They're not happy or successful. Did we made it if he's having a career that the parents or the society imposed to them? But he isn't happy? No, of course not. So let's not kid ourselves. Let's not think that we see adults that are apparently functioning in life, they're relatively complete in soul. Most of the time, it isn't like that. And we see it in the regression therapy and during the experience because it is mostly vivencial. And we see it in the previous interview as therapies, but in the moment we can see that the origin of their conflicts it's in these traumatic episodes. And in these ones, is which we have to make the adult to take care of the child with love, to show him the future, that it's not going to be alone, and he can be with him to defend himself. If he live aggression, maybe he can be in an earthquake, and but if done in that moment, he can make him feel defended and feeling companion, and in that we're showing a life that it was truncated in that moment because he still lived, but it is incomplete. This mechanism we can see in the adult in torture, kidnap and violation, and terrorist attacks, of course. But as I was saying, the child is the fragile, it's the most fragile thing there is, and the specialist in the inner child, even though they're not a specialist in regressive life like John Brasha, they recognize the following. He says in one of the books, he being a psychologist and the biggest specialist in the inner child, he lived a terrible life with abuse, with an alcoholic father. He was an alcoholic himself, and he helped a lot of people to heal that had the inner child injured. And you know what he said when he talks about the abuse of the child? He says that when the child can't defend himself, they give their body, but they preserve their soul. So the soul gets out. And you see that in the regression, and you ask, where are you? Where are you seeing this? I'm in the roof. I'm outside in the clouds. I'm in the garden, and the body is inside receiving hits and being abused, etc. But being the kid, what he could do was give his physical body and get out with his soul. And that soul is going to come back because otherwise it would die, of course. But it doesn't come back completely. When that happens, that fragment saves the terrible trauma memory, and that memory is complete. When it reproduces in the regression, it appears as it was. As therapists, we are already prepared to see horrible experiences that we don't imagine from this life or another. So the therapists that know the child therapists that work with the inner child, as us, we realize that in fact the soul is not there. The soul leaves the body and gives it away. It's the only way that it could survive, but with the consequences that we know.
Now, what can we do in the therapy itself? The first thing we do in the amnesis in the history, and very often we suspect when we do the story, what's going to happen is going to be a inner child work. And most of the time it's not because
mi
they
infancia fue
tell
muy
us,
dura, sufrí mucho, me
my
abandonaron.
childhood was very
Claro, muchas
hard,
veces
I
está
was
en la historia,
abandoned. Yes,
pero
sometimes it's in the
curiosamente
story,
hay una
but
especie de protección
curiously,
o
there's a
secreto
kind of
en la mayoría de las
protection or
personas,
secret in most of the
quizás por
people,
lealtad al alma
maybe because of
familiar,
loyalty to
quizás
your
porque les da mucha
family
vergüenza
soul,
reconocer
maybe
lo que
because they're
vivieron, y la
embarrassed to
vergüenza puede ser
acknowledge
una
what they
vergüenza
live,
tóxica, que
and the
verdaderamente
shame
es un
could be a
veneno
toxic shame,
para
and
este
it's
ser.
certainly a poison for this
Y
being.
finalmente van a decir, mi infancia fue
And
bastante
finally, they're gonna
feliz,
say
lo
my
pasé muy
childhood
bien,
was very happy. I
solía pasar
had
las
a
vacaciones
great
aquí y
time.
allá,
Usually, I had
y
vacations here and
sí,
there.
no hubo nada
And
especial.
yeah, there was
Al
nothing
rato,
special.
en la misma historia
After
van
some
apareciendo
time in the
algunos
same
elementos que
story,
uno
there's
se va
some
dando
elements
cuenta,
that you
parece que no fue
notice
tan feliz
that
esta
maybe I
infancia,
was not that
parece que en
happy as I
realidad le
thought.
pasaron cosas,
Maybe in reality,
pero
things happened. But
es en la regresión
that's the
donde el
regression,
alma
where the
realmente
soul
llega
really
al origen o a los
gets
orígenes que
to the
debemos tratar.
origin or to the
Y cuando
origins that
aparece la
we need to treat.
experiencia,
And when it appears
lo
on
que
the
nosotros
experience,
hacemos es
what we do
permitir
is to allow,
primeramente que
firstly,
la vivencia sea al máximo.
that what you live goes to the max.
La vivencia sea al máximo
That
porque
the
necesitamos, como les
living of
dije
this experience
anteriormente,
goes to the max, because we
expresar,
need, as I said
liberar
previously, we need
esa
to express, to
enorme
release
cantidad de
that
energía
enormous
acumulada
quantity of
y que
energy,
mientras no
accumulate
salga,
energy,
no va a
that as long as
permitir
it
la
doesn't go
sanación.
anywhere, it won't allow the healing.
Luego
Then,
de expresarla de todas las
after
formas,
expressing it
vamos a ir rescatando una
all the ways
serie de
possible,
programaciones,
you
de
can
mandatos, que son como
get a
decretos
series
del
of
alma, que se
decrees,
establecieron
mandates,
a
that
través
are like soul decrees that get
del
established
sufrimiento de
through
ese
suffering
niño.
of
Esos
that
pueden
child.
ser
So those could be
mandatos o creencias que vienen de los
mandates or
padres,
beliefs that comes from the parents,
los profesores, los
the
abuelos,
teachers, the grandparents,
y cualquier figura
and
de
any figure
autoridad, cualquier
of
figura que para
authority,
él es de
any
respeto.
figure that is worth of respect for him
Entonces, vamos
or
a
her.
detectar esas
So
creencias
we're
y
going to
esos
detect those
mandatos
beliefs
de
and
la
those
manera
mandates
que podamos después
in a way that we could
revertirlos.
after reverse
Vamos a
them.
encontrar también
So we're also going to find
momentos especiales en que
special
no
moments
solo fueron agredidos,
in which they
sino
were
que privados
not
de su
only
poder
abused,
personal. Porque
but
los
taking care,
padres somos
their personal
la
power was taken
principal
away from
fuente de
them,
poder
because the
personal
parents we are the
para
main
nuestros
source
hijos.
of personal strength to
Los
our
padres,
child, to
o
our
cuando no
children.
están los padres, las figuras
The parents, or
parentales,
when their
padres
parents are not there,
adoptivos,
parental
abuelos y quienes
figures,
sean.
adoptive parents, grandparents, or whoever.
¿Y qué es el poder personal? El poder
And what is the
personal es
personal power?
energía
The
que
personal
todos
power is
tenemos,
energy that
pero
we
que
all
logramos
have,
dirigirla a un
but that we
propósito. O
achieve
sea, es
to
energía
focus it
efectiva,
on
en
a
la cual
purpose.
nosotros
So it's effective
logramos
energy in
lo que nos
which
proponemos utilizando
we
esa
accomplish
energía.
what we propose using
El
this
niño que
energy.
sufrió en la infancia, o que
The
fue
kid that
abandonado,
suffered
o
in
que fue
his childhood,
abusado,
or who was
o le
abandoned,
ocurrió cualquier
or
situación extrema,
suffered, or happened,
va
or
perdiendo
any
poder personal
extreme
o a
situation
veces
happened to
nunca lo
him, he's
adquiere.
losing
Puede que
personal
nunca lo
power,
adquiera.
or maybe
Y
never gets it.
entonces es
And then
indispensable que ese niño
it's
vaya recuperando su poder
necessary
personal.
so that,
Ahora, ¿cómo lo
that the
recupera?
child recovers that
Lo
power.
recupera
And
mediante la
how do we do
regresión,
that? He
a través de
recovers
la
it
vivencia.
through the
Es el adulto
regression, through
nuevamente
the
el que va a
reliving.
acompañar
So
a
it's
este
the
niño a
adult
exigir de
that
vuelta la
accompanies
energía que le
this
fue
child to recover this
quitada,
energy that was taken
arrebatada
away
o
from
que no
him,
le fue entregada.
or it was not given to him.
Ahora, ¿por qué los padres
Now, why
justamente
parents
son en cierta forma y
are
no siempre
certainly,
los villanos del tema?
in a way,
Nos parece
well,
bien
not always
contradictorio,
the
¿verdad? Porque
villain
uno
in
quisiera
this
entregarle
story.
todo lo
It's
mejor a
very
sus hijos, pero por
contradictory,
supuesto
because
somos
we
humanos
usually want to give
y
the
nos
best to our
equivocamos
children, but
bastante.
we are humans and we make a
Y
lot
por
of
supuesto
mistakes.
ninguno le
And
hemos
of course,
entregado todo
none
lo
of
que
us have
deberíamos.
given everything that we should.
Pero además
But
existen
also,
desgraciadamente
there's
padres que no
sadly
solo
parents that
han
not
fallado
only
por error,
have failed by
sino que también
mistake, but
existen
there's
padres
other type
que son los
parents that
verdaderos villanos, como yo
are the
digo,
real villains,
y
as I
que se han
say,
convertido
that
en torturadores de
have
sus
become
hijos.
in torturers
Y
of
podemos
their
preguntarnos nosotros, ¿por
kids.
qué justamente los
And we might
padres.
ask ourselves why
Hay
the
varios
parents,
motivos.
and well, there's
Hay
many
varios motivos.
motives. There's many
Por ejemplo,
motives. For
existe la
example,
compulsión a la repetición que
there's
está
the
escrita
repetition
desde el
compulsion that is
psicoanálisis y
described
que nos
from the
lleva a
psychoanalysis, and that takes us
realizar de nuevo, a
to
revivir
do
de nuevo
again
situaciones que
relive
nosotros mismos
situations
vivimos.
that we
Es
lived
relativamente
ourselves, and
frecuente
it's
que un padre que fue maltratado o
frequently
abusado en su niñez o
common
abandonado
the
lo
parent that
repita.
that suffered in his childhood
Sin embargo,
or was
si
abandoned
hubo
to repeat it.
maltrato, por ejemplo, del
Nevertheless,
padre
if
hacia la madre
there's
o al revés, el niño puede elegir con quién se identifica. Se puede
damage from
identificar
the
con la
parents
víctima
or
o se
the other way
puede
around, the
identificar
kid
con el
can
abusador.
identify with the victim or
Y
with the
al
perpetrator.
crecer puede asumir uno de los
And as
roles.
he grows up,
Lo
he
cierto es
may
que el
assume any of
alma
both
tiende a repetir
roles.
situaciones y
But the
lo
truth is
tiende a
that
repetir
soul
a
tends
través
to
de las
repeat
vidas.
situations that repeats them through
Aparentemente para
lives.
nosotros es
Apparently to
porque
us,
queremos como
it's
almas
because we want
solucionar
as
de una vez
souls
por
to solve
todas un
once and
conflicto
for
que
all
a lo mejor
a
atravesó varias
conflict
vidas.
that it
Y en esta vida
went through many
también.
lives, and in this life also.
Entonces no es tan
So
raro que repitamos
it's not that rare that we
con estos
repeat
patrones tan
with these
marcados que
patterns
traemos.
that are
Los,
so
los pacientes suelen
strong.
decir,
Patients
no quería en la
usually
vida
say, I
jamás
didn't
repetir
want
la
to
forma de ser
repeat
de mi
the
mamá. De
way
pronto me encuentro
my
haciendo lo
mother was,
mismo.
and then I find myself doing the same.
Realmente es difícil salir
It's
de
really
esos
tough
patrones.
to get
Y
out of
podríamos
those
decir que
patterns.
entonces,
And we
más
might
allá de la
say that
compulsión a la repetición, también pueden haber
further from the
patrones en los cuales
repetition
uno crece.
conflict, there's also
Creció viendo
patterns that
esas
we lived
actitudes
in.
y aunque
We
las
lived
criticó,
watching
le
those
es muy difícil
certain
romperlos.
attitudes, and
Otra
even though you
causa puede ser que
criticize
haya un
them, it's very
mandato
hard to break out of them.
transgeneracional.
Another thing
A
could be
veces
a
uno ve frecuentemente en las
generational
familias que se repiten
behavior
temas como
that
el
happens in
maltrato,
the
como el
families,
abuso,
things
como el
like
abandono. Y pareciera
abandonment,
ser que eso es algo, un tema del
and it might
alma
be
familiar,
is something on
pero
the
también
soul,
se
family
puede
soul,
romper durante la regresión.
but it can also be broken
Ahora,
through regression.
otro tema que vemos por el cual los
Another
padres
thing that we
fallamos con
see
los hijos
that as
es un
parents we
tema de
fail to our
recursos
kids
emocionales.
is
Recursos emocionales
emotional
porque es difícil
resources.
entregar lo que uno no recibió.
It's very hard to
No
give something that you
por ejemplo,
did not get.
caricias,
For example, if you didn't get
nutrición emocional, para
nourishment,
entregarlo, claro, puede
emotional
estar consciente
nourishment,
que tengo que entregarle
it's
esto a mi
very
hijo,
or
puede
love
ser
is we
cariñoso,
don't know if
pero
we
pregunten ustedes con
could
cuánto
give this
esfuerzo
should
lo hacen
give this
esas
to our children
personas que
because
no
you
lo
did not
recibieron.
get it. But imagine
De
yourself
pronto
how
les
much
cuesta
effort they put,
demasiado y hay que hacerlo
those people that did
conscientemente
not get it,
porque no fluye,
because they have to do
porque hay
it
una
consciously
obstrucción.
because it
Es
doesn't
como que
flow.
hubiera un bloqueo.
It's like there's a blockage.
Entonces, no es
So
tan raro,
it's
no
not
es tan
as
raro
rare
que sean justamente los padres o
that
las
is
personas que se tienen que encargar de
the
los
parents
niños
or the
los
people
que
who
los
are
hacen sufrir.
in
A lo
charge
mejor los adoran, los quieren muchísimo,
children,
pero se equivocan, nos
that the
equivocamos.
ones that make them suffer.
Y además
They
de
usually
eso,
take care of
para
them, they will love them,
rematar,
but
existen
they
las
still do it.
relaciones kármicas.
And also there's
¿Y qué son las
another
relaciones
term, the
kármicas?
karmic
Las
relationship. And
relaciones
what are the
kármicas
karmic
son relaciones
relationships?
que vienen
They
de
are
otras vidas, en las
relationships
cuales
that come
quedamos
from
al
other
debe
lives
o al
that
haber,
we are
quedamos
still
con deudas pendientes con otras almas.
or own.
Y fíjense que
And we have
frecuentemente nos
pendant things with
encontramos
other souls.
que esas almas que fueron
And we usually
enemigas,
find that
opuestas
those
en
souls
otras
that were
vidas,
enemies,
aparecen ahora como
opposites in
madre
other
e
lives,
hijo,
they
padre e
appear
hijo,
as mother and
etcétera,
son, father and
hermanos.
son, etc., like
Entonces,
brothers.
no es tan
So
raro que
it's not
hayan
as
deudas
rare
que salvar
that
y
there
que en
are
el fondo
debts
una
to be
víctima viene
paid,
como
and basically
padre
a victim
de
comes
un
as a parent
victimario o
of a
viceversa. Imagínense qué
perpetrator
difícil es
or
llevarse
the other
bien
way
en esos
around.
casos.
Imagine
Y
how
sin
hard
embargo,
is
es
that
una tremenda lección,
to
algo que el
learn,
alma
to take care of
aceptó o
what
eligió
you need to take care
para
of
sanar.
is very hard
Y a
because it's
veces se
something you have to
logra.
choose to heal, and
Fíjense
sometimes it's
entonces
accomplished.
cuántos
So
temas
imagine yourself how many
relacionados con nuestra
topics related
terapia que
to our
pueden
therapy
aparecer
that
en la
might show
regresión
up in the regression
relativo al niño interior.
relatively to the inner
Todos
child.
estos temas
All
son
of
muy
these topics
difíciles de
are very
encontrar en
hard
una
to
terapia
find
convencional
in a conventional
y sobre
therapy.
todo si limitamos el
And
escenario
overall,
a unas
if we limit the
creencias mucho
scenario
más
to beliefs that are way
contenidas.
more
Bueno, lo que yo les
content.
decía, cuando aparece la situación de niño
So
interior,
as
es
said,
necesario que
as
se
the inner
viva
child
y se exprese
episode happened, it's
liberando
very
toda esa
important to
energía.
express it
No
and
sirve
releasing
que
that
lo
energy.
relaten,
It's
no
not useful
sirve que
if
lo
you
vean de
just tell
afuera,
it.
porque
Not
justamente el
look from it,
atrapamiento
look at it from
y el
outside,
trauma
because the
mantenido se
entrapment and the
produjo
contained
porque
trauma
no se
happened
vivió
because you did not
completamente la
live
situación.
fully that
Hay
situation.
que concluirla. Para concluirla
We
es
have
necesaria
to
vivirla ad
finish it,
integrum, pero
and
además
in
con
order to finish
la
it, you have to
defensa del propio
live it
paciente. Y
through
muchas veces no
throughout
basta esta
of it.
defensa, porque
And
piensen
you,
ustedes que a veces son
defense is
pacientes
not
que están muy
necessary,
debilitados
because
y
imagine
que no son
sometimes their patients
capaces
that are
por sí
very
mismos.
weakened
¿Qué se
and
hace
they're
en
not
estos
able
casos?
by themselves. What do
Podemos
you do in those
preguntarle al
cases?
paciente si
You can ask
necesitan
the
que les
patient if they
ayude.
need
¿Quién les
help.
puede ayudar?
Who could help them?
Ellos eligen. Puede que
They
venga una
choose.
figura que
It
fue
could
de gran
be
soporte en su vida
a figure that was of
infantil.
great support
Qué
in
sé
their
yo, un
childhood.
profesor,
I don't know, a
un
teacher,
padrino, una
a
abuela,
godparent,
etcétera.
a
O puede que
grandmother,
elijan
etc.
alguna figura
Or
religiosa, que de
maybe they can
repente
choose a
sienten que viene su
religious
ángel de
figure.
la
Maybe
guarda,
they
o
feel
viene
in their
cualquier ser de
guardian
luz,
angel
o también es
or
relativamente
any
frecuente que venga un
light
animal de
being,
poder a
or maybe it could
defenderlos.
be a power animal to protect them,
O incluso pueden
or even
aparecer
there could be
algunas figuras como
some figures as
Superman,
Superman,
Hulk,
Hulk,
que pueden defenderlos. Lo
that
importante es
might
que sea
defend
el
them.
que el paciente necesita.
The
Te van
important thing is that
a
what the
acompañar y te van a
patient
ayudar.
needs, they're going to
¿Por qué?
accompany you
Porque
and protect you.
cuando hacemos estos
Why? Because
trabajos
when we do these works,
con no voy a hablar ahora de los padres para
I'm
no
not going to talk parents
estigmatizarnos
now
tanto,
to not
pero cuando hacemos los
stigmatize that
trabajos con
much,
los
but when we do
victimarios,
this
el,
works with
el paciente, que puede
victims,
ser un adulto o incluso un anciano, en el escenario que
as a parent could
elegimos
be a grown-up or even an
es
old
un niño,
person, the
porque lo que
scenario
se
that we choose
vive
is a
es
kid,
la experiencia
because
de
what
que está
we
atrapada.
live
Entonces va a
is the
aparecer el niño,
entrapped
puede estar el
experience,
adulto
so
también,
the
pero el
kid
niño
might show up.
está. Y
Maybe the grown-up
seguramente el
as well,
abusador,
but
que
the
ahora
kid
puede
is
estar
there,
muerto
and
o
the
puede
perpetrator
ser
might
un
be
anciano
dead, or it
decrépito,
could be
va a
a
aparecer en su mejor
very
edad,
old
con fuerza, como lo vio
person.
ese niño.
It would
Entonces,
show with
muchas
their big
veces,
strength
aunque
as the
actualmente no
kids
se
saw it.
vea
So
debilitado,
maybe
el
even
paciente
if
va a requerir esta ayuda.
the patient does not look
¿Cómo
weakened, you're
hacemos
gonna need
esto?
this help. How
Esto
do we
lo
do
hacemos
this?
en un lugar especial, seguro,
We
que
do
hacemos
this
que el
in a
paciente
special place.
recree.
First, we
Este
make the
paciente
patients to
tiene
create
que
it.
tener
This
un
patient
lugar,
has to have a place,
preferentemente en la naturaleza, un lugar en donde pueda
hopefully
sentirse
in
seguro
nature,
y
a
lo más
place that
conectado
he
posible
can
consigo
feel
mismo.
at
Es
peace and
ahí donde
connected with
vamos a traer
himself.
el niño al cual
And that's
rescatamos de la
why we're gonna
situación
take the
terrible
kids that we
para
rescued from that terrible
llevarlo a
situation and take him to
enfrentar a esa otra
face
persona
this other
o a
person
varias otras personas
or many
que de
other
alguna manera le
people
arrebataron poder y lo
that in a
victimizaron.
way
En
took
ese
power off
escenario
of
donde
him
nosotros
and
hacemos las
victimized
figuras que
him.
llamamos del
So in this
8, que
scenario that
son
we make
dos
these
círculos
figures that we
unidos,
call the 8, which are
en los
two
cuales se
circles
enfrentan a las
united, in
personas que
which
a uno le quitaron poder
you face the
o de
people
alguna
that took
manera
power
lo
off of you or
maltrataron.
in a way mistreated
Y
you.
es ahí donde
And
cada
that's
uno de esos
where
círculos es
everyone in
y
their circle and
ayudada
helped
la víctima por
that
estas
victim
personas de
by
más
these
poder.
people with
Estos
greater
seres que
power,
yo les
these
decía,
beings.
pueden ser
As I was telling
auxiliares
you,
en
it could
este
be
trabajo. Se le pide
helpful
al
people in this work.
abusador, al victimario,
It
que devuelva la energía
request to
que le
the
quitó o que no le entregó a
perpetrator
este niño.
to give back the
Una vez que
energy
eso
that he
ocurre,
took away or didn't give to this kid. When that happened,
ojo, que con esa energía vamos a
keep in
asociar un
mind
montón de
that with that energy,
cualidades
we're
o
gonna
atributos
associate a lot
que
of
se perdieron.
attributes that
Que
were
se perdieron en
lost
el momento junto con
in the
esa
moment,
energía, como
along with that
la
energy,
inocencia,
like the innocence,
las ganas de jugar,
the will of playing,
las ganas de cantar,
the will of
porque
singing.
muchas cualidades quedan atrapadas
Because there are many
en ese
qualities that
fragmento
are
del alma.
trapped
Las
in
ganas de
that
cantar,
soul
las ganas
fragment,
de ser un
the will
artista,
the desire to sing, of being
el
an
talento para
artist,
dibujar
the
o
talent
cantar,
of drawing or singing,
la alegría, etcétera. Todos esos atributos
joy,
están
etc. All of those
asociados a la
attributes
energía que
are
perdieron.
associated
Y
with the
entonces
energy
pueden
they
recuperar
lost.
eso,
So they
pero
can
además
get that
de eso,
back.
nosotros
But
trabajamos con lazos
besides that,
energéticos.
we also
Hemos
work with
aprendido que los
energetic
lazos energéticos
bindings.
son
We've
sumamente
learned that
reales. Son sumamente
they're
reales y de hecho
very real.
aunque
And
nosotros como
actually,
terapeutas no tengamos
even
la
though
capacidad
we as
de tocarlos o
therapists don't
verlos,
have the
los pacientes
ability
los
to
relatan
touch them or
claramente.
see them, the
¿Y
patients
qué son los lazos
narrate
energéticos?
them
Son
clearly. And what are
conexiones
energetic
que tiene
bindings?
el
They're
paciente
connections that the patient
con otras almas.
has with
No
other
importa que estén vivos
souls.
o muertos
It doesn't matter
nosotros,
if they're dead or
los
alive,
padres,
the parents,
víctima, victimario, etcétera, y que
victim and
al ser
victimizer, etc.
cortados liberan al paciente
We're touched. They
de las situaciones
free
que
the
tuvieron
patient from
y
the
a la
situation they
vez le
lived,
permiten
and at the same
recuperar estas
time, they
cualidades.
allow them
Además, nos
to
hemos dado cuenta que
retrieve
estos lazos
these
energéticos
abilities, and
muchas
we've
veces
realized that
funcionan como
these
transmisores
energetic
de los patrones
bindings
negativos. Así
work
que
as
es
transmitters of the
verdaderamente
negative
bastante beneficioso
energies. So
cortar
it's
los
very
lazos
beneficial to
energéticos
cut the
siempre
energetic
y cuando el
links
paciente acepte.
as long as the patient accepts it.
Porque puede ser que el paciente
Because
no
it can
quiera.
be
Nosotros en
the
TVP
patient
jamás
doesn't want
imponemos,
to,
nunca
and
imponemos.
here we never
Siempre lo
impose
que se va
ourselves.
realizando está de acuerdo con lo que el
What's being
paciente
done
quiere
is
hacer.
according
Y
to
de
what the
acuerdo a
patient wants to
eso,
do.
vamos a permitir
And
mostrar
according to that,
y,
we're
y
going
sugerir,
to
pero
allow,
no
to show,
vamos
and
nunca a
suggest,
imponer.
but we're not
Entonces,
going to
se puede
impose.
hacer el
So
trabajo con
we
los
can
lazos
do the work
energéticos
with the
también.
energetic bindings too.
Ahora, en el caso de que haya
Now, in
existido
the case that
abuso
there
sexual,
was sexual
es
abuse,
muy importante,
it's
aparte
very
que hay que
important
repetir la
that
experiencia,
we
hay
have
que
to
recuperar
repeat the
poder con el
experience and
abusador,
recover the
porque el
power with
abusador,
the
por
abuser,
supuesto, le
because
quitó la energía
of
y tiene que ver
course
además con la
they took
energía
their energy,
sexual
and it
de la
has to do
persona,
also with the
no solo
sexual
con su
energy of the
energía, con su
person,
poder
not
personal,
only
sino
with
también
their
con su
personal
poder
power,
sexual.
but with their
Aparte,
sexual
generalmente va asociado
power,
con
and it
mandatos,
is
pero además de
associated
eso,
with commands. But
necesitamos
besides that,
que
we
se
need
realicen rituales.
to
Rituales en
do
ese mismo
rituals
lugar
in
de
the
la
same
naturaleza,
place,
en
in
el
the
cual
nature,
vamos a
where
pedirle
we
al
are going
paciente
to ask the
que haya
patient
algo con
to
agua
do something with
clara y
water,
corriente.
with
De manera,
clear
casi siempre
and flowing water,
ellos hacen
and
su
most of
escenario
the
muy
times they do
adecuadamente.
their
Ellos ponen
scenery
vegetación, ponen
very
árboles, por lo
adequately.
menos
They
un
put
árbol, ya les voy a explicar por
vegetation,
qué,
at
y
least
ponen
one
agua,
tree
como un
that I'm
río,
going to
una
explain then why,
cascada, una
and they
vertiente,
put
etc.
a
Bueno, le vamos a
river, a
pedir, ¿por
cascade,
qué le vamos a
etc.
pedir
Why are we going
que se
to
bañen?
ask
Que el adulto
them
bañe al
to
niño con
bathe
mucho cariño.
themselves, to bathe the
¿Por qué?
child
Porque
with
al
a lot of
lavarlo
love?
le explicamos que estamos
And
quitando,
because when they
se va a
bathe them,
liberar de la
we explain that
contaminación y
they're
de la
liberating
culpa.
themselves from the
Cuando hay
contamination and the guilt.
abuso,
When
y
there's
fíjense, abuso
abuse,
de cualquier
and
tipo, ni
you
siquiera
can see
me
abuse
limito al
of any
abuso
type.
sexual.
I'm not even
El
limiting
abuso
myself to
induce culpa
sexual
en la
abuse,
víctima.
and that leads to
El abuso
guilt
sexual, por
and
supuesto, es
blame.
más que en todos los otros.
And
Se induce
sexual
culpa
abuse
porque de
is
esa manera
most,
lo hacen creer que es
it's
cómplice y
bigger,
no víctima.
and they make them
Entonces,
believe that
ahí
they're
es muy
a
importante
accomplice
el baño
and not a
ritual
victim, and
para
that is
liberarse de esa
the
culpa y la
ritual of the bath,
contaminación
very
del otro.
important to
Y es
release
muy
themselves
importante que
from
el
the
adulto se lo vaya
contamination of the
diciendo a su
other.
niñito.
And it's very important for the adult to be saying this to their
Luego,
inner child.
en los
And
casos
then, in the
de
cases
abandono, por ejemplo,
of
o de castigo
abandonment,
físico,
for example,
o de
or physical
maltrato
punishment,
emocional, también va a
or
haber culpa,
emotional
porque el niño
mistreatment, there's
cree,
going to be
¿por qué
blame
no
too,
me
because the
quieren? Debe
child
haber algo
thinks,
malo en mí. ¿Por
why
qué a mí me
doesn't he love me?
abandonaron? ¿O por qué no me
There
cría
must
mi
be
mamá
something
como
wrong with
crió a mi
me.
hermano?
Why don't they love me? Or why
Debo ser yo
didn't
que tengo
my
algo
mother
malo.
raise
Y
me
obvio,
as
si el niño
my
no tiene
brother?
referentes,
There must be
entonces
something
cree
that I've
que la
done
culpa es de
wrong.
él. Por lo
Obviously, he
tanto, ese
doesn't have
niño,
references,
aparte de
and
víctima, es
he's
muy
gonna believe
culposo.
that. And
Y una de las
besides
maneras de
of
quitar la
a
culpa
victim,
es
he
este
has a
baño
lot of
ritual.
guilt.
Pero,
And
le
one
repito, el
of
baño ritual es indispensable en el abuso
the
sexual,
ways that we can do it, it's
pudiendo
with this
usarse en los
ritual,
otros casos.
and it can be done
Ahora,
with sexual abuse
indispensable
too.
el corte de lazos y recuperación de
It's
poder
very
con
important
los
cutting
abusadores.
ties and the relationship of power
Todo
with
eso
the perpetrators. All of that,
muchas veces se ve
you
dificultado
see it
porque son niños
hindered
que con
because
el
they
llegar
are
adulto
children
lo
that
hicieron
to be able to
prácticamente
get
solos o
to be
apoyados en
adults, they
figuras
did it
que
alone
no son sus
or
padres o que son
with the support of figures that are not their
De repente un
parents.
profesor, un
And
padrino,
sometimes it's a teacher,
un
grandfather,
abuelo, etcétera, o padres adoptivos, pero
etc.,
quedó la
or
herida de los
adopted
padres
children,
biológicos,
but they
y en
have
fin.
the
Entonces,
injury
muchas
of
veces,
the
aparte de todo
parents.
esto,
Many times,
tenemos que
besides of all of this,
de alguna forma
we
recuperar
have to, in
recursos
some way, to
emocionales que esos
retrieve emotional
niños no
resources that
recibieron y
are
que en el adulto
that
son
these children
difíciles
didn't
de
receive,
reproducir,
and in the
como les
adults,
decía
it's
antes,
very
porque
difficult
no
to
se los
reproduce,
entregaron.
as I was saying,
Esos
because it
recursos
wasn't given to
se
them,
pueden
and
obtener
that
a
those
través de
resources can be
arquetipos.
obtained
Para
through
nosotros, por eso les
archetypes.
decía, es tan
And
importante que
as
los pacientes
I
casi
was saying, that
siempre
it's very
hablan de que
important that
en su lugar seguro, en su
many
lugar
times
ideal,
patients say
hay
that
un
in their
árbol.
ideal,
¿Por
unsafe
qué? Porque
place,
el
there's a
árbol nos
tree,
comunica
because the
con
tree
arquetipos tan
communicates
importantes como el Padre
us
Sol y la Madre Tierra, que
with
son los
the
padres
Father,
cósmicos,
Son, and Mother Earth that are
padres
our
universales.
parents,
Nosotros con mucho
universal parents.
cuidado les hacemos
With
saber a los
we very
pacientes
carefully
que,
tell
por
the
supuesto, todos los
patients
papás humanos
that,
nos
of
equivocamos
course, all
y
of
por
the
eso es
human parents
necesario
make
recurrir
mistakes,
a los
and that's
padres
why it's
universales
necessary to
que están
recur
para
to
todas sus
the
criaturas. Y estos son
universal
el Padre
parents.
Sol y la Madre Tierra. Hacemos que el niño se identifique,
We make
adulto ahora,
the
se
child
identifique con el
to
árbol y
identify
empiece a
as an
recibir estos
adult with the
atributos que no
tree and to
recibió
start
y que van a
receiving those
ser
attributes that he
dados
didn't receive before,
verbalmente por el
and that are
paciente. ¿Qué le
going to be
faltó en su
given by
momento?
the patient.
En
What was
recibir
missing in
esos
that moment,
atributos,
in receiving
muchas
that
veces es
attributes,
requisito
many
para que
times
después se
it's a
atrevan,
requirement so
sean
that they
capaces
can
de hacer el
later
otro
on
trabajo,
be
recuperar poder,
able to do the other
cortar
work, to
lazos,
retrieve the power,
cambiar
cut
mandatos y
ties,
creencias
to change
que le
commands
vamos
and
a preguntar
beliefs
al propio
that we're going
paciente.
to ask the
¿Todavía
patient
cree
itself. Do you
que es
still believe
malo ponerse un vestido
that it's
corto?
wrong to put a short
¿Todavía
dress?
crees que tú provocaste
Do you
que te
still think that
abusaran?
you provoked
Como
your
ellos a través
abuse?
de la terapia se han dado
They,
cuenta
through the
de la
therapy,
realidad,
have
pueden hacer los
realized that
cambios.
actually they
Y en
can
ese
make
caso
changes.
hacemos
And
la
in that case,
desprogramación de esas
we
creencias o mandatos
deprogramize those
errados.
beliefs and commands that
Otro
that
tema
are
de
wrong.
mucho sufrimiento en el niño
And other thing
es
that
el
is
bullying en el
the suffering
colegio,
the child
ya
is
sea que
bullying
hayan
in
sido
school. It could be
abusados
that
o maltratados
they
por sus
were abused or
compañeros o por
mistreated
sus
by their
profesores o
peers
por
or
quien
by
quiera
the
que fuera en el
teachers
colegio.
or anyone
Ese es un
in
motivo
school.
muy grande de
It's
pérdida de
really
energía, de
big motive
fragmentación del
of
alma,
loss of energy, of soul fragmentation,
creencias equivocadas, etcétera.
wrong
Entonces
beliefs,
también
etc.
muchas veces nos
So
toca hacer todo este
many
trabajo
times
con compañeros
we
de
have
curso
to do
o
all
con
this work with
profesores
classmates or with teachers
para recuperar
so
la
that we
energía, el
can
poder personal
retrieve the
perdido. Y
energy and
también
the
las falsas
personal power
creencias
that was lost,
sobre sí mismo.
and also wrong beliefs
Una vez
about
que hemos
themselves.
realizado
Once we
todo este
have
trabajo,
done all of this work,
yo considero
I
que no
consider
puedo
that
imponerle
I
al
can't
paciente, como no le
impose the
imponemos nada,
patient
no puedo imponerle que él inmediatamente
that
incorpore este fragmento.
he
A
will
veces son
incorporate
muchos
immediately
fragmentos,
this
no uno
fragment.
solo.
Sometimes
A
there are
veces
many
están
fragments, not
representados por
just one.
uno, pero a veces en
Sometimes
el
they're
niño
represented by just one, but
pequeño y luego
the
el puber y luego el
little kid
adolescente,
and
en fin,
then the
o en distintas
adolescent,
circunstancias de
and
trauma.
in different
Y lo que hago,
circumstances of
aunque esto es
trauma.
bien variable,
And what I
depende
do,
de
and this
cualquier,
is
de lo que
it varies
cada
depending
terapeuta
on what
considere,
the
lo
therapist
que hago es
thinks.
decirle
What I
si
do is
quiere hacer un compromiso con su
saying
niño
if
interior.
you want to do a commitment with your inner child,
Y ese compromiso, que
and that
prácticamente es el único
commitment that
compromiso que yo insto
it's
a
the
mis pacientes
only
a realizar,
compromise that I
no lo siento a ningún otro
impose my
compromiso, solo
patients
con
to
su niño
do,
interior,
that's the only
es
one with
que
their
se
inner child.
encuentren en ese
It's
lugar
to
ideal,
find
seguro,
themselves
muchas veces
with their
haciendo
safe
meditaciones
place, many times
o
with
cuando vuelvan a
meditations,
regresión,
or
y
when
que
they
cada
come back to
vez vayan
regression,
intercambiando
and each time
lo
they
que fueron y
interchange,
lo que son
they
y
change what they
complementándose.
were and what they are and
Y
complement them.
ellos en realidad prácticamente siempre
And
aceptan hacerlo
actually,
y se
most
comprometen
of the
con ese
times they
niñito, pueden hacerlo
compromise
solos
themselves
en un
to
espacio de
do it
meditación
And they can do it alone in a meditation space and
el
get
momento
to the
que es
moment
bien variable de una persona a
where
otra, bien
it
variable,
depends from one
y que
person to another.
un día cualquiera van a
And
sentir
in
que ya están
any given
fusionados.
day, they
Y ya
can
ese
feel that
niño
they're
o esos
already
niños no son
merged,
un
and that
fragmento que anda por
child
ahí
or
o está
children
atrapado en
are
el
not a
tiempo,
fragment that's
sino que
over there and
están
it's trapped in
complementados
time,
y
but
fusionados.
it's complemented
Sin
and
embargo, a
merged.
pesar que yo les doy mucho
However,
tiempo y que
even
creo
though
que
I
es
give them a lot of
variable de
time
una
and I think it's
persona a
variable
otra,
from one person to
hay
another,
veces en que el trabajo,
there are times where work
el trabajo está
is
tan exitoso que
so
prácticamente con una
successful
sesión
that
ellos
with
cambian.
just one
Pues
session
bueno,
they
eso
already
suele
change.
ocurrir en la
Well,
TVP
that
en realidad, que con una sesión haya un
happens in
cambio
PLT that with
tan
just one session
manifiesto
there's
que el
a
paciente que
change that
salió es
is
otro que el que entró.
so noticeable that
Entonces,
you have
no me
another
extraña
patient.
que esto se produzca también con
And
el niño interior. Pero les repito, el
it's
tiempo
not
es
weird that
variable.
this happened with the inner
Es
child,
variable. Y en un
but
par de
this
casos,
is variable.
desgraciadamente me ha
And in
ocurrido
some
que
cases,
el adulto
unfortunately,
rechaza
it
su niño
has happened
interior.
that the adult
Generalmente
rejects
es
their
por
inner
una
child,
vergüenza
and it
extrema,
happens for
porque
an
sienten
extreme
que ese niño
blame,
no,
guilt,
no merece
because
todavía su
they
atención.
feel
Y
that
eso, por
the inner
supuesto, que es
child
muy
doesn't deserve
triste,
their attention,
porque un
and
niño
that's very sad
interior dañado
because
de esa
a
forma
damaged inner
revela
child in
un
that way,
adulto
it
todavía más
reveals an
dañado.
adult that is even more damaged.
Pero, en general, el trabajo con niño interior es uno de los trabajos más frecuentes y
But in
más
general,
exitosos
the work with
en
the inner child is the
en
most frequent
nuestra
and the
casuística.
more
Y yo les diría
successful
que
with this
confirman
therapy. And I would say
plenamente
that it
que no es necesario
fully
ir a vidas
confirms that it's
pasadas
not necessary to go
si es
to past lives
más importante lo que
if
ocurrió
it's
en esta
more
vida. O
important
a
what
veces,
happened in
claro,
this
lo que
life.
ocurrió en esta
And
vida
sometimes what
es
happened
repetición de lo
in this
ocurrido
life,
antes.
it's a
Y por
repetition
supuesto hay
of
que
what happened
complementar con
before.
las vidas
And of course,
anteriores.
we have to complement
Pero
with the
escuchémosles,
past lives. But
escuchémosle
let's
siempre al alma.
listen
El alma es la que
always to the
sabe.
soul.
El alma
The
es la que
soul
elige
knows.
las
The
experiencias.
soul
Nosotros
chooses
no
the
las imponemos.
experiences. We don't
Y cuando le
impose them.
preguntamos por el
And
origen
when
de la
we
crisis de
ask them for
pánico
the
o
origin
por
of
el
the
origen de la
panic
fobia,
attacks
es
and
una
or
alta
the
frecuencia de los que van
phobias,
a
we
la
have a high
infancia.
frequency
Cuando le
to what's
preguntamos por el
going to
origen de la
the
depresión,
childhood. And when we ask
también.
for the origin of depression,
Entonces,
that's too.
no trabajemos
So
con diagnósticos.
let's not work
Busquemos
with
el origen.
diagnosis. Let's look
Y el
for the
alma es
origin.
la guía
And
más
the soul
sabia que
is
podemos
the
tener
wisest
a lo
guide that we
largo
can
de
have
nuestra terapia.
throughout our therapy.
Bueno, en el niño de vidas anteriores
Good.
es
In the
muy
past life
parecido el trabajo.
child,
La
the
diferencia es
work
que
is very
se trata de un
similar.
fragmento que de
The
una vida a
difference
otra no
is
se
that it's a
integró y que
fragment
esa
that
persona
one life to another
probablemente
did not
venía
integrate,
con
and
menos
the
energía del
person
alma,
probably had
venía
less energy
con un
in their
daño
soul.
previo
It came with a
y más
previous
susceptible a
damage,
traer
and it's more
situaciones
susceptible,
parecidas en esta
to
vida.
have
Pero
the same
también
things
hay que
happen in this
trabajar
life.
en ese
But we
caso
also
en
have
la
to
vida
work on that
anterior.
case in the previous life.
Bien, es lo que quería
Okay, so
contarles
that's what I wanted to
respecto al
tell you
trabajo con el niño interior.
regarding the inner
Así
child
es,
work.
doctora, y como usted dice,
That's right,
lamentablemente el
doctor. As
abuso
you
es
said,
un tema de
sadly,
consulta
abuse
muy
is a
común,
very
¿cierto?
common
Al
subject
respecto tenemos una
consultation.
pregunta.
Regarding that, I
¿Qué
have a question.
sucede cuando el
What
paciente
happened when the
registra una
patient
situación de abuso en la
registers
infancia, lo sabe
abuse
y en
situation in the
regresión
childhood? He
no puede
knows, and
avanzar
in the
y
regression,
repite
he
que está
can't move
bloqueado?
forward, and he
¿Qué hay que
repeats that
hacer
is blocked.
terapéuticamente?
What should we do
Bueno,
in
lo
therapy?
que hay que hacer es tener mucha
Okay, what we need to
paciencia,
do is you have to have a lot of patience,
pedirle al adulto, al paciente que
request
sea
the
muy amoroso con
patient
ese niño
to be very
y que
loving
en
with that
primer lugar
child
le muestre que hay
in the
futuro,
first place, to
que le
show
muestre
him
que va a
that
salir
there's
de esa
future,
situación,
to show
porque ese
him that
niño no lo
he's
sabe.
going to go out from
El
that
fragmento
situation,
que
because that
aparece
child
ahí
does
no
not know it.
tiene ninguna
That
noción del
fragment that
futuro.
appears
Entonces,
there it
el
has
adulto le
no
puede mostrar
notion
que
of
hay
the future,
futuro
so the
y
adult
que no
can
lo va a dejar
show him
solo
that
en
there
este
is a
proceso,
future and
que
he's
va a
not going to
tomarse
leave
el
him
tiempo
alone
que
in this process.
necesite
He's going to take the necessary
para
time
ayudarlo y que nunca
to help
más
him,
va a estar solo.
and
Eso es
that's
bien
never going to be
importante.
alone
¿Hay
again.
futuro?
there is a future,
vas a estar
and you're
solo.
never
Y
gonna be
muy
alone again.
amorosamente,
And
nosotros
very in a
le
loving
pasamos un
way,
cojín para que ellos
we give him a
acunen a su
cushion
niño,
so he
lo
can
acojan, y
cuddle
muchas
their
veces
inner
tienen que
child,
arrebatarle el cojín al
to
abusador.
hug him, and
Y
sometimes they have to
el
take
abuso
away
se
their
reproduce en la
cushion from
regresión.
the perpetrator,
Utilizamos
and that
también
the abuse
recursos
repeats
como
itself in
cojines
the regression,
grandes,
so we have to use
tener que sacárselo,
resources like
tienen
big
que sacárselo de
cushions. We have to
encima. Cuando es abuso sexual,
take that
tienen
cushion
que
away
sacarse
from
de
him. You
encima
have
al
to
abusador,
you have to
porque si
take
no es
that,
como que la energía del
push
abusador
that
sigue encima de ellos. Y eso
abuser away from him,
permanece en el
because
tiempo.
otherwise
Entonces,
it's like the
le
energy of the
pedimos
perpetrator is still
que
with
se lo
them, and that
saquen,
repeats
pero
again. So
como
we request them to push it
efectivamente
away.
están debilitados y se
But as
considera un
they are
niño indefenso,
weakened and he considers
necesitamos que el
himself
adulto
a
ayude. Y que el
defenseless
adulto
kid,
ayude
we
mostrándoles
need
esas dos
the
cosas. Que no está solo
adult
y
to
que hay
show
futuro.
him. So those two things, that
En
he's not
ese
alone and
sentido,
that there's
doctora,
a
hay una
future.
pregunta
In that sense,
que enlaza
doctor,
muy bien con
there's a
esto.
question that links
Dice,
with
cuando el
this.
adulto aún
When
rechaza
the
al niño
adult still
interior,
rejects the
he
inner child,
estudiado
I
que
have
no se ha
studied
llegado al evento
that
inicial
if you
del traumatismo
have not
y que hay que
reached
buscarlo.
the
¿Qué opina
initial
sobre esto?
event of the trauma, what do you think
Bueno,
about this?
cuando el adulto aún
When
rechaza
the
al
adult
niño,
still rejects
sería
the
útil
child,
porque
it
puede
would be
ocurrir que
useful
sea
because
una
it may
vergüenza
happen
extrema
that it's
que
extreme
sienta que ese niño no es digno.
shame
Podemos
and he thinks
recurrir
that the
a traerlo un
kid
poco antes,
is
o
not
sea,
worth
si el
it.
niño
So we
aparece de
have to
3
ask
años, hacerlo ver como un bebé,
to show him
como
a
el
little
bebé
bit
indefenso que fue,
younger.
y hacerle
Like,
ver
for
la
example, if he
situación
was
que lo
at
llevó
3
al
years
abuso
old, I remember him as
o
a
al
baby, and
maltrato.
then
¿Por qué?
remember kind of
Porque de lo
situation
contrario,
that
ellos pueden
led
seguir
him
creyendo
to
que
the
provocaron eso.
abuse. Otherwise, they can
Eso es
still
algo
be
muy
thinking that
fuerte,
they
sobre todo
provoked
en el
that,
abuso
that
sexual.
abuse, and
El
that's very strong,
victimario siempre induce
especially in
culpa en
the
el niño y
sexual
lo hace
abuse. The
sentir
adult always
culposo y cómplice. Entonces
puts
es
blame on the
importante que lo
kid and
vea de
makes him
afuera
feel
con
like
ojos de
a
adulto y ojalá en la edad más
accomplice.
pequeña eso
And
se
so
pueda
if
representar
what you have to do is show him in the
y
younger
con paciencia.
age of what you can,
Así es.
have a lot of
Hay muchas
patience.
preguntas y muy interesantes, doctora.
There's many
Tenemos una
questions
última pregunta
and they're
para
very
usted
interesting. We have the last
y es
question for you,
relacionada a cuál es la
and
edad
it's related to
recomendable
what is the
para tratar
recommended
eventos de
age
abuso
to treat
en niños.
abuse events
¿Para
on
tratar?
kids,
Sí,
to treat
eventos de abuso en niños.
abuse events on kids.
Es decir, estará
You
hablando
mean,
de cuál es la
what do you
edad
mean? What is the
del adulto,
age of the
del
adult,
paciente, ¿no?
of the patient?
En niños, tratamiento en
On
niños.
kids.
Bueno,
Okay, on
cuando
kids.
se
Okay.
trata en niños,
So when it's a
tenemos que ser
kid,
súper
what we have
cuidadosos.
to do, we have to be very careful,
Y
very careful.
en mi práctica yo no tengo tanta
And
experiencia en
on
niños.
my
Yo he
area,
trabajado en
I have
algunos casos más con
not much
entidades.
experience with kids. I
Y
usually
lo que
work
hago
more with
es
entities.
trabajarlo a
What
través
I've done is I
ojalá la
work,
mamá, si no es la mamá la abusadora, por
hopefully the
supuesto,
mom,
pero ojalá la
or
mamá
it's not
porque tienen más
if the mom is not
contacto,
the perpetrator,
o
of course,
bien,
or another person that he's got a lot of contact with,
tratar de
and also to try
representarlo a través de
to
dibujos
represent
y en los cuales
in
aparece un salvador,
drawings on where there's a
imagen
savior,
que salva
an
del abuso,
image
porque
that
para el niño es
saves you
muy
from
difícil
abuse. Because for the
comprenderlo.
kids, it's very hard to
Específicamente es un
understand.
tema difícil de
Especially, it's
trabajar
a
en
very
niños. Es más fácil trabajarlo en
hard
el
topic
adulto y,
to
o
work
a
on
través
kids. It's
de la
easier to do it
madre o
on
del padre o
adults
de la
or
persona
through the dad or
más
the mom
cercana.
or the person who is closest to him.
Así es. Un último comentario acá nos
One
dicen,
last
veo muchos
comment.
abusos en la familia, la madre, el hijo,
I
y
see
así va de
very
generación
many
en
abuse on the
generación,
family, the mother, the kid,
sobre
and
todo
I
de
see that
madres
in
que
generation
no
from
pueden proteger
generation,
a sus niños.
and
Bueno, eso
overall
tiene una
from
explicación bien
mothers
clara.
that
Primero
cannot
es el
protect their
mandato
kids. Well,
transgeneracional
that's
que
very clear. There's
decía yo,
a
que hay familias en las
transgeneral
cuales uno ve
mandate
abuso,
where you can
la
see
abuela,
families, there is abuse in the
la hija,
grandma, the daughter,
la nieta, etcétera.
the granddaughter,
Pero,
etc.
y sobre
So
todo al comienzo, cuando uno recién empieza a
overall,
trabajar
at the beginning,
en
when I start
TPP, se
working,
sorprende de la enorme cantidad de abusos que
they
hay.
are
Hoy día
surprised by
mi
the
colega
quantity
Francisco
of
Herrera va a
abuse that
hablar
there
del
is.
manejo del abuso, así
For
que él
example,
va a explayarse
Francisco
muy
Herrera is
bien
going
en
to talk about
eso.
the abuse, and he's
Pero
going to explain
mi
himself a lot on that.
interpretación, después
But my interpretation,
de tener muchas más experiencias,
after
es
having many
que
experiences, is that
la madre que no
the
pudo
mother
proteger a sus
that could
niños
not protect
es
his
porque carece a
children,
su vez de
her
poder
children,
personal.
is because she
Frecuentemente esa
lacks
madre
of
sufrió algún tipo de
personal
abuso
power.
y a
Usually
veces
that
ese
mother
abuso viene de
suffers a
arriba, como
kind
les
of
digo, de
abuse,
la
and that
abuela o la
abuse usually
bisabuela.
comes from
Son
above,
familias
like a
enteras
grandmother
y no
or
pudieron proteger,
older. So
no
they
pudieron
couldn't
ser
protect,
protegidas
they couldn't be protected.
Y a su vez, son
and at the same
incapaces de
time,
proteger a sus
they're
hijos.
incapable of protecting
Entonces,
their child.
carecen del
So
poder personal
they lack the
necesario para
personal
defender a sus
power to
hijos
protect
y
their children.
además
And
hay otro
also,
fenómeno que se
there's
da
another
y
phenomena
es
that
que existen
happens is that
las familias en las
there are
cuales de alguna forma
families
se legitima el abuso.
that in
Aunque parezca
somehow
increíble, hay familias
legitimize
incestuosas,
the abuse.
incestuosas
Even you cannot
físicas
believe it, there's
o
incestuous
emocionales
families,
o ambas. Y eso hace que se
and
legitime mucho.
that makes
Y el
legitimize
límite entre lo que
the
es
limit
o no es abuso es
on
tan
what is abuse and what
difuminado
is not
que la
is so
madre ni siquiera lo
blurry
sabe. Ella
that the
cree que
mother
es lo
don't even know
normal.
it.
Por ejemplo, permitir
She thinks that it's normal.
que el marido le haga una caricia
For
de ese
example,
tipo
to
a la hija o
allow
al hijo.
that the
Entonces
dad
se difumina
does
esa
a kind
línea
of
y no es capaz de discernir.
wrongful touch to their
Entonces sería
kids.
tema
So
de
that
poder
line
personal
is blurry.
y
So it's
de
a
que el
personal
parámetro en esa
power
familia se alteró hace demasiado
topic,
tiempo,
or that
seguramente
parameter got alterated
generacional.
on that family, usually generational.
Así es, doctor.
Thank you, doctor.
Muy interesante. Muy
Very
sanador
interesting.
también.
Very
Muchas
healing
gracias a
also.
ustedes.
Thank you. Thanks to you.
No siempre escucharla, pero
Para las personas que
For
mañana
the
quieran
people
hacer
that
alguna otra
tomorrow want
pregunta
to
al
do any
respecto,
other
las
question
podemos
about it,
responder
we
en la
can
mesa redonda.
answer
estamos
them
leyendo sus
at the round
comentarios y sus
table.
preguntas. Sí,
We are
les
reading your
estamos
comments
invitados a
and
hacerlo.
questions. Yes,
Muy
you
bien.
are guys are invited
Muchas
to it.
gracias.
Thank you very much. Very well.
Bien, vamos a seguir entonces con
Okay, so we're gonna
el
move
programa.
forward with the schedule.
Como estamos aquí en vivo, vamos a hacer un cambio.
As we're live, we're gonna do a quick change here.
Aquí estamos.
Here we are,
Un cambio logístico.
a logistic change.
Bien.
Okay.
Al parecer, en este tiempo,
Seems
espacio, todo ocurre
that in time
en el
space,
momento preciso,
everything
aunque
happens
nuestra
at the
mente
precise
no
time
alcance
when our
a
mind
entenderlo.
does not
Y
reach,
así
even though our
la
mind
vida se va formando por
cannot
distintas piezas
wrap
en
around
que nos
it.
van llegando.
So those things
Bueno,
happen
llegó el momento en
at the
que
time that
encontré
we
una
are
pieza
getting it.
más a mi
So
puzzle,
there's a time
porque
when we
tengo el
find another
agrado
piece,
de
because I have
presentar
the pleasure
Margarita
of
Briceño.
introducing Margarita
Es
Briceño.
un agrado
It's a
les explico
pleasure,
esto porque hemos
and I
tenido
say
el
this
honor
because
y el
we
agrado
had
de
the
formarnos juntas, ¿cierto?
pleasure
En
of
este
being
largo camino.
studying
Entonces, estoy
together
muy feliz de poder
on the same
presentarla.
road. So I'm very
Ella es
happy to introduce her.
profesora de inglés
She's
de profesión,
English
pero hace
teacher
tiempo
as
ya se ha
profession,
dedicado completamente a lo que es su pasión,
but since
que ella dice,
some time
que es la
she
terapia
gets
de vida
involved
pasada.
into her
Y
passion, which
además se ha ido
is past
formando
life
también
therapy, and she's also been
psicóloga
studying. She's
transpersonal,
also a transpersonal
formación en
psychologist.
psicología
She
transpersonal
made a
en la UNI,
transpersonal psychologist
y
formation
se
in
formó con el doctor
the
Brian
university,
Price y con la
and
doctora
she studied with the
Jimena.
Dr. Brian Price
Y hoy nos trae un tema que
Dr.
va a
Jimena.
tocar nuestros corazones,
So she brings a topic that's going to touch our
la
hearts,
verdadera sombra del amor.
the real shadow of
Bienvenida,
love.
Margarita.
Welcome, Margarita. Hello, Patty. Thank you very much for the introduction. You can hear me right? Okay, right? Can you hear me okay? Perfect. So, firstly, I'm very grateful to be sharing this space with great masters. To be honest, I feel very happy, and thank you, Patty. With Patty, we are soul friends, and we walk this path together. So I'm very happy for that introduction. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. Since I was a kid, I was interested by the human behavior, and to understand why that person behaves that way with no judgment. And also, I knew from my soul when I was a kid that our essence is love. Love. And also, I asked my grandfather. My grandfather, he worked at the jail, so I asked him to do an interview with the inmates. I was too young, so I couldn't do it. But I learned that behind behavior, there's an experience. There was a painful experience. Life set English teaching on my way. It was not my vocation, but it made me learn a lot of things because I was in touch with different people, because I made I had classes in very poor schools. So how do I learn? I was reading Ryan Bryce as most of us, so I had to learn this. I didn't thought I was going to make a living out of this, but I went to the patterns, as Viviana was saying. Let's go to the origin of all of this. And when I learned the therapy, I signed up on on, uh, on learning, and I have it in my blood. I found one of my life loves, which is past life therapies. And I never thought that I could find myself with lost souls. Brian West, one of my great, great teachers, he tells in one of their conferences that he never met this topic. I thought the same. Maybe I'm not gonna walk into this, but it was the first thing that I faced when I was studying lost souls. So I'm gonna tell you about this case, Constanza and Alejandro, and I'm gonna start with this phrase from the movie Ghost, the shadow of love. So we have fought so much to leave this planet. It's very hard to live it. This is a phrase from the movie said by the Patrick Swayze character, right, Sam. And to be honest, for many people, by different reasons of life, it's very hard to move away from the loved ones. And because of those things, some part of your energy stays on those fragments here on this plane. It's very romantic to think that you have a loved one taking care of us or being present with us. But in reality, we don't not doing him any favor because part of his energy is trapped and he cannot evolve. He cannot. It doesn't allow the evolution process of the soul, and sometimes they take care of us so much that they don't let us to move forward. And finally, part of their energy, as José Luis Cavoli said, because we learn to work lost souls with his technique, their psyche gets mixed with our psyche, so we are interrupted with our growth. So that is what happened to Constanza. Constanza comes to my consultation, my office, because in 2011 she lost her baby when he was born, and she had this sadness in his soul. Imagine one of your child died, might be one of the biggest pains that a human being can suffer, and that pain was still with her. One of well, that was his first motive of consultation, and the other one is that, and at work, she's a nurse, and she felt a huge reject towards a coworker, and she could not explain why she felt it because and it was affecting her because that person was a coworker at that time. So
We started the regression, but before that, we go to the interview, and here we start to unveil something very interesting. When I asked Constanza, is there some relationship that marked you? She says, see, I had a boyfriend in 2007. Let's remember the dates. In 2007 and 2011, she had that lost. And this boyfriend dies very young and 17 years old in a car accident. And then I ask her, and have you had paranormal experiences regarding aliens, etc.? And she says, you see, after the death of Alexandro, uh, sometimes there were people that would stop me in the street and say, Alejandro says hi, and she was very surprised. Sometimes the chairs in her at her work would move, and sometimes the boyfriend after and that then she had another boyfriend that is the parent of these babies. She would dream of a man that would say that Constanza is his and that he would never leave her, and all of that would indicate that Alejandra's presence was there. We started the first session, and Constanza, in her expanded conscious, we know that regression can be a parenthesis here, right? Conscious is an altar, the soul doesn't go anywhere, and the conscious is expanded, and you remember things that you didn't remember in the daily life. And Constanza goes to the most difficult time of the loss, that is the birth of her child. She works, as we've learned, with Dr. Cavoli and Dr. Centeno, uh, an energy retrieval process with the conscious, how this is affecting her current state. And when I get to talk Constanza to talk with her baby soul, we got surprised. Guess who was this soul? It was Alejandro. When we work with lost souls, we generally ask the vocal calls to the patients to communicate with them. I asked the Constanza's vocal cords. I talked to Alejandro, and they tell us that he had lowered, and he was here, and he wanted to be with Constanza, and he fell in love, and that it wasn't his moment. And because of that, what happened to Connie had to happen when she lost her baby. It wasn't that moment, and had to come back, and he was very sad, and he was very hanging so much to it. And we had a talk that was very loving, and she was so surprised that she was in the energetic field, but in that moment he asked us to, he said that he didn't want to leave. During therapy, we as therapists try to negotiate with a lot of love and compassion with those souls so that they can go to the light. But we also respect their limit. We respect their decisions. And in that moment, he didn't want to leave. When Constanza gets out of the expanded state of conscious in the meditation, we were both really surprised. I must say that I love doing this therapy because it's not linear. It's something that connects us with the surprise that children feel when they're exploring. That's what happens with this therapy. And finally, we would both, well, I was very surprised. It was the first patient which I worked with lost souls, and you realize that sometimes the origin of not being able to move forward can be involved with intrusive energies that finally their souls as we, and but they don't have a physical body and they get lost in the way. And with Constanza, by having this understanding, she could release that, and she realized that the presence of Alejandro didn't allow her to move on. We go to the next section, and then we work the co-worker thing. I knew that Constanza had a companion. There I have two patients, Constanza and Alejandra. Constanza goes to a past experience where this coworker was her second husband in wartime. What is the detail on what causes the conflict in this situation is that husband goes to war before he got married to Constanza. With the first husband of Constanza, he kills him. He assassinates him so that he could stay with her. Obviously, she doesn't know about this situation, and she comes telling that his husband had died in that war, and that time goes by and they get married. And when she dies, she realizes that this man had killed her first husband. So if she dies with that conflict, with that rage, that's where it all comes from. We go to space so that they can talk with the first husband, and guess who it was? the soul of that first husband. It was Alejandro. Do you see how it is all joining in? And he was involved in that past life. He couldn't complete his experience with Constanza. And then Constanza, when she found out about all of that, she started to release and she could move on. In that moment, Alejandro asked me, he didn't want to leave. I must say that since it was one of the first, uh, I was just getting close with these entities. I was also respecting the process of Alejandra, but we knew that there was a moment where Constanza, it would get a moment where they will release, and we get to the third and last session. Immediately in that session, I knew that Alejandra Constanza, and then he would come, and they all knew what would happen. And I immediately asked for the vocal cords to Constanza to communicate with Alejandro and do the regression to Alejandro. Generally, to tell the people about our technique, when we work with lost souls, we take them to the moment of their death and to go. But I felt that we had to do the regression to Alejandro because part of their energy was trapped in an experience that he couldn't let go of Constanza. We go to that past life, and in that life, they were both a couple, and they had a child. They had a happy family. The conflict develops at the moment of the Alejandro's death, and you can see when Alejandro dies, they were both as a couple and their child playing in a park, and the little kid get loses the ball, and he goes to grab the ball, and he's crushed by a truck, and he dies with the suffering, with the loss, with the pain. So he was trapped. And in that moment, after living the experience of death, the session was really rough. He didn't want to leave, and then Constanza would beg him, like, go to the light. He was really afraid to go. Generally, when the work gets hard, we go to Saint Michael Archangel. And this moment, the first thing that went to my mind was to go to one of Constanza's masters. I say, is there any master, someone that a being that can help us? And sometimes therapists don't know it all, and we need help. And in this therapy, we're always going to have the help of the big fountain, of the source. And then comes Constanza. She felt really relieved when she felt her grandfather, and when she tells it, that is very impressive. And she says that her grandfather takes Alejandro from her shoulders and with a lot of compassion. That's what Alejandro needed, that hug. And they both went to the light and they sealed their path. I must say that that regression I did it one summer. The ones that live in Santiago of Chile in summer know that it's really hot. The department where I did the regressions was really cold, and I had to go out to take sunshine. And I realized, yeah, it happened. Constanza felt relieved with conscious that it was change that is very important. And then she said that it was so important to know where it came, like why she felt rejection of the colleague, and she realized that she had released that, and she realized Alejandro didn't let her move on, and now finally she could move on with her life. Right now she has a beautiful family with a beautiful daughter, and we always talk and we befriended, and we talk about this incredible experience.
That lets me with this learning that you have to let our loved ones go, even though it hurts. You have to leave that process and let them go. As I was saying in the beginning, it would be very nice to have our loves always, Patrick Sison. No, that's a joke. But the thing is, part of love is learn how to say goodbye, as Gustavo Cerati says. Thank you. This was very short, very brief. I wanted to explain, I can express my clinical case with lost souls. Thank you very much. I want to know if there's any questions.
Muy interesante.
Very
Margarita.
interesting, Margarita. Is there any question or reflection? Or we can leave it to the round
Muy
table.
interesante, Margarita.
Very interesting, Margarita.
Tenemos una pregunta para ti. Un comentario, sí. Tenemos un comentario.
We have a question for you, a comment.
Oh, Margarita, estoy
Margarita,
impactada y tu forma de
I'm
expresarlo
shocked.
me encanta.
And
Yo
the
creo que
way you
estamos todos
express it,
impactados,
I love it.
increíble.
We are all in shock,
Pero
but
que
it
retrata muy bien
seems incredible. But yeah, it
el tema de
pictures
las
very
almas
well
perdidas, ¿no es cierto? Y cómo
the
se trabajan
topic of lost souls and how to work them. And also learn how to let go and love those loved ones so we can move forward and they can also evolve.
Muchos comentarios para ti, muchas gracias Margarita.
Many
aprecio
comments
tu
to you. Thank you very
excelencia,
much,
gracias por
Margarita.
compartir.
Thanks for sharing.
Muchas gracias Margarita.
Thank you very much, Margarita. Thank you. Thank you for having this space so we can talk about the things that happen in this beautiful therapy, which always surprises,
Nunca deja de sorprender.
right? Yes, it's never
Agradecemos
stops
entonces tu
surprising us.
participación.
We appreciate your participation very much. Thank you again. Big hugs. See you
Para
again
seguir con nuestro
tomorrow at the
programa,
round table.
entonces,
So we can, in order to continue with our
vamos a
schedule, we're going
darnos un
to
pequeño break
have a little break,
de 10 minutos.
10 minutes break.
Bien, ya estamos de vuelta, de regreso. Y tengo el honor de hacer la siguiente presentación, de presentar al gran
Okay,
maestro
we're
doctor
back, and I have the
José
honor
Luis Cabouli.
to introduce
Él es
the master
médico
José Luis
cirujano
Cavoli.
argentino,
He's
actualmente
doctor,
vive y reside en España.
surgeon, Argentinian,
Maestro terapeuta de
currently
vida
living in
pasada,
Spain,
a él le
master
debemos gran parte de la
therapist in past
técnica que
lives. We
actualmente
owe him
utilizamos.
a big
Nos ha
part of the clinic
regalado
that we
8
use today.
maravillosos libros.
He has given us
Él es
many
miembro fundador
marvelous
y miembro
books.
honorario de la
He's a
Asociación
founder member,
Argentina
an
de
honorary member
Terapeuta de
of
Vida
the
Pasada,
Argentinian
miembro honorario
Past
de
Life
Achtevip, la
Therapist
Asociación Chilena de Terapeutas de Vida
Association,
Pasada,
and also the
miembro
Aztec, the
honorario
Chilean
también de la
Association,
Asociación Española de
and
Terapia
the
Regresiva y
Association,
miembro honorario de la Sociedad
Regressive Therapy
Científica de
in
Investigación
Spain,
Psíquica de
and
España.
Psychic Investigation
Doctor
in
José Luis
Spain.
Cabouli, bienvenido.
Dr.
Un
José Luis
placer, un honor
Cavoli,
tenerlo acá.
welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much. How are you? How are you all
Muy
there?
bien.
Can you hear me well? I think there's a little bit of delay in the transmission. Could be, yeah. Okay. First of all, the honor is mine to be here sharing with you, with the Academy, Vienna Academy, one of my disciples, so dear to, and all of the masters that accompany us, because all of the ones, everyone that is here are masters. So thank you for the invitation, for this achievement of the Chilean Association and these seasons, and I think they're very important to open the way to a new conscious, getting to hundreds of people. The topic that I chose for today is not easy, no, it's about the cause of suffering. Usually, when we are in our consultation, in our office, most of the questions that we get are for daily topics. As we know, well, we know lost souls is very common, fears, phobias, blockage, affective relationships issues. So many emotional topics. So what we every once in a while we find with people that in this life had very difficult situation, tragic sometimes. Sometimes they have family tragedies on an early stage of life, dear loved son died, abandonment, hard situations in a daily life, injustice. So anyway, line of issues that lead to conflict and situations. So how can we help these people? For that, we need to understand that there's a infinite way of numbers or concepts, and we're going to try to develop so we can understand what's happening and to reach the origin of the suffering. So the first thing that we find when on these consultations is that first of all we have to work the pain. We need to work those traumatic events of the life, because if this person has lost their parents at an early stage of life, or have accidents, or have lived through tragedy in her family or traumatic event, first of all, we need to heal those experiences. And maybe for many people, work ends there because they don't need to go any further, or because they can't go any further. Also, as a therapist, what I need to know and what in somehow I need to try to help the people, the consultant, is that the experience of suffering is the fruit of the action and is the fruit of past actions. So what is hard to acknowledge and accept is that in practice, there's no victimless, there's innocent victims. And it's hard to think about it when we see what happens every day. So when we get this person on an office, we have to work about it, and we have to take the patients to the experience that let them acknowledge and assume the responsibility in the beginning. Suffering at the end is a consequence of our own actions. And what we need to understand is that every negative act produces suffering. So now, when we work with the origin of the pain, we're gonna find it not always in the situation. Negative actions that provoke suffering are the most common, but keep in mind that the soul could have chose as suffering experience or as way to evolve faster to create a shortcut. They could experience the pain in order to understand what suffering is, to feel it in their own flesh. So in that way, in the next life, they could help other people. So what I mean is that not always we're going to find that suffering in this life is got this beginning on a negative form in the past. So the most important thing is this last one. So what happens with negative action? What is a negative action? An action is considered negative when it produces suffering in this existence or in future existences. So of course we are here right now suffering the past action results. But we need to know that also what our actions today will also provoke suffering in the future. So what we're going to do is to enter in a Tibetan Buddhism concept. The Tibetan Buddhism consider there are 10 negative actions, basic negative actions that may provoke suffering. This is not the only thing, as I tell you, but it's the base to understand what happens to us. And Tibetan Buddhism considers that there are 10 negative actions, from which 3 of the actions correspond to the body, 3 of them of the speech, and 3 basic ones from the mind. What are these actions? The negative actions from the body are, and this is very clear to understand, to kill, to steal, and inadequate sexual behavior. And of course, when I think about inadequate sexual behavior, it doesn't always talk about abuse, rape, or submission, sexual submission from other people, but rather the attitude in which the sexual conduct is done. For example, if this is based on the on on, on, on being selfish, on the own pleasure, that implies that we are generating suffering. And then we have the negative actions of the speech. So basically, it is lying, more lies, hard, often of the speech, or gossip. So understand that only for what we speak, we can be generating suffering. If we generate suffering on other people, that suffering, we will experience it on this life or in another one. Because, well, but why we know by the karmatic laws. So also what we have As I said before, negative actions of the mind. What are these negative actions of the mind? Greed, create unfortunate events between people and wrong points of view. So what are these wrong points of views? To negate the existence of karma, negate the existence of the reincarnation, negate the existence of the spirit, negate the experiences of the soul evolution. That brings us as consequence suffering in this life. And this is the most obvious one, but maybe other points of views that negate the evident truths. That an action is right or not depends on the attitude of the individual that does it. Now, stealing, for example, you understand that the action of kill is very easy to understand, but stealing is very common as well, if subtly in this life. You got your possessions stolen, they confiscate your stuff, you lose economically, you lose your material goods. That is in direct relation with the negative action of stealing. It's the fruit of the action of stealing. Generally, we tend to adjudicate the responsibility to do external facts. Someone else against us, they act unjustified, or we live in a country in where there's not enough food, there's not access to medicine, or you lose your possessions on an earthquake or in a flood.
We say it is the fatality, the fact of being here, of external factors, but actually, all of that is nothing but the scenery. It's hard to accept this, but what I need to know is that my actions from the past put me in these circumstances, along with other thousands of people and souls that are in some way experiencing the same. And the fact that from this point of view, everything begins in our past actions or negative actions, whatever they are, whatever we've done. If we have provoked suffering to other souls, we'll be experiencing this suffering too. Now, when we work with this therapy, we start to see other things. What I've talked about, the negative actions in Buddhism, is a base to understand that when a person comes to the office experiencing suffering that is continuous in this life, I need to know that there's something, there are actions that are negative from the person itself in other lives that have put him in this situation. And something that we will also have to accept is that to get to the origin of the suffering doesn't mean that this is going to end with the suffering of this life, because maybe the action hasn't extinguished yet from the part. And also, the most difficult of all is to change the attitudes in this life. How? I accept this? Do I accept the change? Do I accept the responsibility? And I mean, what I mean by this is one of the hardest things there are when we work with the victims is to definitely finish with the role of victim. And not all people can do this, because to assume the responsibility of the original action, it involves being responsible, taking responsibility of my life. I can't blame anyone. Everything begins with me, and I have to pay attention to my actions that are now and my present attitudes. And not everyone is available to renounce the role of a victim. That causes a lot of frustration to the therapist, because even though there's work that has been done, but we see that with time, these people, even though they have assumed their role, their responsibility in past life, when they have to translate it to the present life, they continue complaining and playing the role of victim. And as a therapist, I have to accept that I can go beyond that, and I can be in the daily life of the person, pointing them in each step, reminding them what they have to learn or what they have to do. Excuse me. It also happens that it it wakes on us the habit of the past, and what the Hindus call the vasana, that are the latent tendencies. There are tendencies that are very ingrained in the soul, and it's very hard to get out of that, even though that we have the consequences. We're going to another aspect now, and when we work with regression, we start to see other action of the mind that takes us to the suffering. And this also has to do with karma, but on a mental level, and I mean the mandates. The mandates, we already know that they are nonverbal conclusions of the unconscious. There are conclusions that the unconscious or the mind determines in certain circumstances. What happens with the mandates? We had many things. First of all, we know that for the soul, time doesn't exist. Therefore, anything that we've said or we've thought or decided or promised in past lives, that just happened and is still active. In dramatic circumstances, many times, or in the last moment of life, we we make decisions that we call mandates and that are affecting our current life. And we are creating karma with that. Why? Because if we remember the meaning of karma, we know that it's the action of the thinker, and this is to think. Therefore, we can create karma that is going to go back to us with our own thinking. What happens is that there are people that in past lives, they find themselves in the role of victimizer. And that's how, when we get to that role, then we're going to find the origin of the suffering in this life. Because there's a moment when we see an aggressor that is aware of the damage and pain that has provoked, in that moment when they feel the pain that has made to other people as their own. It is unavoidable, and this happened like that, the pain in the soul, and suddenly we start to feel the pain of those souls that we have mistreated or hurt or injured. We experience it as our own. So that's the moment when we say the phrase or we elaborate the mortal mandate, because we don't have time, and that's going to translate to the next lives. To remember myself, I have taken notes some mandates that come from victimizers. For example, listen. Even though I live so many lives, I don't deserve to be happy in any of them. Imagine yourself that burden. Even though I have so many lives, I won't be happy in any of them. Maybe that happened 5,000 years ago, but for the soul, time doesn't exist. This is active today. I just said it, and it's still on the unconscious level. For one side, I want to progress in life. I want to dedicate myself to teaching, the light. I want to be happy. I make the efforts to be happy, but there's another part of me that's still saying I don't deserve to be happy in any of them. Let's see another one. I'm not worthy of happiness and of anything good. You're manifesting the suffering and not being worthy of this life. It's the same that is in the unconscious level. It's order, and that's why we say that there are mandates, because it's still active. In my life, there can only be suffering and suffering and pain. What do you think can happen in this life? If there's a part of me that is insisting that there can only be pain and pain. For example, this other one. mm, Not even if God forgets me can be sufficient for all the pain that I've done. I deserve to suffer for all eternity. And that's huge because eternity is unmeasurable. We cannot measure it. What are we talking about when we say eternity? How many lives of suffering we have with a mandate like that? Because we are going through life, and we keep growing, but in an unconscious level, we have this order. I deserve to suffer for all eternity, or I deserve to be punished, which is more or less the same. We'll see another one. No suffering will be sufficient to pay for all the damage I have done. No suffering will be sufficient. So that means I come to this life, and then before I get into this life, I'm predisposed to this. Right? When we're here, we forget about it. We forget about everything, and we start living, experiencing suffering, injustice, persecutions, losses, and we say it is because of the exterior world or because of other people or the world injustice. But I put myself in this point, in this experience. Another one, I have to feel in the flesh the suffering that I have caused. These are the mandates with which we're creating karma, because karma is not only having done bad things, it's not having killed, having stolen, having raped, but karma comes also ultimately from our own thoughts, from our own mandates. We have in some way and certain dramatic circumstances, we have punished ourselves because we know that actually, and we've learned this with therapy, we have seen it. All of the therapists that are here have surely checked it, that in life, there's no punishment, there's no one pointing them. Light is unconditional love. Light wants us to be well. It doesn't desire our suffering. It's ourselves that, with our actions and with our thoughts, with our mandates, we are punishing ourselves. So when we're going to work with the progression, as I was saying at the beginning, the first is that the person can heal the pain of this life. If they had the childhood losses, if there were traumatic events, if there were injustices, tragedies, if there was abuse, rape, we have to take care of that and remember that many people are just going to get up until there. just working the pain, recovering the fragments of the soul that got lost, and maybe that's enough for them. But some people can go beyond. I, as a therapist, have to know that there's always an action, a negative action that is original and that is provoking the suffering, but I can't make anyone get there unless the patient consents with that. So it's possible then that when we have finished or healed, where it's possible, the pain of the experiences that you have lived in this life, then we'll try to take the patient to the cause of the suffering, to the origin, because I have to know 100% that there's an original action where it all begins. And most of the times, this happens when the person is a victimized, is an aggressor. And what happens is that the aggressor becomes a victim, but the victim at the same time is trapped in the victim role because the position of the victim is, I can do anything to get out of this. He's defenseless. There's nothing I can do to get out of this because it's trapped in the victim role, and that start a cycle of lives of pain and suffering. So the first thing is to get to the experience of the aggressor, mm, to identify the mandates, as I mentioned, to identify these mandates so that the person can begin to develop or to end with the role of the victim. If I don't deactivate that mandate and I don't make myself conscious that mandate of suffering and punishment, it doesn't matter what I do, even though I do therapy, if I don't do this, this is going to continue. Because remember that the mandates, as I was saying, just like the soul, the mandates are timeless.
That's we just said. Now we're gonna find myself in another phenomena, and is when the patient in regression finds himself with the victimizer role, he can't forgive himself. He's so horrorized. So we have to work so the patient can forgive himself from his conscience. And this could be a job that takes a while because today's conscience is so horrorized by what it has done that it thinks that it doesn't deserve to forgive himself. So what do we have to do? The first of all is that the patient has to talk to their victims, all of their victims, all of it, in that particular life, and tell them whatever you need to tell them to be at peace, so to give them back their energy that has been stolen through suffering, through pain. And then something very interesting is going to happen. And I said many times, the person who is working doesn't give any credit to what's happening, because he suddenly realized that those souls to which they have hurt, they're smiling back at him, and they are not judging him, and they are not pointing at him. So that is the first fact, interesting fact, and the way of the self-forgiveness, even though there's people who can't forgive themselves. So we have to use some resources, at least for the ones that I do frequently on these cases, is to ask, well, first notice how many suffering lives you have for this subjects, well, thousands of lives. So this is the key question. How many lives you think are gonna be necessary to pay for everything you've done? How many years do you have in this life? How do you expect to live the rest of this life? Until when do you think you're going to need to suffer to finish this? So then the person thinks again, looks back at his life, looks at the circumstances of his life right now, and he says, okay, it's been enough. So this is his crucial time, is that after he's seen, assumed the responsibility on the original action to understand the cause pain and make himself conscious of the main mandates, person needs to forgive himself and pay attention who the one that forgives is the conscious today, because the conscious of the past cannot forgive. So we're going to invite him there to the person. So from his conscious, for example, being me, my Jose Luis, I forgive myself, or I ask for forgiveness and I forgive myself by my actions, my negative actions on the past life. Usually for this, I got by the technique Opolo, which is very useful for this, is where we ask the soul for forgive myself, and we end with forgive me, I love you. In some way, this is if the person cannot forgive himself or herself, is going to continue on the suffering cycle. And as I said before, this could take you, I don't know, 20 minutes or maybe half an hour of therapeutic job, because there's some people that are so horrorized and they can't forgive themselves, and I have to spend a while insisting. The hardest part is to forgive yourself, and then it's where we discover that there's no worse judge that our inner judge, which punish us and puts us in suffering situations. Now, so as I said before, the thing is that after the person can get out of the victim role, it's possible that he goes back to his bad doing, because the role of victim gives you some advantages. The main advantage is that everyone else is guilty, or the countries, or the surroundings, or the nature, whatever. But we need to know that there's no victims, innocent victims. Okay, so I'm going to summarize briefly a couple of experiences. So make an example of what I've just said, particularly two basic situations. I'm going to read them, but summarizing, please don't be scared. A man loses his goods because of a divorce. So how does this happen? They have a society, his partner cons him, so in order to avoid his goods being taken away from him, what he does is he puts all his goods in the name of his wife. But you cannot run away from destiny, because somehow he sets the goods on her wife's name to avoid his things taken away from him. But what happens? He finds out that his wife is being unfaithful. They get divorced. They go to trial. On the day of the trial, he got sentenced by taking the goods illicitly. And something incredible happens is that the woman says a big bunch of lies, and the court believes the woman, and he's sent to jail. And finally, the trial acknowledges that the woman was not the owner of 100% of the goods, and after a few months, he's released. And then the lack of defense, the pain, the unjust, the unfaithfulness, the incredibility, and then you can access to the origin of this loss. And then he sees himself in a past life dictating a sentence, a death sentence that is unfair. And even though the guy begs and everyone begs and they ask him to change the decision, he won't listen and he stays cold and serious. So when he finishes that line, what happens? He feels guilty. So what does this makes you do? And of course, well, so being a good person and forgive everything, what I am done to, and what is the meaning of the experience for your soul? To learn how to be just. The interesting thing is when this experience ended, this guy told me, I am excited. I've lived it as a real thing. So when this happened before the negative actions of kill, well, he didn't kill, but he sent someone to be killed. He caused pain, and in these circumstances, when just like he saw himself as an individual hitting a hammer and then giving the verdict, he had to have go through the same on this life. I'll tell you another story. This is a middle-aged woman that she came to the visit for blockage, and she basically said, I haven't stopped working since I was 19, and usually bad paid jobs. I feel I'm not worth, and it seems like I have no value, and I cannot do everything that I want to do. And she also felt dependent of her partner, and she didn't want this. She wanted to be independent. So when she starts the therapeutic job, first of all, what we see, she sees herself on the womb, and she says, I don't want to come. I don't want to go out. I don't want to be here because I know what I want to do. So she really knew what she had to do. So she experiments a lot of anger. And one of the things she says in that moment is that I have uh, to, to use that rage in benefit of the souls. When happily you could reach the origin, she finds herself as a man with power in Africa. And she also says that she's come to that life in Africa so she can use the power to help people. What happens instead of helping, she makes damage. She takes their houses away, they take their goods, he keeps their land. So finally she says, I'm alone with this damn money. She takes her responsibility, and what happens with that? The rejection of the money on this life, because it's something bad, right? And then when she finds herself again with the space, there's another fact. Is that their parents get divorced when she's young. She stops seeing her dad for 20 years, and then she's told that you won't have any parents to feel the pain of those people. So she gets to the conclusion and she learns that the money is something to do good or to do wrong. And this happened in Africa. And it's the interesting part And through this, she tells me later that since she was a kid, she dreamt of living in Africa. So she still had that memory of that experience. And one more thing, let me tell you, I myself blocked by fear of being as I was on that life. So we see like this as how we can get to this cause of the suffering. This is something as a therapist I have to have in mind, to keep in mind, is that it's possible to get to the origin of the suffering, but I have to know that not everyone is going to be able to get there. Not everyone is going uh, will be able to acknowledge it and recognize it, and even then, not everyone will be capable of living the victim role on this life. Well, I think we have some minutes left for questions, right?
Así es, doctor. Muchas gracias.
That's right, doctor. Thank you very much. Yeah, tell
Vamos
me.
con la primera pregunta.
We're going with the first question. Yes.
Es decir, merecemos sufrir porque
Do
en
we
otro momento
deserve to
nos lo
suffer
ganamos.
because in another moment we earned it? Well, I repeat the concept. We don't deserve to suffer because we have earned it, but we deserve to suffer because we ourselves have manifested it with our own thoughts. When we talk about karma, we have to understand that karma it's a lot broader than what we know. Karma is not just having done something bad and because of that I have to suffer now. No, karma comes from our thoughts. I repeat, karma comes from Sanskrit and it means the action of the thinker. And what the thinker does is to think. Therefore, any thought can transform into karma. So when I'm here, I don't deserve to suffer because I'm punished by someone else, but because I have declared it myself, as I said it before. If in a past life I finish that life, I have done damage, and I tell myself, I deserve to suffer because of the damage I have done. I'm commending it to myself. Okay, so it's not that I have to suffer unavoidably. It's me who declares that
Y a
suffering.
propósito de karma, hay una pregunta
Regarding
respecto a
karma,
eso.
there's a
Dice,
question
¿verdad que la rueda del karma nos trae más karma?
with the circle of karma brings us more karma? Well, yes, because that's where in the Tibetan Buddhism are the erroneous point of views and they can manifest in different ways. For example, in this life, you want to work with past life and you can do it. And what happens in other past lives, you were persecuting the ones who work with herbs and with hands. So that's called the fruit of the action. Every action that we put on track generates a fruit. So that fruit can be positive or negative according to what the original action was.
Hay alguien que ya ha ido sacando la
And
cuenta de la
there's
cantidad de
something
mandatos
that
que
has
podemos
counted
tener en toda la existencia. Entonces
how
dice,
many mandates we can have in
¿alguno ha
existence.
encontrado
So
alguna
they say,
fórmula para
if has
acortar la
anyone found
liberación
a
del alma?
formula to shorten the freedom of the soul? What happens is that we have to conscientize that in the work with the regression is wonderful because it goes beyond healing the pain, the fears, the phobias, but it helps us to raise awareness of the things that are there in our soul. But we can't say, well, let me finish with all of the mandates of my past life. No, I have to make it conscious. That's the only way of deactivating it, and there's nothing else to be done. to make it conscious, because while that is unconscious, it's still running. So the regression gives us the opportunity to find the mandate to make it conscious and understand how that is affecting my current life and to forgive myself most of all.
Y a propósito del título de esta ponencia,
And
hay alguien que pregunta,
regarding the title of this,
¿usted diría que quienes nos han hecho sufrir
they
vienen
ask
siendo
the
nuestros
ones
mismos
that have
maestros?
made us suffer are the teachers themselves. I'm sorry, I didn't get
¿Quiénes
it.
nos han hecho sufrir
The
vienen
ones
a
that
ser
have made
nuestros
us suffer
maestros?
are our teachers. Yes, this is interesting because the ones that makes us suffer, they're making us favor because they help us purify our past actions. That means our friends, our loved ones, they're not going to make us suffer and they don't help us evolve. They help us share life, our affections, but they don't help us purify ourselves. I know it's not easy, but I don't think it's easy either. But in the Tibetan Buddhism, they say that we have to be thankful for the ones that make us suffer because they help us purify our past action, understanding that that person that is making me suffer right now is not that person. What that person is doing with me is what I did before. So whenever someone makes me suffer, the first thing I have to wonder is, what did I do? What was the action that I did that makes me go through this? It's just a tool. The ones that makes me suffer is a tool so that this is made, the destination is done. I'm sorry if I talk too much, but we are all actors in this life. We can fight between ourselves, we can mistreat ourselves, but when we finish this life, we shake hands because we have done the work that we have come to do. We're actors, and just like in the movies, in action movies, in the theater, uh, to have the movie, we have
Conectando
to have a
con este
villain.
mismo tema, dice,
Connecting with the same
¿puede haber
topic,
alguien que no
someone
sienta
says, can there be
remordimiento
someone
por
that
lo mal realizado
doesn't
y por lo tanto no
feel
experimente
regret
karma?
for the actions that he has done, and therefore he doesn't experience karma? No, that the fact that he doesn't regret his actions, it doesn't mean that he's not gonna experience karma. He's just not conscious about it, and he's going to leave it as an injustice. So for me, and the things that we do daily, they don't worry. As I said, there are innocent victims. There are things that are very hard. The fact that uh, to kill, you killed in a past life. It doesn't mean that you're gonna get killed in this life, unavoidable, because there can be other things, and to die in the womb, or to die in an accident, or because of others, or to die in the childhood. There's a primitive action of killing. When we're here, we live it as a tragedy. You will look for the one to blame, and when someone kills you with a gun, well, obviously it's an assassination, and you're gonna have to judge him. And the story behind that is that there's an original action. It doesn't matter if a person feels remorse or not. The karma is gonna fulfill
Respecto a
itself.
la técnica misma, hay una
Regarding the
pregunta que
technique
dice,
itself, there's
luego
a
del
question that
trabajo en
says,
sesión de
after the
TDP,
work in session
la
of
anulación de los
PLT,
posibles mandatos,
the
el
annulment of
reconocimiento
possible
del rol de
mandates
victimario,
and the
¿considera
acknowledgement of
necesario
the victim
complementarlo
role,
con una formación
do you think it's
espiritual que
necessary to
acompañe
complement it
a
with
este cambio a
a
nivel
spiritual
inconsciente?
training that goes with the unconscious level? Well, it depends on every person. The moment that a person comes to the office in regressive therapy, they are already wanting a change, a new pathway. But that doesn't mean that all people keep going with the spiritual journey, as I was saying before, because I've been 35 years working with the past life therapy, and sometimes with years, I can't avoid to feel frustrated because I find myself with people that haven't played the role of aggressor and in another life and then finding themselves in this life. They still in the life in the role victim role. As a woman said, it's easier to suffer than to change. And that's a whole definition, because to change involves taking charge of yourself, and sometimes the person is trapped in the victim role, but no matter what you do, they're gonna keep doing that because it's easier. There are people that are going to keep going to a spiritual school or simply reading, and they're gonna be interested. And of course, I can't force people to go on the spiritual journey.
Así es. Hay
That's
muchos
right.
saludos, muchos comentarios para
There are
usted,
many
doctor.
greetings, many comments for
Hay una
you, doctor.
pregunta que tal vez va a abrir
There's
una
a
nueva ponencia.
question
¿Cuál
that
es la
maybe it's
función o
going
la misión de
to
nuestras vidas
create
pasadas
another
en la vida presente?
rejection. What are the Well, there's no function or in past life. Well, our mission is in this life. What we work in past life, of course, we have negative actions, but also positive actions. We're not going to think that everything's negative. What we're developing now, it doesn't matter in the specialty, whatever specialty and whatever field. What we're developing now comes from our learning of past life. Now, the mission of past life isn't important. What's important is what we came to do in this life. And our first mission in this life is to heal ourselves from our negative actions of our past. Because if we don't heal that, we can't fulfill the basic purpose of our life. We're going other way with that, but we have to understand that we come to this life, we have a lot of work to do. We come with a purpose to accomplish, but maybe that is to heal from our past. And if we heal our past, we can go to another stage in that mission that we're bringing.
Muchas gracias, doctor.
Thank you, doctor.
Le agradecemos
We
enormemente su participación.
really thank your
Estamos
participation.
seguros que ha llegado al alma
We
del
are
doctor,
very
de
sure
todos los
that
que
you
estamos
have
conectados y todos
really
los que en el futuro van a
got to
escuchar su
the
ponencia.
soul of everyone who
Dejamos un
listened
abrazo de la
and the
tarde
ones
de
that are
Chile.
going to listen to your exposition. Thank you from Chile. Thank you to the Transandinals and everyone listening, all of our colleagues.
Muchas gracias,
See
doctor.
you later. Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
Bien, ha sido una
Good.
jornada interesante, muy
It's been an
intensa,
interesting
muy
day,
variada, donde
very
hemos ido integrando
intense,
muchos fragmentos. y hemos ido
diverse, where
construyendo este
we're
puzzle que les
integrated
comentaba.
many fragments.
Bueno, y para seguir con este
We completed
simposio,
this
quiero
puzzle.
dejar con ustedes
To
la presentación
go on with
en
this
vivo.
presentation,
Está en
I'm
diferido de
gonna
la
put a
psicóloga
presentation
Lili
that is not
Bosnick.
live with the
Ella es
psychologist Lily
argentina,
Bosnick. She's
pero actualmente
Argentinian,
reside en México,
but she's currently in
profesora y
Mexico.
terapeuta
She's
de
a
TDT,
teacher and therapist
y
of
nos
PLT,
dejó esta
and
presentación
she left
y los
us this
invitamos a todos los que
presentation, and
tengan
we
consultas o
invite you
comentarios
all,
a contactar
to
directamente
everyone that
sus redes
has
sociales
comments
o dejarnos
or
las preguntas
questions,
para la
to leave
mesa
it in the
redonda.
social media
A
or leave
continuación
them
dejo
for
con
the round
ustedes
table. So
a
now
nuestra
I
querida
leave
Lili
you
Bosnick.
our dear Lily Bosnick.
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están? Agradezco infinitamente a la Asociación Chilena de Terapia de Vidas Pasadas por esta invitación a participar en el primer simposio chileno de terapia de vidas pasadas, y les pido disculpas a la asociación y al público en general porque lo que están viendo es una grabación. Buenas tardes, buenas tardes, buenas tardes, buenas tardes, simposio chileno de terapia.
Estamos con algunos problemas técnicos por los que no vamos a poder transmitir en este momento el video de Lili Bosnick. Esperamos hacerlo más adelante. Y vamos a tener un receso de 1 hora y volvemos. Un abrazo.
Sorry, we couldn't show the video this time. We're gonna try to do it in the future, but for now we're gonna take an hour break and then we will get back. Big hugs.
Thank you, babe. Hello.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes.
Hello.
En el Zoom. Estamos muy felices de tenerlo
We are
con
very happy
nosotros.
to have you here with
Doctor
us.
Raymond Moody, la
Dr.
mayor
Raymond Moody,
autoridad en el
the
estudio de
greatest
la conciencia
authority
después de la
in the study
muerte.
of the conscious
Somos
after
la
death.
Asociación de
We are the
Terapeutas de
Association of
Chile en vidas
Chilean
pasadas
Therapists
y
on
lo hemos
past
admirado
lives,
desde el
and we admire
inicio de
you
su
since
trabajo.
the beginning of your work.
Felicitaciones. Yo soy Viviana
Congratulations.
Centeno,
I am Viviana Centeno,
directora de la Academia de
director
Terapia
of the
Regresiva y
Regressive
vicepresidenta de la
Therapy
asociación. Y lo
Association,
dejo con el
vice
doctor
president of the
Roberto
association,
Brito,
and I left
presidente actual de
you with
nuestra
the
asociación.
Dr. Roberto Brito, president
Buenas
of the
tardes,
association.
doctor Moody. Para mí
Good afternoon, Dr.
es
Moody.
un honor
For me, it's
estar
an
acá.
honor to be
Estoy
here.
viendo por la cámara. Ahí sí. Estar
Sorry,
acá
I
entrevistándolo,
can't look at the
premiándolo.
camera. Okay, to be
Yo soy
interviewing
músico y
you
debo
and
reconocer que
awarding
hace
you
bastantes años
because
mi
we've been
acercamiento
following
con
you
este
for
tipo
a
de
long time ago,
conocimiento es a
and
través de
my
sus libros.
knowledge of
Estarlo
this basis
entrevistando
is
ahora después de
based on your
prácticamente
books.
30 años, la verdad que es un honor.
I've been following, I've been reading you for like 30
Voy
years, so it's an
voy a leer
honor.
una pequeña reseña
I'm going
para
to
la
read
gente que nos está escuchando
a small
sobre
review of
quién es
you
el doctor Raymond Moody,
so people
para
can know
los que no lo
who is
conocen.
Dr.
Doctor Moody,
Moody.
doctor en filosofía y psiquiatría.
Doctor in philosophy and
Nacido
psychiatry.
el año
Born in
1944
1944,
Georgia, Estados Unidos.
Portland, Georgia,
Ha dedicado
USA.
gran parte de su
He has
vida a la
dedicated
investigación
a
y
big part of
difusión de
his
la
life
muerte y
the
los fenómenos
research
que lo rodean,
of what
siendo
happens
uno de
after
los
death and the
pioneros en este
phenomena
campo.
that surrounds that, being one
El
of the
doctor
pioneers
Moody
on this field.
creció
Dr. Moody
convencido de que el morir el cuerpo desaparece y la conciencia deja de existir.
says that
Sin embargo,
the conscience
serían los relatos de antiguos filósofos griegos
still works
y
after you
personas
leave
cercanas
and
a
it
él
doesn't
que le
disappear.
narraban
He's
historias
also based on
asombrosas ocurridas en el
and
estado de la
awesome
muerte
stories based
clínica,
on what
los que
happened
sumados a
after
su
clinic death,
curiosidad,
and
esta curiosidad
also
innata, le darían el
with their
impulso para investigar. El año
curiosity, he got the motivation to study
1975
this
se
field.
dio a
In
conocer mundialmente
1985, he
al publicar
got
su primer
world
libro,
known when he
La
published
vida
his first
después de la
book,
vida,
Life
el libro
After
que yo leí
Death,
muchos
the
años.
book that I read that
En este libro se recogen los testimonios de
in
personas
those
que
years.
narran una serie de
And here
fenómenos
is a list of
experimentados
testimonies of
en
people who
situaciones
were
cercanas a la
living
muerte física,
near to
en estado
death
de muerte
experiences
clínica,
and
lo que él llamaría,
clinic death, what
comillas,
you would call
experiencias cercanas a la muerte. Cierre comillas.
life death
Esta
experiences, near
publicación,
death
que tuvo
experiences.
detractores y
This
partidarios,
publication
causó
had
tal
some people
revuelo que
who
impuso el
were
tema por encima de
against
los tabúes que lo rodeaban,
it and people who
ayudando a
supported
miles de
it,
personas
which
que
moved
tuvieron
all the
experiencias
taboos around
similares
it,
e invitándoles
and many
a
other people who
considerar a
lived
la muerte como
similar
un paso,
experiences who
un
consider the death
puente que
like a
conduce
bridge
a otra
that
forma
takes
de
you
vida.
to another life form.
A lo largo de los años, sus estudios han dado
Along the
lugar a
years,
una serie de
his
libros
studies have
llenos
given
de gran éxito, por cierto,
birth to many other
entre
books,
ellos
very
Regresiones,
successful
que
ones.
proporciona
Between
información para
those
el diagnóstico
revisions,
de muchos de
that
los
gives
trastornos psicosomáticos
information to
que no se
diagnose
superan con la
automatic
psicoterapia
studies that
convencional.
cannot be overcome by
Actualmente el doctor
common
Moody
psychotherapy.
sigue investigando, escribiendo
Actually,
y dando
and
conferencias en todo
the
el
actual
mundo
day,
sobre las
Dr.
experiencias
Moody
cercanas a la
keeps
muerte,
studying about
siendo
near-death
considerado
experiences,
una autoridad en este
being
tema.
considered an authority in
Después de
this
tantos años
topic.
dedicados a estos
After
estudios,
all of these
el
years
enorme número de personas
dedicated to this
entrevistadas,
topic, many of the
y a
people that
pesar
he has
del
interviewed,
principio de no
and
ser un creyente
even
en
though
la
at the
continuidad de la
beginning
vida
he
después de la
was
muerte,
not
el doctor Moody
a believer in the life
afirma,
after death,
abro comillas,
Dr.
sí,
Moody
hay vida después de
confirms,
la
and I
muerte
quote,
para mis
yes, there
pacientes.
is life
Cierre
after
comillas.
death. unquote.
El espíritu pionero y
The pioneer
audacia
spirit
del Dr. Ronald Schultz
and audacity
chileno
of Dr.
se refleja plenamente en la
is
trayectoria
also
investigadora
reflected on
que ha
his
distinguido al Dr.
experience
Raymond
and what
Moody,
he has
uno de
done
los muchos
in his
valientes
life.
que se atreven a
One
despertar
of
nuestras
the
conciencias,
bold
descorrer
people
el
who
velo
dare
y mostrar
to
lo
face
ilimitado
these
de nuestras creencias.
experiences and these
Gracias a su
beliefs.
trabajo,
Thanks
hoy
to your
podemos
work,
hablar,
we can talk
debatir y
and
mirar la
debate
muerte desde otra
and look at
perspectiva.
death from another
Sus
perspective.
libros,
Your
La vida
books,
después de la vida,
Life
bestseller que
After
inspiró
Life,
una película del mismo
the
nombre.
book then inspired
Segundo
a
libro, Más vida
movie
después
with the
de la
same
vida.
name. Second book, More Life
Reflexiones sobre la vida después de la
Afterlife,
vida, más allá de la luz.
reflections of life after life.
La vida después de la pérdida,
Furthermore,
regresión
beyond the light,
y destellos de eternidad.
detection, life
Felicitamos
after
al Dr.
loss.
Moody y
So
le
we
agradecemos su
congratulate you,
presencia,
Dr.
por sus logros
Moody, and
y
we
le
appreciate
deseamos
your presence.
el
And
mayor
for your
éxito en el
achievements,
camino
we
que ha elegido en esta
desire,
vida.
we wish you
Y
the
por
best.
cierto, le agradecemos eternamente
And we
su
also will
presencia y
be
haber aceptado este premio
for
desde Chile
all
de
our life
Achtevip de la
grateful
Asociación Chilena de
for
Terapia
being
de Vidas
here
Pasadas.
and for your work and
Muchas
to
gracias,
be with
doctor.
us in the Association of Life.
Just, I don't know how to say how grateful I am to you. You're just so wonderful. And thank you, thank you, thank you. I must say that you have a much higher opinion of me than I have of myself, because I think I've learned in my life that self-esteem is not what I want. I think that the danger in life is ego. And I think just by living, you get to a certain point in your life where you realize a simple equation. Ego equals pain. Whenever if you think about it, every time your ego is involved, it's always something painful, isn't it? So it may sound very spiritual and elevated to say that I'm finished with ego, but it's just the reality of I think, the human development process. And so I'm just so grateful for the wonderful award and for the kindness that I've experienced with you in talking on the phone and so on. I wish I could be there, but at 78, I can't fly anymore due to my health, thyroid problem. But I'm just so delighted to be able to talk with you through this medium. And I thought in sort of thinking about my remarks today, I thought I would talk a little bit about reincarnation from a point of view that maybe you're not as familiar with. You know, at least in the United States, there's this kind of myth that that reincarnation came to the West in the 19th century with holy men from India who came over. And that's just not correct. In reality, reincarnation was in Western civilization from the very beginning. And Pythagoras, for example, in about 550 BC or 500 BC, roughly in that area, claimed to remember 8 of his past lives. And he also had a technique for bringing about that experience in others, for enabling his students to glimpse their own past lives. Also, Pythagoras had an interesting talent where he apparently could look at a person that he had first met, and as soon as he met them, he would see a stream of 10 or 20 of their past lives passing by. And Pythagoras was actually the first person to formulate the notion of the immortal, immaterial soul. And in his view of the soul, it could not only reincarnate, but it could also transmigrate into the to other animals and other species. And it's really amazing how deeply this theme of reincarnation played out in Western society because of Pythagoras and later Plato, I should add. Plato also was a reincarnationist. And so these ideas that may seem alien to us now in the 21st century actually were part of the Western tradition from the very beginning. One of the more interesting aspects of this to me, and I should preface this by explaining that my initial field in life, which I'm still very interested in, was astronomy. And in astronomy, we all know the figure of Copernicus, and of course, and then Galileo. Galileo got in trouble with the church for saying that the sun is the center, right? Going by the Copernican model. And I have always been fascinated as a student of the history of astronomy, why it's not more generally known that this Pythagorean trend in Western society also included the notion of reincarnation into other worlds. That's not so well known, but that is very established.
Ese no está tan conocido, pero está bien establecido.
Giordano Bruno was burned alive in 1600 for preaching, among other things, that souls can reincarnate into planets around other stars. The reason why Bruno was burned alive and Galileo was not was that Galileo and Copernicus said that the sun was the center, not the earth. But the reason why Bruno was so much more radical was that he said there is no center, that all of these stars out there host planets and other worlds. And his idea was that you can reincarnate into other planetary systems. Now, as an astronomer, that's a really, I like that idea myself. and some of the people who've had very profound near-death experiences have reported to me that part of their vision on the other side was that they saw that it's that there is a connection once you get over there between the consciousnesses on other worlds and the consciousnesses here. I think it's a much more exciting vision to say that you can be reincarnated in other kinds of frameworks. And so I must say that in terms of the personal quest, the idea of an afterlife, I got to admit, is still very counterintuitive to me. Because if you're not exposed to that idea as a child, which I was not, it's just very hard to make that leap. And I want to say, this may sound very surprising to you, but it's nonetheless the fact that I am a skeptic. But let me explain. The people who call themselves skeptics in this world and who are our nemesis, in fact, aren't even skeptics at all. And as a matter of fact, the terminology, the way they talk, shows conclusively to anyone who understands Greek philosophy, which is, by the way, that is, my friends say that I'm so boring because really, to me, everything kind of goes back to Greek philosophy. That's how I got interested in the near-death experiences. Plato was interested in them, so was Democritus. And the skeptical movement came about say 20 or 30 years after the death of Aristotle. And the founder of the skeptical movement was Pyrrho, Pyrrho, is his name. And it's important to understand that Pyrrho appeared, as I said, about 20 or 30 years after the death of Aristotle, and that Aristotle had codified the logic that we're using right now as we think about these things, right? Which is based on literal meaning and the syllogism, so on. And so by the time that Pyrrho came along, logic was established. So they were logicians. They understood very well how to go through the procedures. And if you think of what a logic is, it's a system for generating conclusions from premises, right? You put in the premises and crank it out and go through the conclusion. Okay, now, what Pyrrho said was, well, okay, we know how to do this, but what if we don't draw the conclusion, right? If we go through all the procedure, we really bear down and we focus our energies on thinking about this clearly, but then in the end, rather than drawing the conclusion, we withhold the conclusion. Now, if you think about that geometrically, right? If everybody else is running in this direction to get to the conclusion, but your technique is to avoid a conclusion, then you see things along the side pathways of inquiry that everybody else had missed because they're stampeding toward the conclusion. And that was one of the reasons they did it. And that's why I just, long before I read about Pyrrho, that's what I always did, was just, it's natural to me. And another reason they did it was that they found that if they practiced that assiduously, that it really does have quite a startling effect on their mind, on your mind. I mean, it happened to me, you know, when I was in college. I mean, it's, if you just keep questioning yourself all the time and not drawing a conclusion, it really is ultimately a mind-opening experience. So now knowing that information, let's talk for a minute about the so-called skeptics, right? Who say, oh, I'm a skeptic about these near-death experiences. I think it's just the chemistry of the brain, right? You've all heard that, right? But now let's think about that for a moment. And in terms of knowing what the skeptic means, what that person is telling us who falsely calls themselves a skeptic is, oh, I'm a skeptic about these near-death experiences. I think it's just the chemistry of the brain. Now let's unpack that whole sentence. And so what it boils down to is, I'm a person who doesn't draw conclusions, and my conclusion is such and so, which is an outright self-contradiction. So the reason I'm so annoyed with these people who, without knowing what the word means, calls themselves skeptics, is that I teach Greek philosophy. I love teaching it. And when I get to the skeptics, I have to undo the damage that these ignoramuses have done to my students' minds on this really interesting subject. It's not anything to do with near-death experiences that gives me this attitude. It's my position as I love teaching Greek philosophy. Now, with all that in mind, where I have come on the whole life after death thing is, I realize as a professor of logic, the difficulties in drawing conclusions about this. There's really good reasons why the logic we have doesn't really clearly support a conclusion of life after death. because I mean, it's not anything bad about life after death. It's an inherent limitation of our logical methods. And so I accept that it's not really possible in 2022 to draw a logical conclusion that there's an afterlife. But as a skeptic, I give up. I mean, I've been able all my life to think myself out of almost anything and to keep myself in a perpetual state of just acknowledging my ignorance. But in this case, I give up. It's never, it's not been a viable option for me for a long time to think of this in terms of oxygen deprivation to the brain, right? Because people at the bedside of the dying who are not themselves ill or injured commonly have these experiences of leaving their bodies or seeing the life of their dying relative reviewed, or seeing a light, or seeing apparitions of the deceased come into the room. So something else is going on. Where I have come to it is that I just give up. I can't think of any way out of the position that I'm now in to say, yeah, there is an afterlife. Now, and it's still very counterintuitive to me, but I just give up. I mean, I give up. I can't figure a way out of this. And which is what you want to do, right? To really test your beliefs, you've got to put them to the test and really be rigorous. But with all that I do, I can't. For example, I have so many wonderful medical doctor friends who have had near-death experiences and who unanimously assure me that what they experienced was not just real, but more real than this domain this physical domain that we live in. And at the same time, if I were ill or injured, which pray not, but if I were, I asked myself, would I go to my medical doctor friends who have had these experiences and unanimously assure me of their reality? How can I justify my willingness to put themselves under their care as a medical doctor? You see, if I were ill, yes, I would go to all of my friends who've had near-death experiences. I trust their medical judgment. So it's very difficult for me to figure out a way to not acquiesce in their unanimous opinion that this is an afterlife. Now, in terms of reincarnation, I've come around to the reincarnation position, not really by the customary means. I loved Ian Stevenson very much. He was a wonderful man. But in reality, Ian was not a very good critical thinker. He really wasn't. And he was raised in a family that subscribed to the reincarnation doctrine. And Ian was a delightful man, but he was not, Ian is reputed to be such a good scholar because he was very meticulous about the footnotes. So it's funny to me that, anything would go over with him as long as you put the footnotes in, but he just was not a good critical thinker. So I didn't come into this position on reincarnation from anything I read in any of my colleagues or Ian Stevens there. It was just personal experience in that. Well, just for example, my wife and I don't talk about life after death, right? We talk about the kids, what's for dinner, what's the kids' homework, what's on at the movies this weekend, how to pay the phone bill. That's what we talk about. And also, we didn't put our kids, who are now 24 and 22, we never took them to any sort of religious ceremonies. They found out that I had written the book Life After Life by looking me up on the internet. And so, and both of these came along late in my life, so I was very observant. And I know full well that these kids weren't exposed to this kind of stuff. But both of them told me things about before they came in that I couldn't deny. I give up. For example, have a wonderful daughter, Carol Ann, who's now 22 years of age. And Carol Ann is a Native American Blackfeet Indian from Montana. Okay. And so in 1981 or 82, I was on my porch swing in Charlottesville, Virginia. It was a spring evening. And I was just sitting there thinking. And at that time, I had two wonderful sons who were, 10 and 12 at that time. And I loved my sons. That was in the time before you knew what was coming, right? You didn't know whether you're going to get a girl or a boy. But I'm so happy and love my son so much. And I had always wanted a daughter. Okay. So I was sitting there on that porch that evening, and I don't know where it came from. It was just like a fantasy, but it was really deep from within. It was like a very heartfelt thing. I thought, wouldn't it be wonderful to adopt a Native American daughter? I don't know where it came from. Now, 19 years later, I was sitting in my home, the phone rang, picked it up, and it was from a woman who is a friend of mine, who was a Blackfeet woman, living on the reservation in Montana. And she was just calling to check up on us. She knew me and my wife, and she said, "Oh, how are you doing?" And I said, "Oh, we're doing great. We just adopted a baby," who was Carter, my son that you saw fixing up the equipment. So when I said to her that, "Oh, we're doing great, we adopted a baby," Christine, my Blackfeet friend, said, "Oh, I wish so much I had known you were looking." She said, "Because on the reservation, I work in the hospital, and I'm the very first person in the hospital to find out when we have a situation where we need an adoptive parent." So I said, "By all means." Within 2 months, she called me back, "Your daughter is on her way." Now, when Carol Ann, my daughter, was 9 years old, we were walking on our regular walk, and we were sitting on this old wooden bridge. She liked to sit there and talk. And just out of nowhere, she said, "Oh, I don't like this place." I said, "What?" And what? And she said, yeah. And it was plain she was talking about the world, whole world. And I was startled, and she said, yeah. She said, when you die, you go up and you be with God, and he keeps you up there till all the people you know while you're alive have died. And then he sends you back as another person. And I said, "Well, what makes you think that?" And she, just like that, she pointed, she said, "I just know in my mind." And then she said, "And I was with God, and God pointed you out to me and said that you got to go down to be his daughter." And I said, "Well, how did you feel about that?" And she said, "Oh, I didn't want to do it. I wanted to stay with my God," she said. "But he pushed me," she said. "He twice down to be your daughter." So I said, "Well, it's, are you glad you came anyway?" And she said, yeah. And it's the similar thing with Carter. So yeah, I mean, I give up. And David Hume, who's one of my heroes, David Hume is one of the greatest thinkers who ever lived, in my opinion. He lived from 1711 to 1776. He was the first person who pointed out some difficulties in the common view of inductive logic, and who also articulated the notion of causation in a whole new way. Einstein, for example, says that he was influenced by David Hume's thought. And David Hume, in his great essay on immortality, pointed out the logical difficulties and how the notion of an afterlife is not commensurable to logic as we know it. But then he went on to say, he said, you know, he thought that reincarnation was the only kind of afterlife that a properly rational and philosophical person could entertain. Now, he doesn't explain, he doesn't go into, you know, explaining why he says that. But my conjecture is that Hume was also a great historian, and as a historian, he understood the important role of narrative in human affairs, right? And so I think that because he understood the significance of narrative, that's why, because, you know, if you think about it, reincarnation is the most story-based thing, form of the afterlife, right? We tell our life as a story. Even consciousness is set up to be narrative in nature. Whenever something new happens to you, what does your mind do? It weaves that event into your life story. So consciousness itself is narrative-based. And that is significant. There's something in cinematography called the Kulikov effect, which filmmakers have realized that if you take any two random images, it doesn't matter, a cup, you know, and a phone book, and you present them to somebody in sequence, then the mind automatically starts weaving a story to connect the two images. So I think that for all those reasons, you know, I've come to, it's not like reaching a logical conclusion, but it is, I've come to the point where I just give up. There's an afterlife. It's, people talk about, oh, people who think there's an afterlife, it's just wishful thinking. And that's just so damn ridiculous. I'm sorry to say, because those people haven't read anything classical. If you look back into the classical world with Lucretius, and for example, and these early atomists, their whole, Lucretius's whole book was written for people who didn't want there to be an afterlife. People, you know, even today, a lot of people are terrified by the idea of an afterlife because they're been drilled into their church by, you know, the hell and such. And it was the same in the ancient world, and not everybody wanted to be there in afterlife. I had never thought about whether I wanted there to be an afterlife at all, until I finally just give up. And then I got to thinking, do I really want there to be? And I haven't reached that point yet where I can say I really want there to be. But I mean, I give up whether I want it or not. It is. And so I don't think it's all these things about wish fulfillment and stuff. That's not helpful. And we're trying to figure out this great mystery. I want to close now and I want to open up for your questions and so on, but I do want to say one thing. I want to say here and now that I have made, or there is a genuine breakthrough in the rational investigation of life after death. And I'm saying that not to pat myself on the back or brag, but rather to ask you to try to refute me. You know, I was a philosophy major and a PhD in philosophy before I went to medical school. So deep down, you know, philosophy method is what I use. And as I mentioned in Life After Life, I was philosophy of language and logic were my big areas in philosophy. And so what I have developed, and it's taken decades and decades, but I have developed a way to reformat the mind so that when somebody subsequently happens to have a near-death experience, they will be able to formulate that into a way that is more intelligible to the rest of us. You know, the most common thing that people with near-death experiences say, no matter how articulate or however well educated they are, they say, I just don't have the words for it, ineffability. But now we can overcome that. We can do it by presenting information to people's minds so that they can think logically about self-contradictions, for example. You know, if you think about near-death experiences like stories, which we all know, think about that. They say, this was not in time. There was no time. It wasn't even a spatial experience. Everything was there at once. And also, I have no words for it, but they say the best thing I can describe it to you is to say that I got out of my body, I went through a tunnel into a light, I saw my deceased relatives, I saw my life pass in review, I returned to my body, and I came back to life. Now, if you think about that what I just said, it's a travel narrative, isn't it? Just think about it. It's a travel narrative. It's to go from out of my body through the light. That is the format is a travel narrative. But what meaning does a travel narrative have if there's no time or space? See what I'm getting at? So that is not a difficulty as long as you realize that unintelligible language itself has its own structures. And that there's various religions that use this. Koans, for example, what is the sound of one hand clapping is nonsense, isn't it? But that by putting the student to work on that koan, they eventually get to a position where their mind flips over out of the purely logical realm into a higher realm. And so I've learned how to reformat the mind to do this. By the way, folks, to my detriment, I am not interested in selling books. But I want to show you this book. It's published in the United States about 2 years ago. It's called Making Sense of Nonsense. And in that book, I talk about how the mind can actually figure out what the structure of nonsense is. Now, I've trained, I've been teaching this for 40 years in my philosophy classes, understanding full well that eventually somebody who had been through this procedure would have a near-death experience. And then when they came back, they would not say this is ineffable or indescribable, but they would have a new way to describe it. It's already happened. A very distinguished scientist and sculptor who had taken one of my seminars several years later, contracted H1N1, was in the hospital for 60 days, unable to eat, had 3 cardiac arrests during his hospitalization, during which he had near-death experiences, and had lost his leg to gangrene in the ordeal. But when he came back from this, he called me to tell me about his near-death experience. That was the main focus of the call. But in this process, he said, and Raymond, when I was over there, he said, my mind went back to the seminar several years ago, and I realized that what you're saying is right, is that you can't understand how that realm is connected to this realm unless you take, he said, the unintelligibility axis into account. Now, I know this sounds all very abstract and bizarre, but I ask your forbearance on it for this reason. And this is going to sound very strange, but we've all heard that it's 4.3 light years out to Alpha Centauri, right? You've all heard that. Well, have you ever paused to think, well, how do they know that? You can't send a homing pigeon out there with an odometer. How do you do? Well, the way this was first solved was in the 19th century, the measurement was accurate enough that they realized that when the Earth was here in its orbit, the They measured the angles to certain nearby stars and waited exactly 6 months later when the Earth was on the opposite side and measured the angles again. And you could see there would be a little tiny difference, right? And the distance across the orbit of the Earth around the sun is 186,000 miles, million miles. And so you could see that that would give you a measurement of the distance out there. Now we can do the same thing with near-death experiences. We already have lots and lots of cases which make it a travel narrative, and that's seen through the literal logic of Aristotle. In the not too distant future, we're going to have plenty of other near-death experiences viewed not just through the lens of Aristotelian logic, but through these extra principles of how to proceed when something is unintelligible or nonsensical. And so by combining these two kinds of reports side by side, we're going to tell the difference, and that will be a way to look at the afterlife. And I'm just saying that now to be really I'm saying that there's a breakthrough here, not to praise myself, as I said, or pat myself on the back, but rather to ask for your criticisms. I mean, what I want to know is, I want to know what is. And if my friends can find flaws in my work, that's a favor to me, right? Because let's say when I put this book out, if people, as they have generally, say, well, yeah, it's valid, then that gives me some sort of encouragement that I'm on the right track. On the other hand, if they find a flaw in it, then I'm benefited because that brings me closer to the truth by seeing my mistake. So that's where I am now on this. I say, yeah, there's an afterlife and there are new ways to think about this. And I just want to say too, how wonderful this has been to just be with you. And really, I don't know how to say to you how deeply appreciative I am for your kindness and to having me on this program. Like I said, I wish I were there with you in a more, form where we didn't have to talk through this machine, which I'm not really good with computers, but I'm just so grateful to you all. And so thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Doctor, usted está con nosotros acá.
Doctor, you're here with us here. It's as if you
nosotros.
were here.
No importa
You are
cuántas
with
miles
us.
de millas
It
esté,
doesn't matter
pero
how
está
many
con
miles
nosotros.
away you are, but you're here with us.
That's absolutely true. Even if you think about the neurophysiology of perception, what you see out there is what you see in here is not what's out there. It's there's all the physical events that have to take place to make it register in your mind. That's right.
Me sumo los agradecimientos, la verdad.
I would like to thank too.
Usted pregunta de qué manera nos puede agradecer a nosotros. La
You
verdad que con
ask
su presencia
how you can
nos damos por
thank
más
us,
que
but
bienvenidos,
we
más que
appreciate your
bienaventurados.
presence, and that is enough
Muchas
for us.
gracias.
Thank you
Muchas
very
gracias.
much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And my love to everyone there in Chile. Bye-bye. Just thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
El doctor recibió el diploma
Doctor
que
received
le
the
entregamos
diploma that we
como segundo año de
handed
premiación
him as
Dr.
a
Ronald
second year
Schulz,
of award,
que es
Dr.
este,
Ronald
por la
Schulz,
asociación.
which is this
Y
one,
también
by the
recibió
association.
un
And he also
galvano, que lo
received
vamos a mostrar aquí, y
this
que
award
agradeció
here in the
mucho.
image,
Nosotros
and that
quisimos
he
enviarlo
was really thankful.
antes
We
de
wanted
esta
to send it
ceremonia
before
para que él
this
pudiera
ceremony so that
observarlo y
he
verlo.
could see it.
Muchas gracias por
Thank you
asistir a
very
la
much
ceremonia
for attending
y
the
esperamos que
ceremony,
cada año
and
podamos
we
seguir
hope that each year
realizando
we
la
can
premiación
keep
Dr.
doing
Schulz,
this award
porque el Dr. Ronald Schulz
giving
nos
with Dr.
inspiró
Ronald Schulz because he
como
inspired
terapeutas,
us
nos
as
inspiró a este
therapists.
camino y
He
nos
inspired
inspiró
us in
también a
this
crear la
path,
asociación.
and he also inspired us to create the association. Thank you.
Gracias, buenas tardes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Muy bien, es posible que
Okay,
surjan
it's
algunas
possible
preguntas
that some
que por
questions
supuesto
arise,
ya no las responderá el
and
Dr.
of
Moody,
course,
las responderemos
Dr. Modi
nosotros en la
won't
mesa
answer
redonda.
them. We will in
Si
the round
algo
table. And
de la motivación de hoy nos
about
mantiene con la misma
today's
emoción mañana.
motivation, we still have the
También
same motivation for
quisiéramos
tomorrow.
contarles
And we would
que
also like to
el libro
tell
del
you
Dr.
that
Ronald
the
Schulz,
book
que
of
por
Dr. Ronald
largos
Schulz,
años
that for
desapareció de
many
la
years
venta, está
had disappeared,
nuevamente editado y
and
ustedes
it's
pueden
newly edited, and
adquirirlo
now you can
en la
acquire it
consulta de
in
su viuda, la doctora Erna
her
Iraceta. Nosotros vamos a
widow
poner
office,
en el chat la
Doctora
dirección de esta
Renaseca. We're
consulta y el
going to put the
teléfono por si
address of
alguien
this
quiere
office
adquirir
and
este
the
libro
phone,
en
so if
reedición,
anyone wants
Desatando
the
Nudos.
new
En cuanto
edition,
a los libros del Dr.
Untying
Moody,
Tights.
bueno, son
And
de conocimiento
regarding
general.
Dr.
Y el
Moody,
último que él
they are
acaba
general
de
knowledge. The
mostrarnos,
last one that
o
he
puso
has just showed
nuestra
us,
compañera Patricia Pareja
our
para
colleague
adquirirlo en
Patricia
Amazon.
Pareja has put
Muchas
it to
gracias y
be able to acquire
pasamos a
it
un breve
on Amazon. Thank
intervalo
you very
para
much.
el
And now
siguiente
we're
exponente.
having a brief gap to go to the next speaker.
Buenas tardes, soy Viviana Centeno, de
Good
nuevo con
evening, I'm
ustedes,
Viviana Centeno,
y me
again with you.
corresponde presentar al
Now I'm going to present
profesor Francisco
the
Herrera.
teacher Francisco Herrera.
Francisco es
Francisco
psicólogo clínico
is a clinical
transpersonal, es
psychologist,
profesor
is
de terapia de
transpersonal,
vidas
and he's a
pasadas,
teacher of
es
the
formado en la escuela del Dr.
past
Kabuli,
life therapy.
es
He was
fundador
trained
del
in
Centro
Dr. Kabuli
Trabajador de la
Center.
Luz,
He's a founder of the
miembro de
Center
Achtevip
Worker of
y
the
miembro
Light,
de su
member
directiva,
of Achtevip,
es
member
terapeuta
of
en sanación
their
Zen,
management. He's a
terapeuta
therapist
y
of
maestro de
Zen
Reiki en
and
regeneración
therapist of
celular
Reiki
y
in
en
cellular
masoterapia.
regeneration
Es
and
técnico
masotherapy.
universitario en
He's a
publicidad y
university
fotógrafo
technical in
profesional.
university
En esta
and a
ocasión,
professional photographer.
Francisco
In
nos va a
this
presentar
occasion, he's going to present
su visión y
his
manejo
vision
del
and
abuso
management
sexual en
of
terapia de
sexual
vidas
abuse
pasadas.
in past life therapy. Francisco.
Gracias, Viviana.
Thank you, Viviana.
Estoy muy contento de estar
I'm
acá.
very happy to be here.
Saludos a todos.
Greetings, everyone.
Quiero
I would like
contarles
to
que estoy
tell you
muy
that I'm
agradecido de la oportunidad que se me da de
very
estar
thankful
presente
for the
acá,
opportunity that
de
you're
todas las
giving me here,
numerosas personas que están
for
involucradas
all the people involved
en que esto sea posible. Y
to
quiero
make this
agradecer en
happen.
especial
And I
a mis
really
pacientes
want
que
to
han venido a mi
thank
consulta a sanar
especially
el abuso
to my
sexual,
patients that have come
porque
here
gracias a
to
ellos
heal sexual abuse.
yo tengo el honor de
Because
estar
thanks
acá
to them,
y he tenido el
I'm
honor de
honored to be here,
cooperar en la
and
sanación de su
I
alma.
have the honor to be cooperating in the healing of
Lo
their
que le voy a
soul.
contar ahora es el abordaje que tengo yo
What I'll tell you now
en la
is
sanación de abuso sexual con la terapia
how I
regresiva.
heal sexual
El
abuse
foco
with
de esta
regressive
técnica está
therapy.
puesto
The
en la
focus is
infancia,
put on the
pero sirve el mismo foco trabajo
child.
para la sanación en cualquier época de la
But
vida,
this is useful for any
incluso para
time of
cualquier
the
tipo de
life,
trauma. El
even for
abordaje con
any
la terapia
kind of
regresiva es
trauma.
muy similar.
And the way that we do this is very similar.
Está bien. La siguiente diapositiva,
The next slide.
perdón. El trabajo regresivo
sorry.
es
The
un trabajo
regressive
complejo.
work is a
Y
complex
yo lo
work,
quiero poner en esta
and
ponencia en las
I
palabras más
want to
simples que pueda,
say it in the
porque mi
simplest
intención es
word I
dirigirme
can, because my
a todo tipo de
intention is
público
to
sin
direct
necesidad que tengan
to
un
any kind
conocimiento
of public,
previo
so
o
that you
experiencia,
don't
y
need
en especial a las
any
personas que están
knowledge or
pasando,
experience,
ellos o
especially the
seres
people that
cercanos,
are going
por una
through,
experiencia de abuso
them or
sexual.
their loved ones, an experience of sexual
Ahora
abuse.
sí, yo coloco esto.
Now I'm gonna show this.
Voy a empezar hablando de mis
I'm going
pacientes
to
que han
start
llegado a
talking
trabajar
about
el
my
abuso
patients that
sexual.
have come here to work
Excepto por unas
sexual
pocas
abuse.
excepciones, todas
Except
son
for
mujeres. Sus
some
edades en
exceptions,
el momento
they're
de
all
hacer el
women.
trabajo terapéutico va desde los
Their
13 a los
age is
60
from
años.
13 to 60 years
Y la gran
when they do
mayoría,
the
cuando llegó a la
treatment.
consulta,
And
no tenía
most of
ninguna
them, when they
intención de
got to the
trabajar
office,
algún
they didn't
abuso
have
sexual en la
any
infancia.
intention to work in
Bueno,
any
ustedes
sexual
se
abuse
preguntarán
in
a
childhood.
qué fueron estos
Well, you
pacientes
would
si no
ask
fueron a
yourself,
trabajar el abuso sexual.
why did they go if they
Aquí
didn't
les
go to
muestro.
do this?
El motivo de
Here I show
consulta
you
es
the
muy variado.
reason of
Prácticamente hay de todo tipo
consultation
de
is
consulta.
so diverse.
Dificultades
There are
laborales,
many
bloqueos
kinds
de
of
todo
consultations.
tipo, problemas
Difficulties in
bastante de
work,
diagnóstico psiquiátrico,
many
enfermedades,
psychiatric
diagnósticos médicos,
diagnosis,
las enfermedades de
diseases,
autoinmune
medical
destacan como el
diagnosis,
cáncer, como
autoimmune diseases like
fibromialgia,
cancer,
soy
fibromyalgia,
sarcoidosis, por ejemplo, infinidad. Aquí hay un solo ejemplo
many more.
de los
This is just an
motivos de
example
consulta, de la
of the
enfermedad
consultation
asociada en el
topics,
momento que los
the
pacientes iban a
associated
trabajar un
disease
problema
when
determinado.
patients go to work in a certain problem.
Bien, en cuanto
Good.
a
Regarding
la conciencia, al conocimiento
the
que las personas
conscious
tenían
and the knowledge
del
that
abuso
people
sexual que habían
had about
experimentado
the
en la
sexual
infancia,
abuse that they have
un
experienced
porcentaje no
in the
menor,
childhood,
significativo, no
a
recordaba nada de esa
significant
experiencia, lo tenía
percentage
completamente olvidado.
didn't remember
Otro
any of that
porcentaje tenía
experience,
bastantes dudas,
and
lo
another
recordaba
percentage were
parcialmente, en base a algunas imágenes,
vaguely,
sueños,
and they
y
remembered based
muchos de mis
on
pacientes
images,
comentaron
dreams,
que
and many
a
of my
un cierto
patients
periodo de la vida
commented that
empezaron a aparecer
in a
imágenes
certain period
recurrentes, lo que se
of their
denomina
time, they
flashback,
had recurrent
con
images,
imágenes de la
which is
infancia
called
con esta
flashbacks,
experiencia.
with images of
Y
their
sí, otro
childhood.
porcentaje también
And
importante
another
de mis
important
pacientes
percentage
lo
of
recordaban
my
con claridad.
patients remembered it
Muchos
clearly.
estimaban que esta experiencia de
Many
su infancia no
estimated
tenía
that
ninguna
this
relación con el motivo de
experience
consulta que
in the
fueron a
childhood
trabajar.
didn't have to do with
Otras
the
personas estimaban
consultation
que
that
ya lo
they
habían
came to work.
trabajado en
And other
terapia y lo
people
consideraban
said that they
superado.
have already worked
Y
with it
otras
and they
personas
had
que
overcome it.
también trabajaron en el
And
abuso
there are
sexual
other
en
people
terapia
that worked in
regresiva,
sexual abuse in
sí
regressive
iban
therapy.
ya
They
determinadas a superar esta
were
experiencia. Y tenían
determined to
conciencia de que esta
overcome this
experiencia
experience.
seguía repercutiendo en su
They
vida
had
como
conscious
adultos.
that
Y
this
este
keep
último
repeating
era
in their
realmente casos
adult life.
excepcionales. Muy pocas de las
And these were
pacientes que
very
fueron a trabajar
exceptional.
conmigo
Very
tenían
few of
este
the patients that
conocimiento de
came to
que
me
la experiencia de
had
abuso
this
sexual
knowledge
aún
that
le
the
seguía
experience
afectando
of
su vida
sexual
adulta.
abuse kept affecting her,
Bien.
affecting them in their adult life.
Perdón. Esto está faltando. Ya. Quiero hablar
Okay.
que la terapia
I want to
regresiva,
say
como
that in
ya
regressive
imagino que
therapy,
muchos saben,
as I can
trabaja
imagine
el alma
many
del
of you
paciente.
know,
Y quiero
works
hablar
in the soul of the
brevemente
patient,
de
and
quien
I
yo considero que es
briefly
el
want to
alma.
talk of what I consider as a soul.
El alma yo lo considero como la totalidad de lo
So
que
I
somos.
consider it as
Tiene muchos
the
nombres que se le dan.
wholeness of what we are.
Espíritu,
We have many names for that, the
entidad,
spirit, the entity,
y hacen algunas diferencias.
and
Yo para
there
mi
are some
trabajo
differences.
considero
For
que
my
el
work, I
alma es todo
consider
lo que
that the
somos
soul is
y
everything we
eso es
are,
energía.
and that
Considero
is
que somos
energy.
en nuestra
I
totalidad
think that we are
energía pura.
totally
Bueno,
pure
el
energy.
alma tiene dos aspectos o podemos
Soul
conocer dos
has
aspectos
two
en el alma.
aspects, and we can
Un
know them.
aspecto es el aspecto
One
consciente,
of them is the
donde
conscious
están
aspect,
los
in which
síntomas.
there
El
are the
aspecto
symptoms.
consciente lo
In
percibimos a
the
través de los
conscious aspect,
sentidos
we
físicos.
perceive it through the physical senses.
Lo podemos ver, sentir,
We can see
escuchar.
it, feel it, hear it.
Y ahí están, como digo, los síntomas que vienen a
And
trabajar
there
las
we
personas, el
have
problema
the symptoms
específico
that
porque
the
llega a la
people come to
consulta.
work, the
Y
specific
también el
problem
alma
from which
tiene un
they
aspecto
come to us.
inconsciente,
And the soul has an
donde no hay
unconscious
experiencia
aspect,
física, pero sí hay
where there
experiencia
isn't any
mental y
specific
emocional.
experience, but there is a
No lo
mental and
percibimos, por lo tanto, a
emotional
través de los
experience.
sentidos
We don't
físicos.
perceive it through the
Y es donde la
physical
experiencia nos
senses,
enseña
and
que están
it's
las
where
causas
the
de los
experience
síntomas que
teaches us
percibimos
that
a nivel
there are the
consciente.
causes of the symptoms that we perceive at an
Adicionalmente, bueno, y todo
unconscious
esto está
level.
unido, pero no somos
And this is all
conscientes, porque
linked,
ya que
and
no
we're
accedemos
not
al mundo
conscious of it.
inconsciente,
Since we don't
no sabemos que
don't
lo que
have
está,
access
que
to
en la
the
mayor parte de
unconscious
nosotros
level, we don't know that
no
most
accedemos en la vida
of all,
cotidiana.
we don't get to
Por lo
access
general
it
estamos ahí
in daily
sobre el
life.
agua, según
We're
esta
generally
analogía que
over
es
the
el aire.
water, according to this analogy, that is the iceberg.
Ahora, adicionalmente a esto, está esto del tiempo que ya ha sido nombrado muchas
Additionally to
veces
that, we have
en
the
todos estos
time
congresos que
that we have
hacemos.
talked about it
Y
in the
realmente
Congress
yo creo que no hay
that
que
we
ser
do.
físico
And
cuántico para
ideally, I
entender
don't
esto que
think you
el
have
tiempo no
to be
existe.
an expert to understand that
Permítase
the time
por
doesn't
un
exist.
instante verlo así.
Allow yourself for an
El
instant
tiempo
to
sí
feel
existe
like this.
para nuestra
Time
mente
does
consciente.
exist for our
Percibimos el
conscious mind.
tiempo.
We
Son
perceive
hoy día
time.
12 de noviembre, son un poco más de las 4 de la tarde.
Today is
Esta
12
exposición no puede
November
durar más de una
12.
hora. De alguna forma
This
nos regimos
exposition
por el
can last
tiempo.
longer than
Nos
an
es
hour. In
útil.
a way, we
Y lo percibimos de forma unidireccional, de
go
pasado
through,
a
we
futuro.
use time, and
Pero apenas
we
nos ponemos a
use the words
observar esto del
future
tiempo,
and
nos
past,
encontramos con un
and as
contrasentido,
when we
con una
observe this
paradoja.
time, we
Y es la siguiente,
find
que cuando
ourselves with a
pensamos en el
paradox.
pasado,
When
lo
we think
pensamos
about
en
the
el momento
past,
presente.
we
Más
think it
aún
in
cuando
the
yo
present time.
experimenté el pasado, cuando experimenté
And
mis
when I
vacaciones,
experienced the
mi época de
past and
15
my
años, mi época de
holidays, my
infancia,
15,
cuando
my
estoy
childhood,
experimentando eso
when I'm
también en el momento
experiencing that,
presente.
that is also the present.
Es decir, lo que
That
consideramos
means
pasado
what
para
we
nuestra mente
consider
consciente,
past for
para
our
nuestra mente
conscious mind,
racional, es
our
una
rational
idea,
mind, it's an
es un
idea.
concepto de la mente
It's a
consciente.
concept of the conscious mind.
Entonces, para entender esto,
So to understand
esta paradoja,
this paradox,
podemos hacer un ejercicio que les propongo hacer, que es muy
we can
simple,
do an
que es cambiar
exercise that is very
la
simple,
palabra
which is
pasado
to
por la
change the
palabra
word
experiencia.
past for the
Cada vez
word
que piensen o
experience. Every
vayan a
time
decir
you
pasado,
think or you're going to
cámbienlo por
say
la palabra
past,
experiencia.
change it for the
Porque
word
una experiencia
experience,
sí la
because
podemos considerar
an
atemporal.
experience we can consider
La
it
experiencia queda en uno.
timeless.
Sigue
The
existiendo en
experience
mí.
stays within you.
Yo puedo decir que yo en este momento
I can
soy
say
el
that in
fruto
this
de todas
moment
las
I am the
experiencias
fruit of
que he
all my
tenido al menos en esta
experiences
vida
that I've
y por
had,
lo
at
tanto
least in this
por
life,
siguiente también de toda la
and
experiencia
therefore
de mi alma.
also in all of the
Tanto
experience
las
of my
positivas
soul,
como las negativas están en mí en
including
este
the
momento, no han
negative and the
terminado
positive
de pasar.
ones, are in me
Gracias
in
a
this
ello
moment,
soy
and
quien
they
soy.
haven't stopped happening.
Y
Thanks to
aquellas
that, I
experiencias
am
que
who
sí
I am.
recuerdo
And those
están
experiences
en el
that
lado
I do
consciente
remember are
y
in
las
the
experiencias que
conscious
no
side,
recuerdo están
and
en
the
la esfera
experiences that I
inconsciente del
don't
alma.
remember are in the unconscious
Si tuve un
part
trauma
of the
severo
mind.
en mi
If
infancia,
I had a
el
serious
alma tiene un
trauma
sistema de
in my
protección,
childhood, the soul
el
has
olvido.
a system
Y
of
eso consiste
protection,
en llevar al
forgetfulness,
inconsciente esa
and that
experiencia.
consists of getting that experience to
Pero que
the
no la
unconscious
recuerde no
part.
significa que no
But
exista.
the fact
De
that I
alguna
don't
forma
remember it
sigue
doesn't
manifestándose y
mean
es lo
that it
que
doesn't
denominamos
exist.
síntoma.
It keeps manifesting
Si
itself, and that's what
experimenté
we
un
call
abuso sexual
symptom.
en mi
If I
infancia y no
experience
lo
a
he
sexual
sanado,
abuse in my
se va a
childhood and I
manifestar esa
haven't
herida en el
healed it,
plano
it's going to
consciente a
manifest
través
in
del
the
problema del síntoma.
conscious level through the symptom.
Ahora, la pregunta sería,
Now the question
¿cómo
would be,
sanar una
how
herida que
to
no puedo
heal
ver, que no puedo
an
escuchar,
injury that I can't
que está en mi
see
plano
nor
consciente?
hear, that is in
Y
my
desde esta
conscious
perspectiva, de
plane?
la
And
perspectiva de la
from this
terapia regresiva, la terapia de
perspective
vidas pasadas,
of the
usamos una
regressive
capacidad que todos tenemos,
therapy
que es la
and past
capacidad de
life, we use a
recordar.
capacity that we all have,
Eso es la
which is to
regresión,
remember, and that
recordar.
is regression, to remember.
La regresión comienza en el plano consciente, en el síntoma, lo que el paciente vino a trabajar. Es decir, lo que ve, lo que piensa, lo que siente de alguna forma. En la medida que el paciente se entrega a la experiencia y puede recordar de esta forma, como está expresado ahí, volver a sentir, volver a pasar por el corazón, que es el origen de la palabra, el paciente, el síntoma, la causa de forma natural empieza a emerger a la esfera consciente. No hay que hacer nada. El paciente se conecta de forma natural en la medida que empieza a recordar, sintiendo, la causa emerge de forma natural. Y lo que hago como terapeuta es acompañar al paciente a terminar la experiencia. En la medida que el paciente se permite hacer la experiencia, la causa, como digo, emerge a la esfera inconsciente. Y cuando pasa eso, el síntoma deja de ser necesario. Es muy frecuente que el paciente cuando llega a trabajar a la consulta, ya viene en estado expandido de conciencia.
Is already coming in an expanded
Me gusta decir
mindset
o definir estado expandido de conciencia como una perspectiva más amplia de la conciencia. Nos podemos dar cuenta de más cosas que habitualmente no nos damos cuenta. Somos más conscientes de más aspectos de nosotros mismos de lo que no nos damos cuenta. Por ejemplo, cuando en el caso de abuso sexual, el paciente se empieza a dar cuenta de la conciencia de la niña que está experimentando el trauma sexual, de lo que siente, de cómo reacciona. Pero al mismo tiempo, ya que el paciente está en estado expandido de conciencia, está la conciencia del adulto, que está sintiendo lo que siente la niña. Y ahí se da una primera diferencia que se da en la terapia regresiva. La diferencia entre reaccionar y responder. La niña responde desde el plano inconsciente, con lo que tiene, no piensa nada. Está en estado de shock, en estado de emergencia y reacciona. El adulto que está sintiendo lo que siente la niña, está acompañando la experiencia, puede responder. O sea, hay una elaboración en esa respuesta. Viene del plano inconsciente. Y esa es una de las primeras gran ventajas de trabajar en estado expandido de conciencia. Otra cosa muy importante que permite el estado expandido de la conciencia es el trabajo energético. El trabajo energético, para explicarlo en esta charla, lo dividí en tres partes.
topic is divided in 3 areas.
La liberación de energía, que es la primera parte que
The
voy a
release
explicar.
of energy, which is the first part
La
that I'm going
segunda
to
parte es
explain.
la
The second
recuperación de
one
energía
is the recovery of the
del
energy
alma que se fragmentó,
of
la
this
energía que tiene
fragmented
el
soul,
agresor, la
the
energía de
energy that
terceros.
has the aggressor.
Y en tercer lugar voy a
The third
explicar
one, and
las
the third one,
energías,
I'm
el
going
trabajo con las
to talk
energías
about the
adheridas, principalmente entidades no físicas o formas de pensamiento.
attached energies, usually coming in
Bien, veamos cómo es
ways of
el
thinking.
trabajo
So
energético
let's see
con la
how it is the
liberación de
work
energía.
on the
Y es lo
release
que
of
yo
energy.
llamo catarsis
And that's what
consciente.
I call the conscious catharsis.
La catarsis es una liberación de energía.
Catharsis is
Es liberación de energía no verbal.
freedom of will, non-verbal energy.
Es bastante frecuente, es común que
It's very common
la paciente, cuando
the
recuerda lo que
patient,
sintió la
when she's
niña
remembering what the
decía, no me puedo
child
mover,
felt, the child
estoy
said,
paralizada,
the child said, I
estoy
cannot move, I'm
petrificada,
paralyzed, I'm petrified,
tengo el cuerpo duro.
my body
Entonces,
is
cuando el
stiff.
adulto, al mismo tiempo
So
que la
when the
niña
adult,
puede
at the same
llorar,
time, when the
gritar,
child is, I
patalear,
cry,
expresar eso que está
throw a
sintiendo a través
tantrum and
del
express
llanto,
what's
hay una
happening,
gran
yelling,
liberación de energía.
through the crying,
Y
there's a
además,
big
esa
release of
liberación de
energy.
energía es
And
liberación
also that
consciente.
release of energy is a
Porque no es lo
conscious
mismo
release, because
vomitar
it's not the
una
same to
emoción,
throw up
hacer una
an
pataleta y no
emotion,
acordarse de nada
throw a
después,
tantrum,
que estar
and don't remember
experimentando
anything
la
after,
emoción, el
than
llanto,
experience the
la
crying,
impotencia, en fin,
the
todo eso,
emotion,
y expresarlo
the
con
impotence,
el cuerpo
and
de forma
express it with your
consciente.
body in a
Cuando se
conscious
libera
way.
así una emoción,
When
hay una
an
liberación
emotion
de
is released
energía
this
que ya
way,
no vuelve.
a release of energy that is not coming back.
Eso es en cuanto a liberación de energía a través de la
That's
catarsis. Ahora
about
voy a explicar en las siguientes
releasing energy
diapositivas
through catharsis.
la recuperación de energía del alma
So I'm
fragmentada,
going to talk about the
la
recovery of
recuperación
energy
de
of the
energía del
fragmented soul,
agresor, la
the
recuperación
recovery
de
of energy
energía de
from
los
the aggressor,
terceros, y en
and
última
the
instancia
recovery
voy
of energy from the
a
third
explicar la
parties.
tercera parte,
And
que es la
the third
energía,
part, I'm going
el
to
trabajo
talk
con
about
energías
the
adheridas.
attached energies.
Para explicar cómo
I'm
se
going to
recupera el alma
explain
fragmentada, voy a hacer
how
un pequeño
you
paréntesis
recover the fragmented soul.
y
I'm
voy a
going to do a
explicar
little
qué es
parenthesis.
lo que es el alma
I'm going to
fragmentada.
explain what is the fragmented soul.
Voy a decir
I'm going to
que
say
el alma se comporta como un
that
sistema
the
fractal.
soul behaves like a
Como
fractal
ven acá, un
system.
sistema
As you can
fractal
see here, a
es
fractal
un sistema
system
donde la parte
is a
más
system
pequeña
where the
contiene la
smallest part
información de
contains
la
the
totalidad del
information of the
sistema y
totality of
viceversa.
the system and
Este
vice versa.
triángulo equilátero que está propuesto por un
This
matemático polaco,
triangle
ven que
you
es
can see here.
la información, que es el
You
triángulo
can see
equilátero,
the
está
information is the triangle,
en todo el sistema,
and
en las partes más
around
pequeñas
all
y
the
también
system,
en las
in the
partes
smallest part,
intermedias. Hay
and
un
in the
patrón de
medium part.
autosimilitud.
There's a similar,
La experiencia
very
sexual es
similar
un sometimiento
pattern.
tan extremo para una niña,
Sexual
para un
abuse is so
niño,
extreme
que el
for a
alma
kid,
no
for a
puede
child,
soportar la
that
experiencia
the soul cannot
y se fractura,
endure
se
the
disocia, se
experience,
separa.
and it gets fragmented, splitted,
El
separated.
esquema lo muestra de una forma muy
So you
simple.
can see here
Una
in
parte del alma se sale en la
scheme,
experiencia y ve la
some of
experiencia desde
one part
afuera.
of the soul gets fragmented and watch
En
the
la
experience from the
psicología
outside.
tradicional también
In
se
traditional
ocupa el término
psychology, you
disociación,
also use the term
pero en la psicología
dissociation.
tradicional no se pregunta qué parte de
In the
nosotros se
traditional
disocia y a dónde va esa parte que
psychology
se disocia.
doesn't ask himself what
El
part of
paciente
us
trabajando
is
en
going
estado de
away
conciencia
and
expandida
why. When
puede
you're
darse
working in an
cuenta que una parte
expanded
de la
state of mind,
niña
you
o
can
el
see that
niño
a
se
part
salió
of the
del
kid,
cuerpo durante la experiencia
of the
y
child,
miraba todo
left
desde
the body
afuera.
and it was watching from the outside.
Lo que suele pasar es que yo le pregunto al
What
paciente,
usually
fíjate
happens
bien,
is that
¿dónde está tu
I ask the
alma?
patient,
Y la respuesta más común es que el
look
paciente dice, no
around and
estoy,
see where's your soul,
me
and
salí,
the most common
estoy en
answer
un
is
rinconcito
I'm
de la
not there.
pieza, metido
I
bajo la
left
cama,
my
me
body.
regresé al útero de
I'm
mamá,
on a
me fue
little
la luz,
corner on the
incluso me han
room. I
dicho
am
que fue una
under the
vida
bed.
pasada.
I'm in my mom's womb.
Pasa de todo.
Sometimes I
Lo
hear
importante es
I'm
que
in a past
el
life.
paciente se da cuenta que una
Anything can
parte de la
happen, but
niña, del
the
niño,
patient
no
notices
estaba
one part
en
of the
el
child
cuerpo
is not
durante la
on the
experiencia.
body during the experience.
Esa parte que se disocia no
That
vuelve
part that
por
is
sí misma.
dissociated doesn't come back by itself.
Porque está traumatizada.
Because it's traumatized.
Piensa que el cuerpo es un lugar
It thinks
inseguro
that
para
the
ella.
body is an unsecure place to be.
Y se queda atrapada en un tiempo-espacio
Trapped
congelado. No
in a
sigue
time space that is
evolucionando.
frozen. It doesn't evolve anymore.
Esa parte del alma tiene la edad,
Part of the
es un
soul
fractal que se disocia, ocupando la
it's like a
terminología de fractal.
fraction
Y tienen la edad, eso es igual. Cuando he trabajado con niñas adolescentes, por ejemplo, he trabajado con niñas hasta de 13 años, la niña dice, veo estoy yo de fuera y tiene mi mismo cuerpo, es igual a mí, y está experimentando esto de afuera. Cuando es una adulta la que trabaja, esto, dice, está la niña ahí, se ve como con la edad que tenía cuando pasó el hecho. Por supuesto, esa niña está traumatizada. Hay pacientes que no lo ven tan claramente, pero de alguna forma lo intuyen o lo ven, o lo sienten. Entonces, ahora sí puedo explicar qué es lo que es la recuperación del alma. Una vez que el paciente se dio cuenta que una parte de su alma está afuera, puede llamarla. El paciente en estado de conciencia expandida le habla a ese niño que se salió del cuerpo. Y le habla como un niño que está asustado. El adulto le habla al niño y lo convence para que vuelva. Le dice de partida, le dice que ya creció, que ha pasado mucho tiempo y que está viviendo cosas muy bellas, que tiene hijos, que tiene nietos y que necesita que esa parte vuelva. Y esa parte vuelve. Para alguien que me escucha o ve esto de por primera vez, pareciera ser algo demasiado simple, ridículo, pero es tremendamente exitoso. Funciona en el 99% de los casos. Y los beneficios son muchos. Lo que le suele decir el adulto que se da cuenta es decirle, bueno, yo te voy a cuidar. Ya no está pasando eso. Eso es lo que se refiere a la recuperación del alma, de la recuperación de energía del alma fragmentada. Dentro también del trabajo energético está la recuperación de energía que tiene el agresor. El agresor literalmente roba una parte del alma de la niña o del niño cuando lo abusa. Y el paciente también, en el estado de conciencia expandida, se da cuenta de eso. Y puede enfrentar al alma del agresor y pedirle lo que le corresponde legítimamente de regreso. El adulto suele decir, devuélveme mi inocencia, devuélveme mi paz, mi tranquilidad, mi alegría, que son formas de energía. También pasa lo mismo con la recuperación de energía de terceros, que por lo general son las figuras paternas, papá, mamá, el abuelito, la tía, que no hizo lo que tenía que hacer. Muchos pacientes me han contado, mamá no me creyó, tuvo miedo de hablar, que la familia se divorciara. Desgraciadamente esto pasa y sin querer culpar a nadie, porque cada padre hace lo que puede, pero el punto importante es que el niño no recibió la protección, no recibió el cariño. Y ese niño aún está en deuda, esperando esa energía paterna-materna. Entonces el adulto acompaña al niño a pedirle eso a papá y mamá. Le explica, papá, mamá, lo que pasó me dolió mucho, no me defendiste, no hiciste nada. Y también le pide esa energía. Y los pacientes suelen decir, devuélveme la guía materna, la intuición femenina, la protección, que son formas de energía que ellos entonces pueden darle a sus hijos y a sus nietos, porque no pueden dar algo que no han recibido. Entonces, el paciente va empoderándose. Este trabajo lo hace el propio paciente ayudado por el terapeuta. Entonces el paciente, al ser protagonista de recuperar esa parte de su alma que se había salido del cuerpo, se siente empoderado. Él puede hacer cosas. Los pacientes suelen decir cuando se recupera el alma, vuelve como colores, como esferas de color, burbujas. Hace poco una paciente me dijo, son gatitos que están aquí en mi pecho volviendo. Esto también, la otra importancia de este trabajo energético es porque finalmente el niño o la niña acompañada del adulto puede decir o hacer lo que en el momento no pudo hacer ni decir. Por eso decimos que está terminando la experiencia. La experiencia está incompleta porque el niño no pudo reaccionar, no pudo decir, no pudo hablar, no pudo mover. Y es una instancia de que se recupera esa energía y mucho más. La fragmentación del alma no es algo malo, no es un error de la naturaleza. Al contrario, es un sistema de protección. Gracias a que el alma se fractura, se separa, podemos seguir sobreviviendo a experiencias tan dramáticas como es un abuso sexual en la infancia. Bien. Ahora voy a ver la tercera parte en el trabajo energético que tiene que ver con las energías adheridas. Bueno, y si se fijaron en la diapositiva anterior, cuando el alma se fragmentó, dejó un espacio, dejó un vacío. Entonces, como salir de la casa y dejar la puerta abierta. Cualquier intruso se puede meter y empezar a ocupar la casa. Y eso pasa. Una energía no física ve una vulnerabilidad en el campo vibratorio de la persona, se siente atraído por cualquier razón y se queda, se pega al campo vibratorio del niño, porque esto generalmente pasa en la infancia. Con el tiempo, esta energía empieza a influir en los pensamientos, en las emociones, en la conducta de la persona. Y como el niño o el adulto no es consciente de esto, piensa que esas emociones, que esos pensamientos, esas conductas son de él, pero está ayudado en medida bastante importante por una o varias energías extrañas que se han adherido porque el campo vibratorio estaba herido, había vulnerabilidad producto de los hechos traumáticos que había vivido. Y me he encontrado con todo tipo de energías adheridas. Aquí hay una lista que no pretende ser absoluta, hay más tipos de energías. Y están los oportunistas, aquel que iba pasando, vio la oportunidad, se pegó. Están los obsesores, que puede ser un oportunista, pero con el tiempo empieza a obsesar. O sea, ¿qué significa obsesores? Que empieza a agredir, empieza a hostigar a la persona. Y también están los obsesores kármicos. Aquel entidad no física que tiene un propósito que generalmente es un encono, una venganza, y suele ser de vidas anteriores. Y por lo general, este obsesor kármico tiene relación con la experiencia de abuso sexual. También están las energías de ancestros. Al parecer, por todo lo que se investiga y lo que se ve, el abuso sexual es transgeneracional. Lo han vivido la paciente que llega a mi consulta, su madre, su abuela, la bisabuela, la tatarabuela, y me he encontrado con la tatarabuela, con la bisabuela en el paciente. También experimentando una experiencia de abuso sexual. Me da la impresión de que es como si el alma de estos ancestros quisiera resolver aquello que no ha podido resolver en su vida. Y al parecer los descendientes están haciendo el trabajo junto con los abuelos. Y finalmente, también me he encontrado con la energía del agresor. Una vez que se hace todo el trabajo energético, que se recupera todo el alma, que se echan a todas las almas energéticas no físicas que están con el paciente, suele pasar que está la energía del agresor con el paciente aún, o al menos una forma de pensamiento del agresor. En todos estos casos, lo que se hace terapéuticamente es explicarle a esta energía no física que ya no tiene nada que hacer ahí, y que su mejor destino es la luz, la fuente, la energía original. Y una vez que el agresor, cualquiera de estos tipos de energías se regresa a la luz, produce, no solamente estamos beneficiando a este tipo de almas, también estamos beneficiando al paciente que deja de estar influenciado por esta energía extraña. A continuación, quiero dar un ejemplo de un diálogo con una de estas energías. Uno puede, a través del paciente, entablar una conversación con estas energías. Y quiero mostrarle un pequeño diálogo para que puedan tener una idea de cómo actúan. Esta paciente tenía 31 años en el momento de hacer la terapia y se trata de una entidad oportunista. La entidad dijo: estoy atrapado. Llegué cuando era una niña. Ella tiene miedo. La tomé de los pies y me sentí bien. Me atrajo su pena. Me alimento de su sufrimiento. Como ven, la energía acá está diciendo: que tiene conciencia que está
And you can
atrapada,
see
que
the
no se
energy
puede de
saying
ahí,
that she's
que tiene
conscious that
conciencia
she's
de cuando
trapped and she
llegó,
can't leave.
del
She's
estado
conscious about
emocional
when she got there,
de la niña y
of
de
the
lo que
emotional
hace con la
state of the
niña.
kid and what
Y
she
esta última
does with
línea
the
es
kid.
bastante
And
frecuente.
this last line is very
Las
frequent.
entidades no físicas, las almas
The
perdidas, las
non-physical
entidades
entities, the lost
se
souls,
alimentan de nuestro
feed
sufrimiento.
from
Yo me
our
atrevo a decir
suffering.
que cuando estamos en
And
estado de
I
pena,
could
de
say that when
angustia,
we are
de miedo,
sad,
de culpa, de
we're
forma
anxious,
crónica,
we're
es
fearing in
altamente
a chronic
probable que
way,
tengamos
it is highly
energías
likely
adheridas con
that we
nosotros.
have energies attached to us.
Otra parte de la terapia que es
Another part
posible
of the
gracias
therapy
a que el
that
paciente está
we
trabajando
can
en
do
estado de
thanks
conciencia
to the
expandida
patient doing
es
this
la
work of
desprogramación.
expanded conscious is the deprogrammation. Deprogramming.
Cuando somos adultos,
When we're
ya
adults,
sabemos que el inconsciente es
we
la
already
mayor
know
parte
that
de
the
nosotros. Es
consciousness
decir, sabemos
is
muy
the
poco
biggest part
acerca de
of
nuestro
us.
funcionamiento.
We know
La
very
mayor
little
cantidad
of
de
its functioning.
pensamientos, emociones
Most of
y
our
procesos que
thoughts,
pasan en nosotros
emotions, and
son a
processes
nivel
that
inconsciente.
happen in
En la
ourselves
infancia esto es mucho
are on
mayor.
an
Por
unconscious
eso
level.
los niños son
In
tan
childhood, this
espontáneos,
is
no tienen
bigger.
filtro para
That's
expresarse,
why
porque están
children are
manejados a
very
nivel inconsciente.
spontaneous. They don't
Su
have a filter
conciencia
of
va
what they
creciendo a
say
medida que
because
van haciéndose
they aren't
mayor.
very unconscious.
Ahora, en estado de shock, como es un
Now,
abuso
in a shock
sexual,
state,
el inconsciente
in
gobierna
a sexual
casi por
abuse,
completo
the
la experiencia.
unconscious is
Y eso hace
almost
que aumente la
completely in their
vulnerabilidad.
experience, and that makes the vulnerability to increase.
Y al aumentar la vulnerabilidad, nos hacemos
And when the
vulnerables
vulnerability
a la
increases,
programación
we're
mental.
vulnerable to
Lo que se ha
the
mencionado, lo que
mental
mencionaba el doctor
deprogramming.
Paguli, a la
What
creación de
Dr.
mandatos
Kabuli mentioned to
inconscientes.
the creation of unconscious mandates.
Cuando hablo de programación
When I
mental,
talk about mental
hablo del
programming,
sistema de
I
creencias.
talk about the
El sistema de
belief
creencias, la mayor
system.
parte de nuestro sistema de creencias está, por supuesto, a nivel
Most of that
inconsciente.
is at an
El
unconscious
sistema de
level.
creencias es lo que yo pienso, lo que yo
Belief
creo
system
de
is
mí
what I
mismo,
think and I
de
believe of
los
myself,
otros y del
of
mundo en general.
others, and in the world in
Y es
general.
determinante para las experiencias que yo voy a vivir.
And
Por
that
ejemplo, si yo
determines the
creo que
experiences
no
that I'm
valgo lo
going to live. For
suficiente,
example, if I
las
think that I am
experiencias
not
que
worthy
tenga
enough,
me van a confirmar
the
esa
experiences
creencia,
I have
yo la
are
voy a
going to confirm
percibir
that
como que la
belief, and I'm
gente
going to
piensa de
perceive
mí
it as
que yo no valgo
what
lo
people
suficiente.
think of me,
Lo
and that
mismo
I'm
si
not
tengo una
worth enough.
creencia profunda de
The
que el
same,
mundo es
that I
injusto.
have a
Las
profound
experiencias que
belief
tenga
that the
me
world
van a
is
confirmar esa
unjust.
creencia
The
inconsciente que
experiences I
tengo
have are
de que
going
el
to
mundo es
confirm
injusto.
that belief that I have, and that the world
Durante el
is
trabajo
unjust,
regresivo,
it's unfair. During the regressive work,
ayudo al paciente
I
a ser
help the
consciente, a
patient
que
to be
identifique las
conscious so
programaciones
that
inconscientes que
they
tiene
identify the
producto del abuso
unconscious
sexual, que
programming
fueron
that they have
generadas durante el
due to
abuso
the sexual
sexual.
abuse that was
Y se hace una
generated
exploración
during the
básicamente en
sexual
tres
abuse. And with
áreas.
you on exploring
Las reacciones y
in three
sensaciones
areas,
que
the
experimentó la
reactions and
niña o el niño durante la
sensations that the
experiencia,
kid experienced during the
lo que dijeron
experience,
o hicieron
what they said
el
or
abusador
did,
o los
the
abusadores,
abuser or the
y lo que
abusers,
dicen o hacen otras
what
personas,
they
terceras personas.
what other
Voy a
people
dar
say or
tres
do.
ejemplos de esta
I'm going to give
exploración que se
3
hace,
examples of
de lo que,
this
lo que
exploration that
sintió
we
y
did,
experimentó la niña,
of what the
lo
kid
que dijeron lo
felt
hizo el
and
abusador,
experienced, what the
lo que
abuser
dijeron o
did
hicieron terceras
or
personas.
said, and what third parties said or did.
Aquí voy a leer primero la reacción de
Here
la
I'm
niña
going
durante la
to read
experiencia.
the reaction
El adulto,
of the
haciendo la
kid during the
experiencia con la
experience.
conciencia
The
de
adult
niña, se da
doing the
cuenta.
experience with
No creo
the
que está
conscious
bien
of
lo que
the
está
kid
pasando.
realizes, I don't think
No
it's
hago
good.
nada. Me quedo
What's
callada.
happening is good. I don't do anything.
Cuando le
I stay
pregunto
quiet.
al adulto que está
When
haciendo la
I ask the
experiencia, esto que
adult that
pensaste de
is saying
niña,
the experience,
¿cómo te está
what you
afectando?
thought
¿Cuáles son
when
las
you were a kid,
consecuencias para tu
how is
vida
that
de
affecting
adulta?
you? What are the
El adulto ahí
consequences
hace
for
como un
your
ensayo
adult life?
interno y
The
se da
adult
cuenta y dice
does
lo
an
siguiente.
internal
No
work
sé si mis
and
decisiones son las correctas.
she says the next, I don't
No
know
puedo
if my
sentir que
decisions are the right ones.
está bien
I
lo
can
que
feel
hago.
that what I'm doing
Como
is
ven,
good.
esta
As you can
programación
see, this
ronda en
programming
la seguridad.
is
La
around
seguridad en el hacer, en el
the
decidir. Quiero decir que cada
confidence in
programación
deciding.
es única para
And
cada
I want to say
paciente.
that that
No
each
existe algo
programming
así
is
como que
unique
hay una
for every
lista de
patient.
programaciones,
There
de
isn't
mandatos,
like a
y
list
nosotros
of
los vamos a tomar
programmings and
haciendo
mandates,
nosotros.
and we're going to
Los vamos
take it
creando
for
durante nuestra
ourselves.
experiencia.
We create them during our
Y aparte de eso,
experiences.
esto que digo yo,
And besides
que es
that, what I'm
acerca de la
saying that
seguridad,
is
para el
about
paciente puede implicar muchas cosas más. Esto es como
confidence
un
for the
título, una
patient could
etiqueta
imply
de un
many things
conocimiento
more.
interior.
This is like a label
Voy
of
a
our
mostrar
inner
otro ejemplo para que
knowledge. I'm
puedan entender
going
con mayor
to
claridad.
show another example so that you can understand better.
Esto es lo que dice el abusador. El
This is what
abusador
the
le
abuser
dice a la
says.
niña,
The
tranquila,
abuser says to the
no
kid,
pasa nada, te va a gustar,
don't worry,
no llore.
nothing's gonna happen. You're gonna like it.
Cuando
Don't cry it.
le pregunto al paciente, ¿y esto que te
When
dijo el
I
abusador, esto que
ask
te
the
dice el
patient
abusador,
what your
cómo te
abuser
afecta en tu
said to
vida
you,
adulta?
how
La
does it
paciente se da
affect
cuenta
to
lo
you
siguiente,
in your
no
adult
puedo
life? And the
disfrutar del
patient said
amor,
this next thing.
de hacer el
I
amor
can
con mi pareja,
enjoy making
tampoco
love
puedo
with
disfrutar
my
del día a día,
partner. I can't
de las
either
pequeñas cosas que me
enjoy
gustan.
daily life of the little things I
Podríamos
like.
decir acerca de este programa
We could say
que tiene
about this
implicancias
programming that
en la capacidad de disfrutar
it
de la vida,
has an
la
effect
capacidad del
of
placer,
the
en la
ability
capacidad del
of
gozo.
enjoying
Y como ven,
life.
fue generado en esa
And as you can
experiencia, pero el
see, it
paciente
was
no lo
created in that
relacionaba con la
experience,
experiencia
but the
adulta.
patient didn't relate this to this experience as
Acá hay
an
otro
adult.
ejemplo.
And
Fue lo que dijeron
here we
terceras
have another
personas.
example.
La
It's
paciente
what
se da
third
cuenta que su mamá
people
le dijo,
said.
mi mamá me
And the
dice que no fue un
patient realizes
abuso,
what
que me había
he said.
violado y yo
My
no me
mom
acordaba
says
de
it
eso.
wasn't an abuse, that
Cuando le pregunto a la paciente
she
cómo le
had
afecta
raped me, and
esto que dice
that I
mamá
didn't
y
remember
que
that.
pensó ella,
When
en su
I
vida
asked
adulta la
her how
paciente
did it
dice lo
affect her,
siguiente,
she said
esto
the
me
next
hace
thing.
estar siempre en
This
el
makes
límite de
me
subir o de bajar de peso,
being always in
de
the
verme
limit
bien
of
o de no verme bien,
increasing
de
or
querer que no me vean, de
gaining
pasar
or
desapercibida.
losing weight, of looking good or
Podríamos
not,
decir, para
of
tratar de
wanting to be seen or
comprender
not.
esta programación que tiene
To
que ver con la autoestima, con el autocuidado.
This has
Pero
to do
insisto,
with
para el
self-esteem, with
paciente
self-care,
probablemente signifique mucho más que eso.
and probably for the patient that means a lot more than that.
Quiero a continuación
Next, I would like to
compartirle
share with
algunos
you
testimonios de los pacientes que dicen
some
un tiempo
testimony of
después
the
de haber hecho la
patients
terapia.
that it's
Esto lo dijo un
time
paciente que en el momento de la
after they did
terapia
the
tenía
therapy.
50 años.
This
Y
was
el
a patient
testimonio lo
that
da
in the
3 años
moment of the
después.
therapy,
Y
he
dice lo
was 50
siguiente,
years old, and
sí,
this was
creo
3
que me
years
ayudó.
after. And he
Absolutamente.
says, yes, I think it
Me siento más libre en la
absolutely
sexualidad con
helped
mi
me.
esposo.
I feel freer in
Y no
my
es un tema que mire
sexuality
ya
with
con
my
dolor,
husband, and it's
sino como
not
que fue
something that
algo
I look at
fue
with pain,
algo que
but
fue parte de mi vida.
it's something that was
Solamente.
just
Un
part of my
aprendizaje.
life,
Gracias por todo.
a lesson. Thank you for everything.
El siguiente testimonio
The next
es de una
testimony
paciente que en el momento de
is from
hacer
a
el trabajo
patient
tiene
that when she
60
did the
años.
work, she was
El testimonio
60
lo da
years
un
old,
día
and the
después de hacer la
testimony
sesión de
was
regresión.
one day
Y el
after
mensaje
she
que
did
me
the
envía es el
regression.
siguiente.
And the
Hola,
message
buen
that
día.
she sends me is
Muchas
this
gracias.
next one.
La verdad no
Hi,
tengo
good
palabras para
morning.
describir lo que siento.
Good day. Thank you
Solo
very much.
podría decir
Actually,
que
I
es un
don't have the
alivio
words to
inmenso,
describe what I feel.
inconmensurable,
Just would like to say
inmedible.
that it's a
Sí,
relief,
estoy
a huge
procesando
relief,
y tratando de no
incommensurable.
pensar mucho.
Yes,
Más
I'm
bien
processing
sentir
it.
y
I'm
observar
trying not to
lo que
think
me
too
aparece
much,
de forma
but
natural,
to
que por
feel
lo
and
demás
observe what
está completamente libre de la
appears in a
angustia
natural
que
way,
viví
that
durante
also is
décadas.
completely free from the anguishment
Cada
that I lived
paciente reacciona
during
de forma diferente después de una sesión de
decades.
regresión.
Each patient reacts in a different
Algunos
way
pacientes,
after the
como
session.
este que ven
Some
recién,
patients,
se
as
acercan
the
a la
one you
euforia.
saw
Es tanto el alivio
right
que
now,
tienen que se
are
expresan
near
y
to
sienten el
euphoria.
cambio
They have
de
so
forma
much
muy
relief that they feel the
visceral,
change
tangente, clara.
in a
A
really
otros
tangible
pacientes,
way, in a
prácticamente
clear
después de la
way.
sesión no
And
dicen
for
nada.
other patients,
Tal
after
vez
the
no se
session,
atrevan a
they don't say
decir, se
almost
guardan los
anything. Maybe
comentarios
they don't dare
y
to
se vienen
say
a dar
anything.
cuenta meses
They
después. He tenido
keep
pacientes
those
que me han
comments
dicho,
for
después
themselves,
de 6
and
meses
then
me
they
vine a
talk
dar
to me.
cuenta de los
There are
efectos
some
que me
patients
trajo
that
hacer la terapia
say after
regresiva.
6 months, I realize of the effects that this
Y
regressive
finalmente, para
therapy
terminar,
has done. And finally, to finish,
quiero mostrarles
I want to show you
este
this.
triángulo que ven
This
ahí
triangle that you
es un
can see
aporte del análisis
is a
transaccional.
contribution of
Es un
the
área de la
transactional
psicología.
analysis as a psychology area.
¿Qué nos dice el al análisis transaccional, que los humanos nos relacionamos de forma dramática.
Relate in a dramatic way.
Cuando viene el paciente a trabajar,
when the patient
han
comes
venido a trabajar
to work,
abusos
they have
sexuales,
come
como
to
les
work
digo, la
sexual
mayoría
abuse,
de
like,
ellos no
as I
venía
was
a
saying,
eso,
most of them
venía
didn't
a
come
trabajar
for that.
otro problema.
They
Pero
came
el
to work
problema que
another
venía a
problem,
trabajar
but the
también
problem that
era
they came
este
to
rol, porque
work
el triángulo
was also
dramático
this
nos
role,
define que
because
hacemos
this
roles.
dramatic
Y
triangle
viene como el rol de
defines
víctima.
what
No,
we
no
do
tiene
as role, and
conciencia
they
que el
have
rol de
this
víctima
victim role,
se
and
origina en el abuso
they don't have
sexual,
the conscious that this
sino
role
que viene porque tiene un
comes from
problema con el
sexual abuse,
dinero,
but
con el
they come
trabajo,
because
con la
they
pareja
have
o con las
money
parejas,
problems or work
tiene un
with
problema
their
de salud,
relationships.
tiene un problema
They have a
psicológico,
health problem, a
es víctima
psychological
de sus
problem.
emociones.
They're a victim of their
Esto es muy
emotions.
común en los seres
And this
humanos.
is very common in
Desarrollamos el
human
rol de
beings.
víctima
We develop
de
the
forma
victim
muy
role
dramática, como
in
puede
a
ser
very
una
dramatic
paliza en la
way,
infancia, un
which could be
accidente, una enfermedad, una
hitting in
catástrofe,
the
un abuso sexual, por
childhood, a
supuesto, pero
catastrophe,
también el
and
rol de
sexual
víctima tiene
abuse,
formas
but
más
also
sutiles.
the victim role
Puedo
were
ser
more
víctima de mi
subtle.
pareja que no me ama,
I can
del,
be a victim
de
of
mi
a partner
empleador
that
que
doesn't
me
love me,
explota,
of
del
my
gobierno que
employer that
me usa,
exploits me, of the
del juez,
government
del
that uses me,
policía.
of the
También
judge, of
estamos
the
haciendo
police.
roles de víctima
We're also
y no nos damos
playing the
cuenta.
victim roles, and we don't realize it.
Las vidas pasadas, cuando el paciente trabaja
Past
vidas pasadas,
when the patient works on it,
también es más frecuente todavía que haga rol de víctima.
more frequently
Pero tanto en vidas
they
pasadas
play the victim role,
como en
but
la vida
in
presente, es frecuente
in
que de
past
tanto
life
ser
as in
víctima me
current
empiezo a
life,
aburrir,
it's
empiezo a agarrar
frequent that
bronca, me
since
empiezo
we're
a agarrar
playing the
tanta
role of
rabia
victim
que me
so
convierto en
much
agresor porque
time,
quiero
I start
desquitarme,
to
quiero
get
vengarme,
angry, fed
porque me han
up,
hecho tanto daño
because
que yo empiezo a
I
hacerlo.
want to get a
O me
revenge
convierto en
because they've
perseguidor,
done so much
persigo a otros porque
damage
quiero
to
hacer
me, and
justicia,
or I turn
me
myself
convierto en
into a
justiciero.
pursuer.
O tal vez veo una injusticia y
So
quiero salvar algo y
maybe
no
I
puedo y
see a
vuelvo a ser
justice and I
víctima
want to
porque
save
siento la impotencia.
someone, and then
O soy un
I can't,
observador
and I
y
become myself a
también
victim.
siento
And
un malestar de
or
algún tipo.
maybe
Porque el
I
ver una
feel
injusticia, basta prender la
bad
televisión en estos
when
días
I am
y vamos a
observer.
observar este triángulo dramático.
Well, we're
Vivimos en
going
una
to see
sociedad
this
que se
dramatic
relaciona
triangle
de esta
here.
forma.
We live in a society that
Ahora,
relates
¿qué es
each other in that
importante?
way.
Que no
Now,
sabemos
what's important
que
that
son roles,
we
que
don't
no
know
es
that they are
no es
role.
nuestra verdadera esencia.
It's not our
Y
true
cuando
essence.
sabemos que son roles,
And when
podemos
we know that they are
desidentificarnos de
roles,
ese rol.
we can de-identify ourselves
No
from
basta una
those
experiencia de
roles.
víctima para ser
It's
víctima.
not enough to
Hay que
have an experience of
sentirse
victim to
víctima.
be a victim. You have to
¿Qué quiero
feel
decir
a
cuando hay que
victim.
sentirse
What do I
víctima?
mean by that?
Siento impotencia, siento
I feel
incomprensión, siento
hopelessness.
angustia, siento pena,
I don't
siento que nadie me
understand. I feel
ayuda,
anguish.
siento que
I
estoy
feel
sola,
sad.
que
I
estoy
feel like
solo.
I'm alone.
Ese es el rol de
No
víctima.
one's helping me. That's the victim
Cuando
role.
me empiezo a dar cuenta
When I start to
que ese
realize
es el rol de víctima, ya es el primer
that's the
paso.
victim role, that's the
No, yo no
first
soy
step.
eso que estoy
I
experimentando,
am
por lo
not
tanto puedo
that
salir
I'm
de ahí.
experiencing, therefore I can go out of that.
Tanto en vidas pasadas como en vidas presentes,
long as
solemos
in past
repetir
lives or
este rol
present lives,
una y otra
we
vez.
repeat
Y
this role
muchas veces,
over and
como digo,
over.
lo intercambiamos.
And we usually
Adquirimos un
exchange
patrón de
that.
conducta producto de toda esta programación
We
mental
acquire
que
a
sufrimos en la
conduct
experiencia
pattern
más dramática de
regarding
víctima. Una
from our
forma de
victim
ser,
experience, it's a
mandatos,
way of being,
programaciones mentales que
mandates,
repetimos
mind
una y otra vez estos
programations
roles.
that we repeat over and over these roles.
Lo importante es saber esto.
The important thing is
Y lo
to
que
know
quiero
this.
comunicar
And what I want to
a la
communicate
gente que puede
to the
estar
people
viendo
that
esto, que
might
conoce
be
a alguien o ellos
watching
mismos han pasado por
this
una
or know
experiencia de abuso
somebody
sexual o
out there
cualquier experiencia
gone
dramática,
through a
que
sexual abuse
en lo puntual, una experiencia de
episode
abuso sexual
themselves.
implica mucho
And a
más de
sexual
lo que
abuse experience
acabamos
implies
de
way more than what
podemos
we
ver,
just
percibir como
we can
testimonio de
see or
los
perceive as a
afectados.
testimony
Como
from
he
the
dicho,
affected
implica una
people. It
fragmentación
also
del
implies a
alma,
fragmentation
una
of the
pérdida de
soul,
nuestra esencia,
a
una
loss of
energía
our
vital.
essence,
Energía
vital
vital
energy.
es la energía que
Vital
tenemos para
energy
vivir.
is what we have
Ya
to
dijo
live
José en la
for
mañana
living.
que es como que tuviéramos la
As
mitad
Jose said
de
in the
nuestras
morning, it's like we
baterías.
had only the half of our
Tuviéramos 10
battery.
baterías para esta vida,
We have
pero
10
5
batteries to
están
be
bajo
alive,
llave
but
en un
5 of
closet.
them are in
Por
a
eso nos
key
cuestan
on the
tanto hacer las
basement.
cosas. Por eso
That's why it's so
estoy
hard for us to
confundida,
do
estoy
things.
confundido,
That's
no
why
tengo
I'm
claridad.
confused.
Es
I have
como
no
que tuviera así
clarity.
con la mano
It's like
puesta en
I
la
want
nariz y en la
like
boca,
this with my
no me
hand in
dejaran
my mouth
respirar.
and
Me cuesta
nose, and
vivir sin toda toda la energía de mi alma conmigo. También la experiencia de abuso sexual implica esa vulnerabilidad, que podemos ser víctimas de entidades no físicas. Y tampoco nos damos cuenta.
and we don't notice either.
Y también la experiencia de abuso sexual implica la creación de programas mentales autolimitantes, lo que llamamos mandatos nosotros. Programación mental que me hace repetir la experiencia una y otra vez. Pero la buena noticia que tanto el alma fragmentada, que se puede recuperar, la programación mental se puede desprogramar y la energía física se puede expulsar. Nos podemos limpiar de todo eso. La experiencia, yo considero que la experiencia de abuso sexual es una experiencia transversal a la vida. Es algo que vamos a tener que vivirlo y sobrepasarlo para aquellos que quieren, aquellos que se lo propongan, por supuesto. La experiencia de terapia regresiva es una experiencia breve, es corta, pero es muy efectiva. Hizo un gran impulso para salir de estos roles. Sin embargo, muchas pacientes a veces hacen actividades complementarias, psicoterapia, otro tipo de actividades complementarias que le ayudan a complementar. Otros pacientes hacen varias sesiones, que es lo que más recomiendo yo, porque esto tiene muchas caras. No solamente es el abuso sexual en la infancia, a veces está relacionado con experiencias de vidas pasadas, y como ya saben, hay actividades involucradas. Cada paciente lo va a hacer a su manera y va a llegar hasta donde quiera. Todo esto, el ser consciente de todo esto que pasa, implica un autoconocimiento. El autoconocimiento implica crecimiento personal, saber quién es uno. Finalmente, el llevar a sanar me implica que yo crezca, que me desarrolle. Yo quisiera invitar a la gente a pasar del estrés postraumático al crecimiento postraumático. Es como el culmine de la sanación. Muchas gracias a todos. Y ahora podemos hacer preguntas.
Now we can do questions.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Si es que hay preguntas, yo feliz.
If there's any question, I'll happily answer.
¿Cómo podemos hacer
How can
consciente
we
nuestro sistema de creencias?
conscious our belief system?
Yo tengo varios métodos. No
I
es
have
el único.
very many methods. It's not the only one.
Lo primero es decidir
First of all,
ser
you have to decide
absolutamente
to
honesto
be
conmigo
absolutely
mismo.
honest with myself.
Porque los humanos
Because humans,
somos
we are
espectaculares para mentirnos a nosotros
spectacular
mismos. Nos mentimos
when
con
it comes
mucha
to lying
facilidad.
to ourselves, we lie to
Entonces lo
ourselves
primero es
very easily.
decidir ser
So the
honesto.
first thing is to decide to be honest.
Cuando yo soy honesto conmigo,
When
me
I'm
pongo a
honest with
escuchar mis
myself,
pensamientos.
I start listening to my thoughts.
Me pongo a escuchar mis emociones.
I listen
Me
to my
pongo a
emotions.
observar mis
I
conductas.
observe my
Y ahí está
conduct.
lo que yo creo, lo que
And
siento,
there
porque como
is
dije,
what
lo
I
que yo
feel.
creo lo
Because
voy
of
a
what I
vivir.
just said, what I believe, I'm gonna live.
Mis creencias inconscientes se
My
manifiestan
beliefs, unconscious beliefs
en el
manifest
mundo consciente, en mi
in the
realidad.
conscious world, in my
Entonces
reality.
eso es lo primero que digo yo.
So that's
Ser
the first thing I say.
honesto con uno mismo,
To be honest
decidirlo
with yourself,
y
decide it,
observar con honestidad
and
mi
observe
mundo, mi
with
experiencia.
honesty
Ahí está
my
la
world,
creencia.
my experience, and there you got the beliefs. Good.
Aquí hay otra pregunta. Luego de
Here's
asumir
another
el rol de
question.
víctima, ¿has llegado a algún
After
caso
assuming
clínico
the
donde la
victim role,
víctima
is there
se
any
reconozca como victimario en una vida
clinic case when
pasada?
the victim recognizes himself as an
Gracias por la
aggressor in a
pregunta.
past life? Thanks for the
He
question.
tenido creo que los dos más casos, en
I
caso de
have
abuso sexual, que me
not more than
he ido
two
a ver
cases
victimarios.
the victim sees
Ha
himself
sido
as
muy
an
difícil para
aggressor.
ellos, pero
It's
han
very
llegado.
hard for
Y
them,
en los dos casos
but
que
they
tuve,
got there.
llegan
In
con
both of the cases that I've had,
almas
they
obsesoras
come with
y les
obsessor
dificultan
souls,
mucho el trabajo.
and
De hecho,
that
ninguno de
makes
los dos ha
the
terminado el
work
trabajo.
very
O sea,
hard.
no han llegado,
Actually,
hicieron una regresión, no volvieron
not even,
más. Y
none of
tenían
both of
almas
them
obsesoras.
got and solved the issue. They quit the
A
therapy.
propósito de
And
esta
both of them
pregunta,
had
yo quiero
obsessor
como hacer un
souls.
cuestionamiento abierto, no pretendo buscar
Purpose
la
of this
respuesta,
question, I
pero
want to do
como sociedad
a questioning. As a
llevamos
society,
siglos castigando a
we've
los
been
pederastas,
centuries punishing
siglos.
the pedophiles.
Y cada vez
Centuries.
el índice de abuso es mayor.
And every time
No digo que no haya que encerrarlos,
the rate
hacer
is
ejecutar
bigger.
justicia, pero tal vez también deberíamos
I
sanarlo.
don't say
Porque un
that there
pederasta
shouldn't
que
be
no se
justice,
sana
but then we have to
si lo
heal
matamos,
them,
va a
because
volver a
a
nacer
pederast that you don't
y va
heal
a
is
seguir
going to
siendo el
born
rol,
again,
o se va a
and is going
convertir
to
en
do that
víctima.
role again,
Lo
or is
mismo con
going to
las
become a
víctimas.
victim. The
Creo
same
que
with the
como
victims.
sociedad
What I think
hay
as a
que enfocarse más
society,
en la
we have to
sanación.
focus more on the healing.
Cierto. Aquí Claudio Castro dice
True.
algo que complementa eso.
Claudia
Dice,
Castro
¿cómo
says
tratar en esta
something
existencia
complements
a los
that.
agresores
How to
sexuales?
treat
¿Usted
in this
piensa que a su
extent the
vez
sexual
es o fue
aggressors? Do
también
you
víctima?
think at the
En
same
ambos
time
casos que llegaron
he is or was a victim? In both of the cases
pacientes que
that
habían
these
sido, porque ya
patients
habían, como estaban
came into my
luchando contra
office,
eso,
because there have
generalmente
been
en la
aggressors and they were
infancia ambos
fighting
fueron
against it.
abusados, fueron
Actually,
víctimas.
in their
Y ahí se
childhood,
repite lo del triángulo
they
dramático que
were
nos
victims. So
regala, nos aporta la
that's
análisis
where we get the dramatic
transaccional.
triangle again.
La víctima se convierte
The
en victimario.
victim becomes
Es
the
bastante
aggressor.
frecuente. Esto no
It's
solamente
very
está
frequent.
visto en mi
It's
experiencia
not
clínica o
only
la terapia
seen in the
regresiva.
clinic
Hay otras
experience
corrientes que también
or
detectan
regressive
esto,
therapy. There's also more
que
current
los
that detect
abusadores
this,
han
that the
sido
abuser have
abusados en
been
su infancia.
abused in their childhood.
Y quisiera saber si usted aplica la
And I want
técnica
to
de
know
sacar al abusador de encima
if
como una forma de hacer que el adulto salga
you
de
say
su
that the
posición de
aggressor should be
abusador.
out of there, and so they
Sí,
can
eso fue lo
come
que
out of
expliqué
the victim
en el
role.
trabajo
Yes, that's what
energético.
I
En
explained
el
in the
trabajo
energetic
energético,
work.
bueno, hay
The
varios
energetic work,
procedimientos,
well, there's many
pero
procedures,
muchas veces yo detecto
but
la
many times
presencia
I detect the
energética
presence, the energetic
del
presence
abusador en el
of the
paciente,
aggressor
como un
in
fractal,
the patient,
y que
like a
está
fractal,
interfiriendo en los
is
pensamientos, está
interfering
manipulando de
with
una u
their
otra forma al
thoughts.
paciente.
They're manipulating in a way or another the
También
patient.
trabajo de forma con
I also
maniobras
work in a way of
terapéuticas,
maneuvering,
que es como lo explicó creo
therapeutic
la
maneuvers.
Viviana
I
en
think
la
that
mañana, de poner
Viviana
un
explained
cojín, no
this
sé
in the
si fue Viviana
morning,
o José,
to
poner un
place
cojín que
a
simule el
cushion
agresor.
that
También trabajo así.
simulates the
Se
aggressor.
emplean
I
todos los recursos
also work on
posibles
that. All of
porque
the
eso apunta
possible
a
resources
que
that you
el
can apply, you
paciente
do it.
viva la
Because
experiencia
that
como si estuviese pasando
helps
ahora
that
y pueda
the
sentir hasta el
patient
más mínimo
feels the
detalle lo
experience
que
as it's
pasó,
happening
porque así
right now,
puede
so he can feel
desprogramar o
until the
detectar
most
energías que no
minimum
son
detail,
de
and
la
then they can
persona
reprogram
y de una
detach the energies
y
that
por fin
don't belong to them,
terminar con la experiencia. A eso apunta
and finally
la
end up
maniobra
with the experience.
física,
And that's what
manuales durante la terapia.
the manual
Hay otra pregunta, ¿hay algún
maneuvers
libro que nos
aimed
recomiende para ahondar en estos
during
temas?
therapy.
El
Is
de mi
there another
profesor,
question? So, is there any
José
book
Luis
that you
Cabuli,
recommend
tiene
to
6
learn more about
libros.
these topics? My professor José Luis Cabuli
Lamentablemente
has
no
6
encuentro
books.
todavía un libro desde
Sadly,
la
I cannot
perspectiva de terapia
find
vías pasadas, terapia regresiva, específico en el tema. Pero
from the point of
el
view
de
of
José
past
Luis
life therapists on the topic, but
lo menciona y la técnica la
José
técnica que acabo de
Luis
comentar es la que
mentions
adquirí de
this,
José Luis en
and
un
the techniques
95%.
are the same that I just
¿Se
mentioned.
puede usar el cojín con los padres? Preguntan
Can
también.
you use the cushion with your parents?
Depende de
It
la
depends.
situación.
It depends on
Yo
the situation.
creo que no recuerdo que lo he
I
ocupado,
believe that
pero
I have not used it.
esto no
but
es como igual,
this is
la
not,
terapia nunca es igual
well,
para todos los pacientes.
therapy is never the same
Si en
for
un
all
futuro yo veo
patients.
que
If there's
le
in a
va a
future that
beneficiar al
I
paciente que
see
usa un
that it's going
cojín
to be
en esta etapa de
beneficial
la
for
terapia,
the
la voy a usar.
patient to use a cushion, I'm
Pero
going to use it.
depende de la situación,
But
de
it
cómo
depends
haya
on the
sido, de qué haya
situation,
pasado.
or how
Hay
it
que
happened, what
recrear
happened.
la
We have to
experiencia que pasó.
recreate the
Por eso
experience
se
that
usa un
happened.
cojín, una
And
almohada,
that's
un
why it's a
pañuelo,
cushion, a
depende de lo que
pillow,
pase.
Claro que sí.
napkin, whatever.
Hay dos preguntas sobre el fractal, que cómo lo detecta.
There's a
cómo es el
two
concepto
questions
y
about
su
fractal.
metodología.
How do you detect it and how to
Pueden
implement the
averiguar
concept? Well, you could
googleando qué es lo que es
do
un
the
fractal.
research
Un
by
fractal
Googling what is a
es un
fractal. A fractal
sistema
is a
que
system
tiene
that
autosimilitud. La parte total
yeah,
es igual que la parte más pequeña
is very
y
similar to
partes
itself.
intermedias.
The big part is the
Yo no
same as
digo
the
que el
one
alma
in
sea
the middle
un
and on the
fractal
sides. I
porque no
don't
la
say
veo,
that the
pero
soul is a
actúa
fractal
como un
because I cannot
fractal.
see it, but it
Cuando la
acts like
niña
a
o el niño
fractal.
se
When
sale
the
del cuerpo y mira la
child
experiencia afuera,
gets out of the
ese niño
body
que
and
se
watch the
salió
experience
es
from the
como el niño que
outside,
está
that kid
siendo
that
abusado.
got out is like the
Es
kid
como
who
que nos
is being
separáramos. A
abused.
eso viene
It's like we
el término de disociación, fragmentación. Hay una separación.
there's a
El niño
separation.
pasa la experiencia, se
The
convierte en
kid
adulto y esa
endures the
parte, ese
experience,
fractal, esa
becomes an
parte
adult,
queda
and that part,
congelado
that
en esa
fractal,
experiencia.
stays
Y de alguna
frozen
forma
on
está
that
conectado, no está completamente
experience, and
separado,
somehow is
afecta al adulto que va creciendo. Esto de la fragmentación de la alma y la recuperación del alma viene de la sabiduría chamánica. La sabiduría chamánica se practica, según los arqueólogos, antropólogos, hace 40.000 años en el planeta. Y se sigue practicando hoy. ellos fueron los que se dieron cuenta de que cuando había un accidente, había un hecho trágico, ocurría esto, la fragmentación del alma. Y los chamanes eran ellos los que recuperaban esa parte del alma, hacían el viaje astral y la insuflaban en el paciente. En la terapia regresiva lo que hacemos es que el propio paciente, estado expandido de conciencia, se dé cuenta de dónde está esa parte de su alma, ese fractal de su alma. Y él mismo es el que lo trae de vuelta. El terapeuta le indica cómo, lo ayuda, lo instruye. Sí, el holograma que estoy viendo acá es lo mismo. Yo pienso que somos como un holograma, somos como un fractal. La experiencia me lo dice, pero no es algo que yo pueda comprobar, porque no le puedo sacar una foto, no puedo demostrarlo. Solamente a nivel de experiencia.
Aquí, ¿alguna recomendación para pacientes anclados al sentido de pertenencia al clan y dolencias familiares de generaciones pasadas unidas por el denominador en común, abuso sexual? Muchas gracias.
Esta es mi opinión personal. Sí, es evidente, hay mucha ya evidencia de que esto se transmite generacionalmente. Es común ver, cuando se hace una investigación, que no solamente la paciente fue abusada, sino que la mamá, la abuela, la bisabuela. ¿Qué creo yo? Que uno del clan que pare eso va a beneficiar a todo el clan. Porque lo que he descubierto yo cuando encuentro la energía de la abuela, la bisabuela trabajando en mi paciente, es que esa abuela está tratando de superar la experiencia, de salir del rol de víctima. Si lo hace la nieta, no lo va a transmitir a sus propias hijas. Va a detener ese proceso kármico, ese proceso transgeneracional. Entonces, ¿qué hay que hacer? Trabajar, hacer trabajo personal hasta sanar. Uno que lo sane no solamente va a aportar a este clan, va a aportar a toda la humanidad, a todas las mujeres de la humanidad. Porque cuando uno sana, todos sanan. La persona sanada transmite otra energía, otro ánimo. Entonces beneficia a sus hijos, a su familia, al vecino, a la vecina, al señor del almacén, a todos los que se encuentren. Mientras más personas haya en este planeta, mejor humanidad vamos a hacer.
Muy bien. Hay muchas felicitaciones.
Very good. A lot of congratulations there also. Francisco, and other question, but because of the time, we're going to leave them to answer tomorrow in the roundtable. Have them registered. Thank all.
Vamos a presentar a Paola Ávila.
We're going to present Paola Ávila, who is going to talk about this remote disposition. It's an interesting topic about a work that she did with other therapists, Daniel Montenegro and Andrea Peña. Thank you very much.
Me corté la cabeza ahí. ¿Hablo ahí? ¿Escucha?
Can you hear me?
¿Se escucha? ¿Se escucha? Ya. Esto. Esto con el micrófono.
I'm
Hola,
using the
buenas tardes.
microphone.
Es un
Hi, good
honor,
afternoon. It's
un
an
placer
honor
estar aquí hoy día
and a pleasure to be here
compartiendo con
today,
ustedes. Mi nombre es
sharing with
Paola
you.
Ávila, soy
My name is
terapeuta
Paola
de vidas
Ávila.
pasadas.
I'm a
Voy a presentar un trabajo,
past
como
life
bien dijo la
therapist.
doctora Centeno,
I'm
que es
gonna
desposesión
base
a
in a work
distancia.
that is
Em,
remote possession
junto con Andrea Peña Fernández y
with
Yasmín
Andrea
Montenegro,
Peña Fernández
las tres
and
tenemos
Yasmin
el Centro
Montenegro.
Terapéutico del Alma.
We three have the
La verdad que este centro,
Therapeutical
somos las tres
Center of the
fundadoras,
Soul.
partió de
We
manera
are the
casual,
founders, and it started in
de,
a casual way,
sin pensar en realidad cuando partimos.
without thinking when
De hecho,
we
tengo que
begin.
contar que
And
de
actually,
las
I
tres,
have to
dos
tell
nos
you that
conocemos
from the three of
presencialmente.
us, just two of
Y con
us
Andrea
know
no nos
ourselves
conocemos, solamente nos hemos
in
visto a través
person.
de la cámara.
And with Andrea,
Y
we
ha
don't know each
sido
other,
un
just
desafío
on the camera.
trabajar, irnos
And it has been a
conociendo,
challenge to work
y
and get to know each
ha sido una
other.
experiencia preciosa.
And it has been a
Imaginar hoy
beautiful
día la pandemia lo que nos dejó,
experience. Imagine
el
what
poder
the
crear
pandemic
vínculos y
left us
lazos
to
a
be
través de
able
una pantalla,
to create
que se ha ido
bonds through the
fortaleciendo,
screen
y esto es lo que
that
nos ha ayudado a
have
trabajar.
been strengthening, and that
Partimos el
has allowed
2020
us to work.
con un
We
taller
started in
que
2020
la
with a
asociación que
workshop
Achtevip
that the
organizó
Achtevip
con
Association
José Calderón,
organized
que es un
with
psiquiatra,
Jose Calderon, who is a psychiatrist,
también terapeuta de vidas
also
pasadas,
a therapist
y él,
of past life,
dictó este taller,
and
¿cierto? Que
he
era
gave this
desposesión a
workshop,
distancia.
which was
Fuimos varios los terapeutas
remote
interesados.
possession. We are many interested people.
No
We
con mucha expectativa,
started
pero queríamos conocer del
with
tema.
not many
Y a medida
expectations,
que
but
se
we
hicieron
wanted to
estos
know
dos
about
talleres, al
this.
término,
And
José nos dijo,
when we had these
practiquen.
workshops, when we ended,
Ok.
Jose told
Y
us
empezamos de a poco
practice.
como a unirnos
And
y
then
empezamos
we
a practicar.
started little by little
Practicar entre nosotras, por supuesto.
meeting,
Y de a
and we
poco
started
fuimos,
to practice
probemos
with each
con la
other,
familia,
of
con los
course. And
amigos, y
then
esto
we
así se
tried
fue
with our
dando, y así se
family, with
creó
friends,
este Centro
and
Terapéutico
that
del Alma,
just
que
went
la
through,
gente se fue
and we
dando
created
el
this
dato en boca a
center,
boca.
and then people
Pero
started
todo esto
to
tiene una
tell
base,
about it to other people.
muy
But this
importante.
has a
Hay
base, a very
bibliografía de
important
por
base.
medio,
We have
hay estudios de por medio.
bibliography
Por lo
and
tanto, están
studies,
fundamentados. Ya,
so they're
debo mencionar
fundamented.
a Dixiore, una doctora en
I have to
psicología
mention
clínica,
Dexere, a
que
doctor
en
in clinical psychology,
1987
that in
publica su primer libro con respecto a
1987
la
she
posesión.
published her first book
La
about the
posesión,
possession.
dice posesión, dos puntos, liberando
This is
espíritus dañinos.
freeing
Ella,
damaging
esta doctora llevaba
spirits,
9
and
años
this doctor
ejerciendo, ¿cierto?, en psicología clínica, y
was
se da cuenta
working
que el
9 years in
70% de
clinical
sus
psychology, and
pacientes
she realized that 90% of her
continuaban, a pesar de
patients,
psicoterapia, de
still,
fármacos, etcétera,
even though
continuaban
they did
manteniendo
psychotherapy
dolencias
and
físicas
medicines,
y psicológicas.
they still had
Entonces ella se empieza a dar cuenta a través de su investigación
pains, which are emotional and
que
physical.
habían
And then she
posesiones,
realized
¿cierto?
that
Vamos a hablar de la
there
palabra
were
correcta,
possession, okay?
posesión.
We're gonna say
¿Qué
the
es una
correct word,
posesión?
possession.
Es como
What
si
is a
cuando
possession?
Francisco recién menciona
When,
que
as
nuestro cambio
Francisco just
etérico,
said,
¿cierto?
that
Cuando haya
our
habido
field,
alguna fractura
when we have had
del
a
alma, ¿cierto? Se
fracture of
salen
the
estos
soul,
pedacitos, estos
we
fragmentos,
get
tiene
out,
todo
these
espacio,
fragments
y
get
cuando
out,
nos bajan las
and
defensas,
the
¿cierto? A
space,
nivel
and
físico o a
our
nivel energético,
defenses
por
lower
ahí
in an
se
energetic of
introducen
or physical
estos,
way,
yo les llamo
we
bichitos
get
con mucho cariño,
this,
pero
I
pueden
call
ser almas
them bugs
perdidas,
very
obsesores,
fondly,
etc.
but they can be obsessors,
Vamos a avanzar.
etc. We're gonna go through with it.
Bueno, aquí aparece las almas
Well,
perdidas y
here
entidades, que es lo
we
que la
see
doctora
the
Edith Fiore
lost souls and
Irene Hickman,
entities. That is what
la precursora es Edith Fiore,
Dr. Edith
¿cierto?
Fiore
Y
and
posteriormente
Irene
la
Hickman
doctora Irene Hickman,
work.
que es una
And
osteópata con más de
well,
30 años de
Irene
ejercicio,
Hickman is an
en
osteopather,
1989 publica
and in
y es la
1989 she
creadora de la
publishes,
técnica
and
desposesión a
she's the
distancia.
creator
Es lo que hoy
of
día
the
con Yasmín y
remote
con Andrea
deposition
realizamos.
work, and
A
it's what
distancia,
we do
gracias a
now.
la tecnología hoy día, lo
The
hacemos
distance,
vía Zoom,
thanks to technology, now we
vía
do it
Skype o vía
by
lo que
Zoom or Skype
el consultante le acomode. La
or
doctora
whatever
Hickman es
the
la creadora de
consultant
la exposición a
thinks it's better.
distancia y fundó
Dr.
además,
Here
tiene una fundación que se llama The
Hickman
Hickman
is
Healing
the
Foundation.
creator of this, and she did another foundation. And obviously, all of her works have to do with the results or the outcomes that her patients have had regarding the deposition. When we talk about this, we talk about depossessed person. With all respect, it deserves with the study of these doctors and what we do. When we listen to the word deposition, we immediately imagine some movies that Hollywood in their moment has done it very well and have earned a lot of millions. But when we do this work, it's not actually like that. What do we do? I'm going to begin mentioning a case.
Llevamos más de 100 casos en este año y algo
We've had over 100 cases in this year. So I'm going to mention one that I just thought of. I remember it was one of the first that a farmer contacted us with his wife, and they told us they've been married for many years, but his wife is tired of some attitudes of his husband, her husband. Being present, she recognizes that she is. So we asked her, what do you want to start with? And we started with him. This, sir, we started doing this work, and it appears that he had attached to his energetic field a man of the field that used to be an alcoholic, and this man dies, and we're talking about a time where you didn't have electrical light, and he was drunk and he fell to he fell and he drowned himself. And then when I ended the session, we did a feedback with him, and he says like, no, I actually acknowledge that there are days or periods where I get this need of drinking, and I don't stop until I end up laying somewhere in the field. Time has passed. This sir drinks occasionally, but it no longer happens this to him anymore. This is a very general case. When we started working, it was very important to protect ourselves energetically. How do we do that? With some prayers, with stones, with some gems. Also, well, I'm a Catholic believer, and we commend ourselves to Saint Benito. And when we started, we are three, we work together. How do we do this? Someone contacts us, and when the consultant, for example, they contact me, they tell me very broadly what they need. They're contacting us because there are things happening to their health, their mood, or their house, because we work with that too. And my other colleagues, I don't pass this information to them. And the other thing that they're going to manage in that moment is the name of the person and their address. Just that. And since it's remote, we do it by Zoom, people connect, and we ask them to enter with the mic and the camera off, and they're just a son of server. Like that, we realize, and people know it and can realize that this work is very clean, and the idea is that we don't have any kind of interference. So then the person that comes as a supervisor or canalizer,
sepa lo
and
mismo.
the ones
Entonces,
that
que
is
esto vaya
therapist
fluyendo y vaya
knows the
apareciendo la
minimal
información
things, and
de
so
manera
they can
pura.
see the information in a
Y al
pure
término,
way.
se les hace
And
encender
when
la
we end,
cámara, se les hace encender el
they turn
micrófono
on the
y hay una
camera and the
retroalimentación
microphone, and
donde
then
ellos
we
pueden
have
verbalizar
the feedback
qué les ha
where
parecido
they
la
can
sesión, se le
verbalize
hace la
what they thought of
recomendación
the
al
session. We
paciente.
make recommendations to the patient.
¿Quiénes han sido nuestros pacientes, cierto? Nuestros consultantes.
We can,
Hemos tenido
who have been
varios
our
médicos,
patients. We
bastantes
have had
médicos, que uno dice
many
médicos cuando son
doctors,
bastante mucho más
and you
escépticos, ¿cierto? Por su
say
formación.
doctors, and they are a
Estudiantes
lot more
universitarios, ¿cierto?
skeptical because
Casi
of
la
their
gran
training.
mayoría ya
A lot
terminando.
of university
Ingenieros, asistentes
universitary
sociales,
students,
algunos
and we have
músicos,
engineering,
niños que, bueno, que sus
social
mamás
assistants,
nos han
music,
contactado,
children,
gente de campo, como les
and,
mencioné, y varias casas,
and many
oficinas,
houses,
edificios.
offices, buildings.
Lo importante de el mencionar como el
Important
universo que
to
hemos atendido
mention
es que
of the universe that we have
ninguna de las
given service
personas
to is that
que nos
none of
contactaron
the people that
se
contacted us
sintieron sorprendidas
felt
o en algún momento
were
dijeron no, se
surprised, or
equivocaron,
in a
no, esto
moment
no es
said, no,
así.
you're wrong, no, this is not like that.
Se pudieron haber sorprendido de manera muy
They
positiva
could have been
porque sin nosotros manejar
positively
ninguna
surprised,
información
but
adicional más
because
que el nombre, ¿cierto?
we
Y la
don't
dirección,
manage anything besides the name and the
había
address,
mucha coherencia y
we
certeza
had
en
a
lo que
lot
les estábamos
of
diciendo.
certainty in what we were saying.
Bueno, ¿cuáles han sido los
What have been
motivos de
the
consulta que más se
consultation
repiten?
motives that are
Son dolores
more frequent,
inexplicables.
or
Y me voy a detener en
inexplicable
esto cuando
pains? And
hablamos
I'm
de
going to
dolor
stop in this.
inexplicable.
When we talk about
Significa
it,
que las
it
personas ya han
means
ido
that
a médicos, se han
people
hecho
have
muchos
already gone
exámenes,
to
han pasado
the
por
doctor,
varias
they have done a lot
especialidades
of exams,
y
they have been
inclusive
through
han
a lot of
pasado por
specialties,
psiquiatra, han
and
pasado
they've
más
gone
por
to the
psicoterapia
psychiatrist,
y llevan a
have
veces
gone to
mucho
the
tiempo y siguen
psychotherapy,
con estas dolencias.
and they have
¿Cierto? Bueno, los ruidos en la
had this
casa, que a
pain
veces uno
for
los pueden
many
atribuir
times.
por estos cambios de temperatura, ¿cierto?
Sometimes
Que
they
es más que
say
nada
it's
algo
the
más
temperature
físico,
changes. They say it's more
miedos
physical.
inexplicables,
They have
insomnios
inexplicable
repentinos,
fears,
enfermedades
sudden
físicas
insomnia,
sin causa,
physical
cambios
disease
de
that don't have a
comportamiento,
cause,
que las
and
personas,
changes
como
in
les digo,
the
después que
behavior that
han hecho
people, as I said,
han pasado por varias especialidades, llevan un
have
buen
gone through
tiempo
many
deambulando y
specialties,
buscando
and
la
they
solución a
have
sus
been
problemas,
searching the solution
no
to
lo han
their
conseguido y
problems, and they
alguien les ha
haven't
dado nuestros nombres
gotten
y han
that, and
llegado a
someone
nosotros.
has given them our names, and they have
¿Quién nos
come
ha
to
tocado
us.
atender? Así como Francisco hace poco rato comenta,
What
hablo
have
de almas
we
perdidas,
got as a patients?
elementales,
As Francisco was saying, lost
extraterrestres,
souls,
seres de la
elementals,
oscuridad, energías de
aliens,
personas
dark
vivas
beings,
y estructuras del
living people
paciente
energy,
que deben ser
structures of the
respetadas.
patients that must be
Voy a ir uno
respected.
por uno. Almas perdidas,
I'm going to do
hablamos
one by
de
one. Lost souls, we're talking
los
about
apegados a la tierra según
the ones that are attached to
lo
the
que
earth,
Irene Hickman
according to
menciona en su
what
libro,
Irene Hickman mentions on her
¿cierto? Que
book,
son
right?
almas
Which is
o energías que en algún momento tuvieron cuerpo
souls or
físico,
energies that
¿ya?
at some point
Y
had
la
a
gran
physical
mayoría de las
body.
veces no se han enterado que fallecieron.
They have not
Entonces están
noticed that they
confundidos,
passed away.
están
So they're
perdidos, están
confused,
angustiados.
they're lost,
Y
they're
también a veces nos
anguished.
damos cuenta que están con
And
rabia
also,
porque no
sometimes we notice
saben
that they
como no
have
saben lo que pasa,
rage
no saben cómo
because they don't know
comunicarnos,
what's happening. They don't know how to communicate
están
it.
muy desorientados.
They are very
Elementales,
disoriented.
nos hemos encontrado con
Elementals,
hartos elementales
we've
con respecto,
come
pero
across many
elementales son los que
elementals.
encontramos en la
Respecting the
naturaleza.
elementals are the ones that
Uno
we
habla,
encounter in
usted
nature.
dice, es que hay
We
una
usually
flor,
talk,
una
well, there's
planta,
a
una
flower,
piedra,
a
como que
plant,
a
a
las piedras no
stone.
les tomamos
That, well,
mucho
we usually
asunto a
talk,
veces,
stones
pero
usually don't talk much about
hay
stones,
que
but
respetarlos mucho. Entonces nos
we have to
tocó
respect them
un
a lot.
caso, por ejemplo, de un
So
señor
once we got this
que era
case
coleccionista
from this sir that
y
was
de
a
pronto
collector,
ya llevaba mucho tiempo
and suddenly he had so much time
teniendo como algunos
having
episodios un tanto
like episodes
paranormales,
with
sueños y todo.
paranormal
Nada,
dreams and
resumen,
everything, but
hacía, no sé,
nothing.
2 años había ido de vacaciones
Summarizing,
al sur de
he
Chile
left 2 years ago to the south of Chile.
O sea, esto después lo supimos al final,
And,
después la retroalimentación. Y eso había encontrado unas
and he
piedras
has
muy lindas.
brought back some
Y las tenía
stones,
en su jardín
pretty
de adorno.
stones, and he had them in his garden
Entonces,
as adornment.
quien estaba molestándolo, en el
So
fondo
who was
reclamando,
annoying him or
era
asking
elemental
him
de la
for
tierra,
stuff was
que lo
this
único que
earth
quería, y
elemental,
él estaba
and the only
muy,
thing
muy
that he
molesto,
wanted,
era que le
and he was
devolvieran,
very, very upset, that
devolvieran esta
he wanted
piedra a su lugar de origen.
him
Y
to
este
give
pobre
this
hombre
stone back
después
to his
decía, pero es que
origin
¿cómo lo
place.
voy a hacer
And
si
this
yo
poor
vivo,
man thought, like,
vivía
how am
en
I gonna do
Copiapó?
it?
¿Cómo lo voy a
I lived
devolver?
in Copiapó, how am I gonna
Bueno, le
return it?
hicimos entender que la naturaleza
And we
es
make him
sabia
understand
y
that the
que
nature
él
is
solo le estaba
wise.
pidiendo,
And he
¿cierto?
was
Este
just
elemental lo que le
asking,
pedía era que
this
lo sacara
elemental
de
was
su casa
asking
y de hecho
to
le pide,
take him
¿cierto?
away from his
Antes de
house,
tener la
and he also
retroalimentación,
says,
pide que por favor esta piedra,
please,
y él
this
decía, pero
stone.
¿cuál piedra?
But
Si
he
yo
was like,
tengo
what
muchas.
stone? I have many
Entonces le
stones.
dijimos, no te angusties,
We said, no,
tu
don't
sabiduría
anguish.
interior te lo va a decir,
Your
solo
inner
que en
wisdom
este
is going
momento
to tell
estás un
you.
poco agitado,
Maybe in
porque
this
decía, ya,
moment
las
you're
voy a tomar todas.
a little excited
Entonces le
because
decíamos,
he
cálmate
was
un
saying, I'm going to
poco,
take them all. And I
deja que
say, just
decante
calm
esto, y
down,
mañana
let
temprano,
this set.
¿cierto? Al
And
amanecer, que se levantaba muy
tomorrow
temprano,
morning,
siéntate en tu jardín y
sit on
observa.
your garden
Y esa
and,
piedra que te están pidiendo que
observe.
devuelvas,
And that stone that they're asking
vas
you
a
to
saber
give
cuál es.
back, you're
Y
going
la
to
vas a
know
ir a
what it
dejar a
is.
este
And
parque
you're
o a
going
este
to
cerro
go
que
and
te
leave it
pidieron
to
que
this
fueras.
park or this mountain that
Bueno, y
they
así
ask
fue,
you
y
to.
después, bueno, el caballero
Okay, and
ya
that's
pudo
what
estar mucho
happened.
más
The
tranquilo,
guy was then more
estaba muy agradecido.
calm, and he was very
Los seres
grateful.
oscuros. Los seres
The dark
oscuros
beings. So
son
the dark beings are
energías,
beings, are
¿cierto? Que
energies
nunca tuvieron un
that
cuerpo
they
físico
never had a physical body,
y están deambulando,
and they are
¿cierto?
roaming,
Están
right?
por todas partes.
They are
Y
everywhere,
evidentemente que se apegan
and they get
o a
attached,
veces son enviados. Nos hemos
or
encontrado
sometimes
con,
they are sent. We have
eh,
found some,
incluso con magia negra. Que uno
even
puede
with
decir, pero
black
¿cómo eso no
magic, that
existe?
you may think,
Nos
well,
hemos
that doesn't
encontrado con muchos
exist. Well,
casos
we have
donde
found in many
han
cases
enviado estas
where they have
energías.
sent
Y cuando
these
hablamos de energía de
energies.
personas
And when we
vivas,
talk about
me refiero también a
energy
eso.
from living people, I also mean that.
Muchas veces, no sé, tenemos
Many
discusiones con
times
alguien,
we have
¿cierto?
arguments
Sobre
with
todo se ha
someone,
dado cuando hay parejas muy jóvenes,
usually when
que
we
son
have
muy
very young
apasionados, que
couples that
son
are
así
very
como que
passionate,
son
that are like
demasiados obsesivos en su
too
personalidad.
obsessive on their
Y termina
personality,
uno de los dos,
and they
las
end up,
relaciones
one of
no
them,
terminan,
well, the
¿cierto?
relationships
Como de
don't
acuerdo, y uno queda
end up
mucho más herido que el otro.
in
Hemos
agreement.
visto
So
que
one of them
estas
results
energías, así
more
como
injured than the
cuando han
other
hecho
one, and we
estos
see that
pactos y
these
estas
energies, when
cosas, y
they've
uno
done
dice
all
que
of
te
these
amaré por
pacts
siempre y no
and
te
these
dejaré
things,
nunca, nos hemos dado cuenta que estas
we've
energías
noticed that
se
these
quedan y te
energies,
acompañan. Y las estructuras que el paciente debe trabajar solo, de pronto cuando hacemos el
himself,
escaneo al trabajar,
suddenly,
nos damos cuenta que
while
estos
working, we noticed
pacientes,
that these
¿cierto? De
patients,
pronto supongamos,
let's say,
la terapeuta que está escaneando dice, a ver,
scanning
percibo
this,
en la
says
zona de la cabeza, en
there's an
la zona
obsessive
del
on
chakra
the head
corona,
of
por
your
ejemplo, veo
on your head, on your
como
crown
un triángulo,
chakra.
como si fuera
I
un
can see
sombrero
a
de bruja,
triangle. It's like a
está
little
sobre la cabeza de la persona.
witch hat, and it's on top of your head.
Y después cuando uno empieza a indagar,
And then when
se da cuenta
you
que esa estructura que vemos
keep
ahí
looking for, you
es
see
la
that that
estructura del
structure
paciente. O sea,
is the
nadie se la
patient
envió, no
structure.
es un elemental,
Nobody
no es un
sent
alma
it to him. It's
perdida,
not
no es
an
un ser de la
elemental.
oscuridad.
It's not a lost soul.
Es
It's not a dark
solamente
being.
su
It's
estructura, son
just
sus pensamientos
his own
reiterativos,
thoughts
intrusivos, etc.
that they come back again. They're obsessive.
Las conclusiones de nuestro trabajo.
The conclusions of our work.
Bueno, respetar la naturaleza,
Well,
¿cierto? Los
respect the
elementales. El
environment
caso que yo mencioné
because
es
of the
uno de los
elementals,
tantos
right?
casos.
That's one of the cases that
Por
there's many
eso le
cases.
recomendamos hoy
That's why
día con
it's
lo que hemos
recommendable
ido aprendiendo, ¿cierto? Cuando vayamos a
that
un
we
parque,
all of the
vayamos
things that we're
a
learning when you
lugares
go to a park, when
santos,
you
y
go to a
santos
saint
no
place, and by saint
necesariamente
I
porque
mean
sea un
not necessarily
cementerio,
because
porque
it's
sea
a
un museo,
graveyard or
sino que
a
lugares donde
museum,
vemos que hay
but
naturaleza,
places when there's nature.
cuando vayamos
When we
a
go
tocar
there
una flor, o a
to touch
cortar
a
una
flower,
flor, o
to
a
cut
sacar un
a
pedacito
flower, or to
de esta
get a little
naturaleza,
piece
pedir
of this
permiso.
nature, to ask for
Debemos ser
permission.
respetuosos
We need to be
con la naturaleza en
respectful
general,
with
porque ellos
nature in
están
general
vivos.
because they
Nosotros
are
no lo
alive.
percibimos de esa
The,
forma, porque a lo
the fact
mejor
that
las
we don't
piedras no se
perceive it
pueden
that
mover,
way
no nos pueden
because maybe
saludar,
the rocks cannot move or
pero
cannot
sí lo
say
están.
hi, but yes, they are.
El libre albedrío, ¿cierto? En la
The
sugerencia con respecto a las regresiones.
free will,
Libre albedrío nos damos cuenta
even
que
in the
todos
regressions, the free
no
will,
somos
we know
como los que
that we
decidimos,
all
y como también
are
el
the one that we
consultante
decide
por
also
libre
the
albedrío llega a
consultant
nosotros,
with free
así
will
también
come to
nosotros
us,
les damos algunas
and
sugerencias,
also we
¿cierto? Al
give them
término,
some
generalmente, bueno, hay algunas novenas que
suggestions.
se
And
sugieren, que encender una
there's
velita,
some people that they
si
want to light a
son católicos
candle.
cristianos
If they're
o van con algún
Catholics or
credo
Christians, they
que
go
les
with
haga
some
sentido.
creed
Todo
that
eso,
make
de
them
nuestra parte,
that
son
make sense to them.
sugerencias.
So in that part,
Y
for
el
us,
resto
there is
queda
suggestions.
realmente libre
Everything else
albedrío de la persona.
is on free will
Los niños
for the
que vienen con
patient, the
frecuencias de
person.
mayor vibración.
Kids that
Sí, a
come
ver,
with higher vibration
sabemos que, cierto,
frequency.
que al nacer venimos
We know
mucho
that
más puros que de lo que
when we are
somos
born,
ya
we
siendo
are
adultos.
way more pure than we are right
Pero
now.
nos referimos a esto que
But
el
we refer to this
100% de los
that
casos
100% of the cases
donde las mamás nos
where the
consultaron,
mother
nos dimos cuenta que estos
consulted
pequeños
us,
tenían ciertas
we noticed that these little
condiciones,
kids had certain
eran
conditions.
niños especiales,
They were
o sea,
special
personas
kids,
altamente
so
sensibles,
highly
con
sensible
algunos
people
dones,
with
con
some
algunas
gifts,
percepciones
with some
diferentes
perceptions
a lo que puede ser un
different
niño
to
común y
what
corriente.
a
Y
common
entonces por eso
kid
nos dimos cuenta que ellos
might be.
vienen con esta
So that's
vibración
when we
mucho más
noticed that they
alta
come with this higher
y que, claro,
vibration.
los
And of
acompañan
course,
continuamente, les hemos ido
they are
enseñando, porque
followed
para ellos es algo tan
constantly, and
natural
we teach them
y no
because
se
it's so
asustan,
natural for them that they are
es algo
not
tan
scared.
natural el poder
It's so common
visualizar,
and
¿cierto?,
natural that they
algunas
can
almas,
visualize some
escucharlas,
souls
sentirlas.
and hear them, feel them.
Les hemos ido enseñando cómo
We have been teaching
en el
them
fondo
how.
hacerse respetar y
In
decir,
the
no te
bottom,
inquietes
how
ahora,
to
poniéndole horario,
make
tienes que hablar con mi mamá, en
saying
fin,
I don't want to be
cosa que ellos
disturbed,
también vayan
saying
teniendo
them
la
some
calma, la
schedule, you have to speak with
tranquilidad
my
y también
mom. So
las
also they
mamás.
keep calm and also their
Y
moms.
lo que los pacientes nos han dicho, ¿cierto?,
And
los
what the patients have
consultantes,
usually
que no lo ven
said
solo
to
como
us, the
una
consultant, is that
desposesión,
they
aunque
see
están
this
muy
like,
agradecidos, por algo nos van recomendando, sino que muchos coinciden que para
but
ellos ha sido un
many of
trabajo
them
espiritual.
agree that it's been a spiritual
Aunque nosotras
task.
trabajamos, como les mencioné en
And
algún
also we
momento,
work,
somos
as I
tres, la
mentioned
persona
previously, that
está
we
de
are three of us.
observadora,
The
consultante.
person who is an
Pero ellos lo sienten de
observer,
esa forma porque lo van viviendo,
they
van
feel
viviendo
it that
minuto a
way
minuto
because
de la
they are
sesión.
living it minute by
Y
minute
después
in the
viene esta
session. And
retroalimentación
after
donde
that,
los
they
tratamos de
go back to
orientar,
this
¿cierto? Que
feedback
si
where
es
we
necesario que
do
se hagan algún tipo de
tell
terapia, por
them
ejemplo, una
maybe
regresión, que continúen,
recommend
por supuesto,
therapy,
si están con
maybe a
médicos, con su
regression, or if they're
psiquiatra, con
seeing
psicoterapia,
a
en fin,
doctor,
que
they
no
follow that, or
corten
psychotherapy. So
tratamiento, en el
they
caso que
should
los
not
hayan.
drop that treatment.
Y las almas perdidas,
And lost souls,
muchas piensan,
many
¿cierto? Y
think
o sea, nos verbalizan, pero ellos
when
nos hacen sentir
they
que
made us feel
muchas no merecen la
many
luz, no merecen ir al
do not
cielo,
deserve the light,
no
they do
merecen
not deserve
trascender,
going to
sobre
heaven,
todo
they
cuando
don't
han sido,
deserve to transcend.
fueron personas que se suicidaron,
Mostly when they
que
are people that
se
kill themselves,
autoflagelaron, que
that got self-injuries.
en el fondo ellos decidieron terminar con su vida.
They finally decided
Bueno,
to
también
end their
estamos hablando que hay una
lives.
cultura, ¿cierto?
And
Sobre
also,
todo voy a hablar por la
we
religión
say there is a
católica, que es la que
culture
conozco más,
that
donde
I want to talk about
se
the Catholic.
castigaba y se castiga, donde se decía que, por ejemplo, la persona que atentaba contra su vida no iba a ir al cielo, no era
Gets punished
merecedora de este cielo. Y nos
in
damos cuenta
heaven.
que
So we
Dios
notice
creador, este Dios Padre
that the
Universo, nos ama a todos sin condición
Father loves us
y nos recibe a
without
todos.
any condition, and
Es
He
solo de
receives
tener
all of us.
la intención y
It's
las
just a
ganas de
thing of
querer
having the
trascender,
intention
perder el miedo.
and
Entonces eso, hemos ayudado en el fondo a
and
estas
lose the
almitas
fear.
en
So we
algún
usually
momento,
helping these these souls
siendo
by
humanos,
being
decidieron
they
terminar con
decided
su vida
to
física.
end their lives, their physical
A través
lives.
del amor, esta terapia es con
And
mucho
through love
cariño, con
and
mucho amor,
therapy, this
mucho
therapy is
respeto hacia todos ellos.
made with a lot of love and respect to all of
Guiarlos
them,
y poder explicarles que
and try to
siempre
explain
hay
them.
algo mucho mejor. Y para ir terminando,
And
¿qué es lo
to
que nosotros
finish,
pedimos? La
what do we
experiencia
request?
nos ha
The
dicho que le
experience have
exigimos al paciente
told us that
o al
we
consultante
ask
que
the
esté solo,
patient
solo en la habitación. O sea, a veces si requieren,
room,
ellos a veces
and
nos
if
han
it's
pedido
required
si
by
les
them,
podemos
sometimes they
grabar,
ask us,
claro, grabamos la
can we
sesión.
record? Yes, we can record the
Pero
session.
¿por qué solos?
But
Porque nos
why
dimos cuenta al
alone?
inicio,
Because we noticed
con
at the
algunas
beginning,
situaciones,
with some
No, es que quiero
situations
que esté
that,
mi marido.
no, because I
Nosotros
want
lo
my
hacemos más
husband to be with
complicado,
me.
como les
Well,
pedíamos que
usually
estuvieran
it's not
con
complicated for
la
us because
cámara
we
encendida,
ask them
qué
to
sé yo,
be
y al
with
final
their
después se enciende la cámara, a
phone, I don't
nosotros no
know,
nos
and
afectaba.
then they turn on the camera.
Pero
That
claro,
doesn't
nos fuimos dando cuenta que
But okay, we noticed that
la terapeuta que va de
the
exploradora
therapist that
nos
goes
empieza a llegar
outside
información, y a veces
explorer,
en varios casos nos llegó información de que esta mujer, por ejemplo, era violentada, había violencia intrafamiliar de todo
This
tipo.
woman was suffering
Y
from
claro, a veces
violence,
mencionábamos las
intrafamiliar
cosas
violence
y
of all
después
kinds, and sometimes we
siempre tratando de
mention
proteger a la
this
persona.
and always
Entonces, por
trying to
eso
protect the
decidimos que
person. So that's why
siempre tienen
we
que estar
decided that
solitos en la habitación.
they always have to be
No todos
alone
se
in the
van a la
room.
luz.
Not all of them
Como
go to the
dijimos, el
light.
libre albedrío, así
As we
como
said,
cuando
free
intentamos
will,
a las almas,
as
¿cierto?
we
A las almas
can, when we
perdidas,
try with
a
lost
los seres de la
souls
oscuridad, tratar de convencerlos a que se
in
vayan a la luz.
darkness, we try to convince
Pero
them to go to the
llega el
light.
momento que cuando ellos dicen que no quieren, que quieren,
But
por
when they
ejemplo,
say that
están
they
adosados
don't
a
want, for
algún
example, they
campo
attach
etérico,
to
¿cierto? De algún
an
humano,
ethereal field of
conseguimos
a
sacarlos,
human,
¿cierto? Convencerlos que
we
no es
get
el lugar
to
adecuado para
get them out
ellos,
of
que
there,
ellos
convince them
necesitan ser
that this is
libres.
not the place for them, that they need to be free.
Claro, en algún momento no.
Of
Y la
course,
experiencia nos
in
decía, ya
the
tratemos
moment,
de enviarlos a
in
todos
the
a la luz.
experience, they say, let's
Pero
try
después
to
nos
send them
mandaron a
all to the
decir
light.
muy
But then
claro,
they told us
algunos
very
unos
clearly,
más violentos que otros,
some more violent
que no los
than
obligáramos a ir
others,
a la luz. Entonces
that we
respetamos
shouldn't
eso. Y a veces solamente ellos quieren volver a su lugar de
obligate them
origen,
to go to the
que
light.
es el
And
inframundo,
they
por
sometimes
ejemplo.
they just go,
Y los
they want
acompañamos,
to
hacemos este
go to the
acompañamiento hasta la entrada del inframundo.
so
Y ahí quedan contentos.
we take them to
Y
hell,
bueno,
and
como les
then
mencioné,
they're
así
happy.
como en la
And
protección,
as I mentioned,
cuando
with
trabajamos
protection, when
con
we
la
work
protección
with
nuestra
our protection
y del consultante,
and the
también
consultant's protection,
trabajamos, invocamos con los ángeles y
we
arcángeles.
work and we
Pero
evoke
muchas veces
angels and
los
archangel.
arcángeles, ni por muy mágicos
But
seres de luz
many
que sean,
times the
no
archangels,
pueden
even
ayudar.
though they're
Si yo no
magical,
estoy
they can help
dispuesta
us
a que el
if I'm
ángel o
not
el arcángel haga el
available
trabajo.
for the angel
Y
or
eso,
archangel to
aprendimos a
do the
eso,
work.
a ir respetando
And that's what we work to respect
la decisión del consultante,
the
lo que su
consultant's
alma quiere
decision,
trabajar en ese
what
momento.
their soul wants to work on
Porque
in the
claro, con nuestra
moment,
intención de siempre querer
because
ayudar y
our
favorecerlos,
intention is to
pero si la
want
persona,
to
ni
help and benefit them.
por
But if the
mucho que nos haya
person,
contratado, nos haya
even
buscado,
though
pero si en
they
ese momento no quiere, por
hired us and they
ejemplo,
looked for us, but in
terminar
that
con un
moment,
pacto, porque
if
muchas
they don't
veces
want to end
aparecen
a pact, because
pactos u
many
obsesores, como en
times
algún
we
momento
have
mencionaba Francisco, que vienen
pacts
de otras vidas.
or obsessors
Y
that
a
come
veces
from other
sencillamente tenemos que
lives,
respetar
and
eso,
sometimes
dejarlo envuelto en
they
luz
are
para que no nos
decided and we
molesten
have to
tanto,
respect
y
that.
cuando la
We
persona
have
esté
to
lista y decida
surround them
trabajarlo, lo
with
va a poder
like,
hacer.
and when the person is ready, they're going to be able to do it.
Eso sí es nuestra experiencia.
That has been our
Nosotros hemos
experience.
trabajado un
We
poco,
have worked,
nos hemos guiado por el trabajo
we
de
have
Irene Hickman, ¿cierto? Que
guided ourselves with the work
ella
of
en su libro
Hitman,
menciona
with
como
her
todos los
book
pasos.
that
Entonces los
mentions all the
pasos se inicia
steps.
con una
You
protección, una
begin with a
inducción,
protection, an
se realiza el
induction,
trabajo,
and you do the work.
¿cierto? Y al término se hace el chequeo
And at the
completo, se
end,
le
you
escaneo
check
completo del
all,
consultante,
we scan the
a la vez el
consultant,
chequeo
and
completo
at the same
del
time, the
terapeuta,
completes
¿cierto?
the full
Para ver si
checkup
es
of
que
the
alguna
therapist to
almita, algo no
see
se nos quedó
if
con nosotros,
some soul
y después se
didn't
hace el
stay with
cierre.
us, and then the
De esa
closure.
forma se trabaja.
That's how we
Esa ha
work.
sido la presentación.
And that's the
Le doy
presentation.
las gracias y que tenga una
I
muy buena
thank
tarde.
you. Have a good afternoon.
Ay, no veo nada.
Vamos a hacer una sola pregunta.
We're going to do just one question.
Pero una sola pregunta porque hay varias preguntas,
Because there are
pero
many questions,
en razón del
but
tiempo, vamos a
because of
dejar
the
otras para
time,
mañana que
we're
podrían
going
ser
to leave
respondidas
some
en la
for
mesa
tomorrow
redonda,
that we could
pero
answer in the round
hay una
table.
que me llamó especialmente la
But
atención y es,
there's one
¿ustedes
that
tienen,
caught
alguno
my
de ustedes
attention, which is
tiene alguna
any of
capacidad
you have the ability
sensorial, perceptiva, o es algo que aprendieron
extrasensorial
en el curso?
or perceptive something that you learned in the course? I thank you for the question.
A ver, nuestra creencia,
Our belief,
¿cierto? Decimos que
our
todos
belief, we
tenemos dones.
say that we all have
Todos
gifts.
nacemos con algún regalito.
We all are born with a gift.
Lo hemos ido trabajando, no lo aprendimos en
We've
el taller.
worked it. We
Pero
didn't
también
learn it in the
creemos que
workshop,
todos
but we
podemos
also
desarrollar
think that
y
we can all
solamente poner
develop
atención
and pay attention
a las señales que
to
vamos
the
teniendo a lo largo
signals
de nuestra
that
vida.
we get throughout our life.
La técnica que nosotros aprendimos, que
The
está hecha por
technique
la
that we
doctora,
learned that is
¿cierto? Por la
done
doctora
by the
Irena
doctor, Irena
Nos basamos, le
Hickman.
fuimos modificando en algunas
We are
cosas.
based on that and we
Nos
modified
basamos en
some
eso,
things. We are
pero
based
porque
on
hay un
that,
protocolo para trabajar.
but because we have a protocol to
Pero
work on,
con mucha responsabilidad,
but
con
with
alto
a lot of
profesionalismo.
responsibility and a
La
lot of
hemos ido puliendo,
professionalism. We
trabajando
have
y
polished it,
nosotros cada una ha hecho un
and
trabajo de manera
each one of
personal
us has done a
para ir
personal work,
desarrollando estos dones que
and
ya
we have
teníamos.
developed these gifts
Pero
that
si
we
bien es
already
cierto, en
had.
algún momento
But even
lo
though
hacemos
in
varios
a
terapeutas,
moment, as
hemos
many
tenido que,
therapists
en caso de
have done it,
emergencia, hacer estas
we have
exposiciones
in
no a distancia, sino de
emergency
manera presencial,
situations have done
cuando estamos
not
en alguna
at
sesión
a
de terapia
distance, but
regresiva.
in present
Cuando sabemos y vemos que
when we are doing the regressive therapy.
evidentemente se
We
evidencia,
see
valga la
that
redundancia,
it
que
is
hay algún alma
evidence
perdida, algún
that we
obsesor que
see
está
a lost
entorpeciendo
soul
la
or
sesión.
an obsessor that is
Entonces, claro, ahí se aplica
hindering the
otro
session.
protocolo.
So that
Pero
there
la
we
verdad,
apply another protocol.
insisto, todos
But
tenemos
actually, I
algún
insist,
regalito, algún
we all
don, que
have
solo que
a
aprendan,
gift,
vayan
and
conociéndose, escúchense.
you
Es un
learn it
abrazo,
by listening to yourself, knowing yourself. That's it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Paola, y también
Thank you, Paola,
Andrea y a Yasmín.
and also
Entre las
Andrea and
tres
Yasmin.
realizaron este interesante trabajo.
The three of you did this wonderful
Me
work.
pregunta, ¿hay algún libro que nos
Oh, and the
recomiende para
question,
ahondar
is
en
there any
estos
book
temas?
you
El libro de la
recommend
doctora
to
Irene
deepen
Hickman,
this
¿cierto?
topic?
Lo vamos a escribir
Yeah,
aquí.
the book of Irena
Irene
Hickman,
Hickman, Exposición a distancia. Bueno, ahora los vamos a dejar
Disposition
con
at a distance.
Corina
Now we're going
Fernández,
to leave you with
que fue
Corina
nuestra
Fernandez,
primera
who was her first
conferencista del
speaker
simposio, y
of the
ahora
symposium,
va a ser la última de
and
las que
now she's going to be the
terapeutas que
last one
presentan
of the
trabajo.
therapists that are going to
Ustedes
present the
saben,
work.
ella es
And as you
enfermera
know, she's
universitaria
an
con 28
universitarian
años
nurse.
de
She's
profesión,
28 years
que
old.
actualmente es
It's a
absolutamente
career
dedicada
that
a la TVP. Y
in
les va a
which
presentar
she's
el tema
totally
disfunción
dedicated to
sexual masculina
PLT, and
tratada
she's
con
going to
TVP.
talk about the male dysfunction treated with PLT.
¿Se escucha ahí?
Do you hear?
¿Se escucha bien? Pueden escribir por
Can
chat
you
si se
hear?
escucha.
Can you comment on the chat
¿Sí?
if you
Muy
can
bien.
listen? Good.
Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas
Good morning,
noches
good
a
afternoon,
todos
and
los que
good
están y
night
han
to everyone
perseverado
that are
en seguir
here and
conectados
that
en esta fiesta de
are
las
still
almas, ¿no es cierto?
connected in
Donde nos hemos
this
encontrado,
soul
reencontrado,
party where we have
desfragmentado, vueltos
met
a
and
fragmentar,
defragmented and
aprendido, pero una
fragmented again. We
cantidad que
have
ya ni
learned a
siquiera tenemos
lot
capacidad, yo
in
creo,
which
para
we
tanto
don't even
conocimiento.
have the
Esta
ability
fiesta
for
continúa
that much
mañana,
information. We'll
maravillosa,
keep this party
ojalá no
tomorrow.
terminara
It's
nunca para algunos,
wonderful.
¿no es
I
cierto?
hope it
Pero
didn't
tiene que
end.
llegar a su fin.
It
Y
never
hoy
ends,
día les
but it
traigo este
has to
tema,
end. And today I bring you this topic.
abordaje de la disfunción sexual masculina en TVP. Escogí esta
male sexual
instancia de caso
dysfunction in
clínico
PLT.
justamente
I
por
saw
lo poco
this
frecuente
in the clinical
que es este motivo de
stage
consulta.
because it's
Siempre
frequent in the consultations.
tomando en cuenta
Always
que
take into
esta terapia
account
es
that
una
this
terapia
therapy
que va
is
evolucionando, ¿no es cierto?
always
Y
evolving
que se va abriendo
and that
paso
is
para el tratamiento
opening
de nuevas patologías,
itself
síntomas,
to the treatment of
problemas de
other
linaje,
pathologies,
y me
symptoms,
pareció muy
problems of lineage,
interesante
and I
este caso
think
en
it was
particular,
very
no
interesting. This
solo
case
por
in
el contenido que
particular,
van a
not
ver,
only
sino que
because
también
of the
porque
content that you're
implica
going to
al
see,
personal
but
de
also
salud en ello.
because it
Por
involves
lo
the
tanto, me siento bastante
healthcare
identificada
practitioners in that, so I
con el
feel very
motivo de
related
consulta,
with the
por lo que es mi
consultation
profesión de
motive,
base, que es la enfermería y
because
paciente
my
crítico.
base profession, which is nurse, and the critical patients.
Partamos entonces con lo que
Let's
vinimos. La
begin
disfunción
with what
sexual, esta
we
es la
came for.
definición más
The
breve y
sexual
en chileno y en
dysfunction, this is the
corto y en fácil.
briefest
La
definition.
disfunción sexual hace
It's very
referencia a la
easy. The sexual
dificultad para
dysfunction
realizar el coito.
means the difficulty to
¿En qué aspectos afecta?
do the coitus.
En el deseo sexual,
How does it affect
en la
in the
capacidad
sexual desire,
de lograr y
libidos,
mantener la
and
erección,
the ability to
en la
achieve and
capacidad
maintain the
de
erection,
alcanzar el
in
orgasmo.
the ability to reach orgasm.
Las causas,
The
encontré una
causes,
definición
I found a
muy importante, ¿no es
very
cierto? Muy
important
eficiente,
definition that is also
que
very
explicaría
efficient,
las causas
that would
al
explain the
desarrollar
causes
el
when developing
funcionamiento.
the
La
function.
función sexual normal es una
The normal
interacción
sexual
compleja
function is a
que
complex
implica la
interaction that
participación tanto de
involves
la
the
mente
participation
como el cuerpo,
of the mind
los
and
sistemas
of the
nerviosos,
body, the
circulatorios
nervous
y
systems,
endocrino hormonal.
the circulatory and endocrinous hormonal
Interaccionan
system.
con la
They
mente
interact
para
with the
producir
mind to
una respuesta
produce a
sexual.
sexual response.
Una interacción delicada
A
y equilibrada
delicate
entre estos
interaction and
sistemas controla
also
la respuesta
balance
sexual
in
masculina.
between those systems
Esta
control the
definición me
male
pareció
sexual
eficiente porque
response. I thought it
son
was
tantos
an
los
efficient
aspectos
response
que
because
influyen
there
en
are
la buena
so many
función, ¿no es cierto?,
aspects
de la
that
expresión de la sexualidad,
influence in the
que
expression of
cualquiera de esos
sexuality
factores que se ve
that any
alterado
of those
va a
factors that
llevar
are
a
altered
algún problema
can lead
en
to
esa
a problem
consecuencia.
in that
Esto no
consequence.
lo dije yo, ¿no es cierto?
I didn't
Lo
say
dijo el
this.
señor
It
Irving
was
Illich
Mr.
y
Irvin
es una
Hirsch,
definición reciente
and
en la
it's a
última
recent
revisión que se hizo en
definition in the
marzo de
last
este año.
revision that we do in March of this year.
Ahora les voy a contar
Now I'm going to tell you
que el paciente
that the patient
consultó bajo esta razón.
consulted with
Él
this reason.
no ha frecuentado ni ha sido partícipe de terapias
He hasn't
alternativas con anterioridad.
participated of
Y cuando le
in
pregunté por
alternative
qué
therapies
decidió tomar
before,
la
and when I
terapia,
asked him why he
dijo porque
decided
él
to take this
sintió en su
therapy,
interior
he said he
que
felt
esto le iba a servir.
inside himself
Como
that
nuestros
this
profesores
was
nos han
going to work.
enseñado,
As
el
our
alma
teacher
sabe.
have
Así que
taught
me
us,
pareció
the soul
muy
knows.
justificado
So I thought it was
y
really
asumimos
justified,
entonces el
and
tratamiento.
we assumed the treatment.
El paciente es un varón
The
de
patient is a
66
male
años
of
de profesión
66 years old.
kinesiólogo,
He's a physical therapist,
divorciado, padre de 3
divorced,
hijos,
father of 3
un varón de
children,
34,
a
un
male
varón de
of
30,
34,
una
a
dama de
male of
20.
30,
Los
a
diagnósticos
lady of
clínicos,
20. The
esto es en la
clinical
entrevista, ¿no es
diagnosis,
cierto?
this is in the interview, right?
Posee obesidad, hipertensión,
He
trabajo
he
con
has
sobrecarga
obesity,
laboral, empleado
hypertension,
público en
he
un
has
hospital
a
público, ¿no es
workload
cierto?, a
in
cargo de
a
varios
public
pisos y una cantidad
hospital in
importante
charge
de
of many
pacientes,
floors,
un mal ambiente de
many
trabajo,
patients,
con acoso
bad
laboral, mucho
work
estrés,
environment,
insomnio, mal
harassment in the
dormir y
work,
pesadillas.
a lot of stress, insomnia, bad sleep, and
Dentro de su
nightmares.
historial podemos
In
recopilar la
his
siguiente
history, we
información.
can
El paciente
collect
fue
the next information.
colestectomizado por la paroscopía.
He
Los
had a
primeros episodios de
cholecystectomy
disfunción
by
afectando la erección y el
laparoscopy, and this
mantener el
affected
acto fueron
the
justamente el mismo
erection and
año que
maintaining the act,
hubo el
were the
procedimiento
same
quirúrgico.
year that he had the
Él lo asocia a esta
surgical
instrumentalización
procedure.
por la
he
cirugía.
associates
Después vamos a
this
ver que esto es
because
un
of
efecto
the
gatillo.
surgery. We're going to see that it was a
Él refiere,
triggering
algo
point.
me hicieron
He
que
means,
después de la
he says,
cirugía ya no
they did
fui el
something to
mismo.
me that after the surgery, I wasn't the same anymore.
El 2012
In
es diagnosticado por
2012, he
urólogo
was
con
diagnosed by
disfunción
an
eréctil e
urologist
inicia
with
tratamiento con
erectile
apoyo
dysfunction,
farmacológico
and
con
he began a
sildenafil,
treatment
el
with
cual se
pharmacologist
suspende por
support
episodios de
with
angina.
sildenafil, which
Ya se
was
van
suspended
haciendo
because of
una idea del
angina.
panorama de la
You
vida
can
diaria y
see
cotidiana de la
a view
expresión
of the
de su
daily life of
sexualidad.
the expression of his sexuality.
El 2021 se diagnostica con diabetes mellitus.
In 2021, he was diagnosed with diabetes
Los eventos
mellitus.
importantes para él.
The important events for him.
Este es un evento positivo para él, ¿no es
This is a
cierto? El
positive
nacimiento de
event
sus
for
hijos
him.
es un evento muy
His
importante, refiere a haber estado
children
presente en
birth,
cada
because
parto
he was
y
there
tener
on
un lazo
each
muy estrecho de afecto con
born,
cada uno de
each
sus
birth,
hijos.
and he's close to each of his
Este
children.
es otro evento importante
This is
relacionado
another
con la
important
sexualidad. A
event
los
related
5 años fue
with
testigo de una
sexuality.
violación.
At 5 years, he was a witness of a rape.
A los 8 años, junto a otros niños, se encuentran un cadáver de una
Along
mujer
with
vestida
8
de novia.
years, they found the
Todos estos
corpse
eventos
of a
históricos
woman
eran recopilados
dressed as
para
a
buscar
bride.
la causa de origen
All of these
de su
historical events,
disfunción,
we use them to
el
find
origen
the
del trauma.
historical cause of
Cuando
his
le pregunto el
dysfunction,
motivo de
the
consulta,
origin
me
of the
dice,
trauma.
el paciente
When I
refiere que
ask
esta
him for the
enfermedad fue uno de
motive
los
of the
motivos de su
consultation,
divorcio,
is that this disease is
bajando
one of
su
the
autoestima y además lo volvió
motives of my
inseguro.
divorce, lowering my
Actualmente
self-esteem and
tiene una
also
nueva relación
turned him more
de
insecure.
pareja
Actually,
desde
he
hace
has a
6
new
años. Ella es
relationship
23 años menor que él,
6 years ago.
por lo que se
From
siente aún
6
más
years.
presionado.
She's 23
Esto lo
years
ha
younger
llevado
than
a
him,
pensar
so
en
he
terminar
feels
esta
more pressure.
relación
This
porque
also
se
makes him
siente con
feel like
no,
ending this
porque no
relationship because he
siente,
feels like he
no
doesn't
se
have
siente con el derecho de
the
privar a su
right
pareja de
of
tener una
priving
vida
her
sexual
partner of
plena.
having a
Actualmente no existe vida
satisfying
sexual
sexual
de pareja.
life, as now there's no sexual life
Espero que
as a
ya
couple.
se vayan haciendo más o menos la
So I hope
idea
you are
de
also
por qué es su
thinking
motivo y por qué lo apremia tanto
the
este
idea and
problema.
what is his motive and why he's so worried about this topic.
Bueno, aquí les propongo
Okay, so
el
here I
abordaje
propose
desde mi
to
punto de vista, espero que les sirva
the boarding of
en
this
este caso.
case from my perspective.
Primero en la entrevista,
First of all, an interview,
inducción,
induction,
desposesión,
depossession,
armonización,
harmonization,
origen del problema o trauma,
origin of the problem or the trauma,
resolución
and the resolution,
y análisis después de la regresión junto con el
after
paciente.
the regression along with the patient.
En la entrevista, ¿no es cierto?,
In
se
the
realizó en
interview,
busca de hechos
we look
traumáticos
for
en
traumatic
relación al
events
motivo de
relating to the
consulta.
consultation topic.
En la inducción
In the
se
induction,
ocupó en este
this was
caso
used
el
in
método
this
de
case
respiración
the
consciente, ¿no es cierto?,
respiration method,
relajación profunda y
conscious
visualización de la escalera de
respiration
5
and deep
peldaños. En la
respiration, visualizing
desposesión
the 5 stairs,
se
5 steps
logró conducir a la luz
program.
a múltiples
We
presencias.
also
Entre paréntesis y al margen,
accomplished to
generalmente
drive
me encuentro con
to the
múltiples
light many
presencias en
presences.
las personas ligadas al
So I
área de la
usually
salud
find
que están en ambientes de
linked
sufrimiento
presences
y
with
de
people who are
desencarnación
suffering in the health area
inconsciente, ¿no es cierto?
with unconscious
Y algunas
suffering.
presencias refirieron
And
sentimientos
some
de odio hacia él,
presences referred
venganza incluso,
hate
que fueron
feelings,
con amenazas
revenge
hacia el
feelings,
paciente.
also with some threat
¿Qué tanto
through the
tendría que ver esto con su
patient.
patología o su
What does
motivo de
it have to
consulta?
do with his
No lo sabemos,
consultation motive? We
pero
don't
fueron
know.
conducidas a la
But
luz
they were
sin
driven
ningún
to the
problema.
light.
Al realizar la
And realize
armonización
this
de su
harmonization
energía,
of this energy,
se le pide al paciente que
we
evoque
ask the
un momento donde se
patient
haya
to
sentido
evoke
pleno,
a moment
feliz,
when he felt
y él
happy and
inmediatamente
plain,
va
and
al
he
primer
finally
momento que
goes to the
sintió el
first
amor de
place,
papá.
first time that he felt
Es donde consigue brillar,
that's love.
sellar su
It was
campo
the
energético,
time that
conectó
he
muy bien con ese recuerdo,
could
incluso
shine, he
con
connected
mucha
very good with
emocionalidad,
that
al
feeling,
revivir
and he
nuevamente
revived again
este tiempo de ya
this
hace
time
34 años.
34 years ago.
Y ahí nos fuimos al origen.
And then we moved to the origin.
¿Están preparados para esto?
Are you ready for this?
Cuando yo le pregunto
When I
a su
ask
interior,
I ask
¿cuál
him
es el
to her inner
motivo
being, what is
que
the
yo no
motive
pueda expresar
of why I
mi
cannot
sexualidad
express my
plenamente?
sexuality
El paciente se ve
fully?
no en esta sala, por
I
supuesto, pero es
see the
una imagen
patient
de referencia.
in a room like this,
Pero él recuerda claramente que
and
está en
he
servicio
remembers clearly that
atendiendo
he was
paciente
on
crítico.
service
Cuando le avisan
seeing
que
a
su
critical
esposa
patient when
llega al
they
servicio de
told
urgencia
him
porque
that
ya
his wife
está a punto
got
de
to
dar
the
a luz
ER
a su
because he
primer
was
hijo.
just about to give birth to his first child.
Para alguien que está en
For
el sistema
somebody who
clínico,
is in
eso
the
implica
medical
cambiarse de
system,
ropa, ¿no es
that
cierto?
explains to
Terminar
change
el
your clothes,
procedimiento, porque con
to
paciente
finish
crítico
the
no puede ser
procedure with a
interrumpido.
critical procedure.
Recordemos
It
que
cannot
es
be
un
interrupted. Remember that this
un funcionario con alta carga laboral, por lo tanto
is a
no va a
medic
haber
with a
alguien que lo
high
reemplace con
load of
facilidad,
work, so
y
there's
esto
not gonna
demora
be easy to
mucho
get
el ir
somebody who
hacia
replaces him. So
urgencias
this
a encontrarse
delays a lot
con
the
su
process of going to the emergency room to
se
meet
viste
his
rápidamente,
wife.
baja al
So
servicio
he
de
gets dressed
urgencia y
very
él
fast. He
piensa,
goes
¿no
down
es
to the
cierto?,
ER,
que
and he
junto con
thinks
lo que
that
habían planeado con su
along
esposa,
with what they were thinking with his wife,
tomarle la mano
to
al
take
momento de
her
dar a
hand
luz
at
y
the moment that she was
acompañarla y
giving
estar
birth
junto a ella.
and accompany
Cuando
her and
llega al
being with
servicio de
her.
urgencia,
When
le
she gets to
dicen que
the
ya la
ER, they
subieron a
tell him that
pabellón
they
y
already
que tiene que
put the mom
volver a subir, ¿no es
on
cierto?, a maternidad
the
para
room,
poder
on the
encontrarse con su
surgery room,
esposa.
and he had to go
Él llega tarde, ya había
up
iniciado el proceso
some
de
floors to meet
parto,
his wife. She has already
y
started the birth process,
el médico que ya se encontraba por
and
atender
the
el parto
doctor that was
le
already
llama la atención, ¿no es cierto?
on
Le
the
llama la atención y le dice, pero
birth
hombre, ¿cómo
process,
llega tan
he
tarde?
says,
¿No ve que
but
ya va a
man,
llegar su
why are you
hijo?
so late? Don't you
Póngase
see
acá
that
para que no se
your
pierda esto.
child is coming?
Y muy nervioso,
Stand here so you can see
empieza a ver este parto, pero empieza a ver
child.
también cómo la sangre corre, como
Then he
su
starts
esposa
seeing the
empieza a
birth
dar
of
a
his
luz y
child
empieza a
and
sufrir, y
see
él
the
siente que no
blood
está a
running,
su
and
lado,
he can see her
y el
wife
médico le dice,
pushing,
no te va a
and
dar
he feels like he's
asco
not
ver
on the
nacer a
side.
tu
He said,
hijo, pues hombre, si tú
hey, you
trabajas en
cannot be
esto.
grossed out by being your
Y él
child
queda
being
en
born. You
shock,
work on this, man.
no se
And he
puede mover.
was on shock. He
Incluso el
could not
paciente
move.
relata
Even the
que él
patient
no
says that
recordaba
he
nada de esto.
did not
Hablamos, ¿no es
remember
cierto?,
any
de
of
los fragmentos.
this.
Y uno de
So
los
we talk about
síntomas
the
de la
fragments before, and one
desfragmentación
of the
es que el
symptoms of
paciente pierde la
defragmentation is that the
memoria de
patient
ese
lost
momento, porque el
his
fragmento
memory
del
of
alma
that
que
moment,
está en la
because the
conciencia
fragment
con
of
el
the soul
archivo
that
de
is
ese
on the
recuerdo no
quotient with the
está.
file of that memory is not there.
Entonces, en la historia que él
So
relata,
in the story that
él
he
entra a la
tells,
sala de parto
he
y
gets
después se
into
ve con su
the
hijo en
labor
brazos.
in the
Este
ward,
momento
and
estaba
then he sees
completamente
himself
bloqueado de su
with his
historia.
child on his arms. All the birth was blocked from his memory.
Ve esto, la
He sees
sangre,
the
el
blood,
dolor de su señora, y todo se
the
transforma en
pain
una
of her
tragedia para él.
wife, and
Toda la
everything becomes a
expectativa, la
tragedy for him.
ensoñación y
All of the
todo esto que venía
expectation,
tan
the
hermoso
dreams that he had,
se
all
contrasta
beautiful
con esta
things,
realidad tan
get
cruda
in
y
contrast
con
with
poco
this
apoyo del
rough
personal clínico, al
reality,
ver
and with
que él también
the
es funcionario,
very light
como que dan por
support from
supuesto
all the other
que él
doctors, because
tenía
they
la
see that he's a
fortaleza y
doctor
la
himself,
emocionalidad
and they
para
thought that
soportar
he would
este
have
dolor.
the
Pero
strength to
esto no
endure
queda aquí.
this. But this is not
Él
over
queda
here.
inmóvil con esta
He
situación y
stays
no puede mover sus piernas.
frozen. He cannot move
Por lo
his
tanto, no
legs.
va hacia
So then he doesn't go
seguir a su hijo.
to.
Luego de
He
eso, el
doesn't
médico
go
comenta,
with
mira a
his
tu
child.
mujer, parece un pavo
Look at
sin relleno.
and then the doctor says this, look at your woman. She looks like a turkey
Un
with no
pavo
filling,
sin relleno.
unfilled turkey.
Él siente una furia,
Then he feels
ganas de
rage.
golpearlo
He feels like
y
punching
no puede
this
moverse
doctor,
porque está
but he cannot
encerrado
move
en sí mismo
because
en
he's
shock.
locked within himself
Luego de eso,
in shock.
llegan con su hijo
After
y
this,
él se
they arrive with
emociona
his
y rompe en
son.
catarsis
He
al ver a su hijo.
gets excited and he breaks down in
De
catharsis
ahí en
when he sees
adelante,
his
él
son.
recordaba.
From there on forward, he remembered.
Bueno,
Well,
resolución.
resolution.
¿Qué hicimos
What did we
para
do
corregir esto?
to
Recordando, ¿no
fix
es cierto?
this?
Y doy
The
gracias
man,
que expusieron
please
antes
remember,
mis colegas,
and it's very
porque
good and helpful that
hay
all
que
my
sacar
colleagues
al
also
violador, ¿no es
talked
cierto?
about
Hay
this. We have
que
to
buscar los
get
fragmentos y eso ya no tengo que explicárselo porque ustedes ya lo vieron
we
en
have to
las
get
ponencias anteriores.
Pero ¿cómo saco ahora al agresor? ¿Quién es el agresor en este caso? Estamos hablando del personal médico y también son sus colegas y compañeros de trabajo. Y la situación de estrés. Entonces, le digo que rompa el silencio, que le diga al médico todo lo que se le viene en gana en ese momento decir. Y ahí él conectó con la experiencia para poder sanar. Lo que le dijo es irrepetible, pero podemos decir que no tenía derecho a tratarlo así, humilló a mi esposa. Esto es violento para mí y también para la familia que se estaba formando. Recogimos los fragmentos de alma, se le refirió así. Veía a su alrededor trocitos como papel de oro, como espejitos que brillaban, y él los encontró justamente en el suelo. ¿Se escucha ahí? ¿Sí, mejor? ¿Sí? Can you hear me there? Yes, better.
Bueno, luego
Okay. Then,
con el paciente ya
with the patients already
de vuelta de la regresión,
back from the
¿repito
regression,
alguna parte o está bien? ¿Se
should I
escuchó
say
en
something
bajo
again? Did we hear everything or?
Ya, muy bien.
Okay.
Entonces, después con el
So then,
paciente
with the
analizamos la
patients,
situación
we analyzed the situation,
y él refirió lo
and
siguiente.
he said the following.
El personal de salud, por
The
trabajar
health
junto a
personnel for
pacientes,
working next to
no debe
patients should
perder
not
sus
lose
derechos.
his rights,
El derecho a ser
the
tratado
right
con
to
respeto y
be
dignidad.
treated with respect and dignity.
La violencia obstétrica
The
afecta a
obstetric
toda la
violence
familia,
affects the whole
no
family,
solo a la
not only
persona que está recibiendo
to
la
the
atención, ¿no es cierto?
person who is
Sino que
receiving
también a cada uno de los
treatment, but
miembros, también
also
ese bebé,
every other
¿no es cierto?
member
Como
of the
vamos a ver
family,
en el
also that
futuro,
baby I would see
probablemente
in the
también
future,
tendrá un
probably
problema al
he's also going
respecto,
to have
y a la
a
madre.
problem about it, and the
Las
mother.
secuelas del daño del alma son
The
tratadas en forma
sequels of the
eficiente
soul
con la TVP.
are
Esa es
treated
la conclusión que él
efficiently
mismo sacó.
with the PLT. That's the conclusion that he got to.
Ahora,
Now,
yo tengo aquí el
I have
testimonio del
here
paciente,
testimony
me
of
lo
the
mandó
patient
por un
because
audio.
he sent it
Vamos a ver si
on an
vamos a
audio.
poder
Let's see if we can do this with all the
Vamos a
technology.
acompañarnos.
Let's see, because it
Veamos
hasn't
aquí sí.
accompanied much,
Porque
but let's see.
está inserto en la presentación,
Because
pero
it
no
was
fue
on the presentation, but
Hola Corina, buenos días.
Hi,
Respecto de
Corina.
la
Good morning.
terapia
Regarding
que realicé
the
contigo,
therapy that I did with you,
te puedo decir que
I can say
me ha
that
servido de
it
todas
has
maneras,
been really useful for me
porque en el momento mismo, digamos,
because in the same moment where
de asistir a las terapias,
I attended the therapy,
la sensación de relajo,
the feeling
digamos,
of
incluso en el
relaxing,
momento mismo
or
de
even in the same
sentirse
moment of
en camino
feeling on the way
para una mejor acción
a better
vida misma,
action in
eso
life
me
itself
resultó muy evidente.
was very evident to me.
Quizás la sensación de
Maybe
tranquilidad, la
the feeling
sensación de
of
paz, el
calmness
espacio
and
mismo
peace, the
que
space
se
itself
lograba
that
en las
we achieved
sesiones,
in the sessions,
la sensación, digamos,
the feeling of
de tranquilidad, de paz, de conexión
calm, the peace
con
of
uno
connection
mismo, con sus pensamientos más
with the
internos, más
the
íntimos.
internal
Yo creo que es lo
and
que
most
en lo
intimate
personal me ha
thoughts. I
resultado
think personally
muy
it
conveniente, digamos,
has been very convenient
de la terapia en sí,
with the therapy
felicitándome,
itself,
congratulándome de haber tomado la decisión
congratulating myself
y
for
obviamente, digamos, en esa
making that decision,
circunstancia,
and obviously in that
se
circumstance
dé frente a quien se dé,
you
yo
see
de recomendarla
for what is
recomendarla
see
porque
I could recommend it
si me sirvió a mí, pienso que
because
le puede
if
servir a
it was
cualquier
useful
persona
for me, I think it
porque
could be useful for anyone
si me considero
because
atadoso y pienso
I
que en esa
think
circunstancia
I'm difficult
le puede ayudar
and in
a
thus
cualquier
I'm
persona
troublesome, and I
a
think it could
conectarse
help
consigo
anyone
mismo
to connect with
y a superar
themselves
alguna vivencia
and to
que,
overcome
que se
any
presente en el momento o que
experience that
quiera
they have or
aprender a manejar.
that they want to
Así
learn to
que
manage.
eso es lo que te
So
puedo decir.
that's
Yo
what I could tell you.
quedé muy conforme,
I was
muy
very
gratificado
happy,
y en esa
gratified,
instancia,
and in that
obviamente que recomiendo la terapia
instance,
en sí.
obviously I recommend the
Que
therapy.
tengas un lindo día,
Have a great day,
una muy buena semana
a great
y
week,
que puedas seguir brindando
and
ayuda
I hope you
como lo has
can
hecho hasta ahora.
keep on
Saludos cordiales.
contributing with help as you
Gracias
have done,
totales.
but up until now. Cordial greetings. Thank you so much.
¿Sí? Ya.
Yes? Okay.
Bueno, ese fue el testimonio.
That was the testimony.
Siempre una recomendación en especial a los terapeutas como
Recommendation,
yo, que también
especially for
estamos
therapists like
empezando
me,
y siempre vamos a
that
ser
we're beginning with
aprendices en
it
todo esto.
and we're always
El respeto
learning
para
about
que los
this.
pacientes
The
abran su
respect
intimidad
so that
es
the
lo
patient
más
open their
importante en este
intimacy.
tipo
It's
de
the most important
consulta.
thing in this
Ustedes
kind of
ven
consults.
cómo fue
You can
efectivo,
see
eficiente,
how it was
y a través del
efficient,
tiempo ha
and
perdurado
throughout
y la
time it
recuperación del
has
paciente a
perdured in
pesar
the
de todas
recovery
sus
of the
patologías de
patient,
base.
even though he has a lot of pathologies.
Así que, gracias.
So thank you.
¿Preguntas por ahí?
Any questions?
Hay que le presten el micrófono. ¿No salen ahí?
I don't see him there.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
No veo acá. Ahí sí.
I don't see. No,
¿Se
I
escucha
now
ahora?
I
¿Sí?
do. Do you hear me now?
Mm. ¿Sí?
Curioso. El momento más gratificante
It's
para
curious,
él
the
es
most
con ser
satisfying
papá. Y
moment
su
for him
trauma
is
es
with
cuando
his
él se
dad, and
convierte
his
en papá.
trauma is when he
Parece
turns
que
into a dad.
va con
It seems
un
that it
desequilibrio de
goes
energía
with an
masculina,
imbalance of
precisamente afecta su
masculine
virilidad.
energy,
Es un
and
comentario.
precisely affects his
Exacto.
Acá dice que
virility.
Corina,
That's a
excelente tu
comment.
presentación como
And
siempre.
Corina,
Después,
excellent. Your
ese cambio se nota al
presentation, as
instante o
always, the
requiere de varias
change,
sesiones.
you can see it
El
in the instant,
paciente
or does it
refiere que el
require many
cambio fue
sessions? The
inmediato
patient says
y a
that
través del
the
tiempo
change
ha
was immediate,
mantenido su buen
and
estado
throughout
de
time
salud.
it has maintained his
Bien.
health. Good. They also say, I saw that it's incredible the lack of sensibility of
Es por
the
eso que
doctor.
justamente escogí
Yeah,
este
that's
tema, porque
why
yo
I chose this
trabajo en
topic,
ese
because I
medio
work in that
y aquí
media.
mismo la
And
doctora, los
here,
doctores saben
the
lo difícil que
doctors
es a
know
veces dar
how
un
difficult it
diagnóstico,
is
dar un
to give a
comentario,
diagnosis or a
hacer una
comment,
observación,
to make
y
an
aquí se
observation.
evidencia lo
And here you
importante
can
que
see
es
how important
la
it
forma,
is,
no
the
el
way,
contenido, la forma, el
not the
momento
content,
y todos estos factores
the
que
way and the
pueden hasta
moment, and all of
desfragmentar
these
el alma.
factors that can even defragment the soul. And obviously, when we think that the patient is going to be in another state and he won't listen, he's more exposed, more open, and all of that is ingrained in their mind. There's another question. How would you approach problems of male dysfunction in
podríamos
homosexual
dejar
communities?
comentarios
We
si
have
desean para la
had
mesa
some cases,
redonda,
we could leave them
porque he tenido
for the
abordaje
roundtable
en
because
disfunción femenina
I have
y también
the approach in
en la
feminine
comunidad
dysfunction and
alternativa, ¿no es
also
cierto?
in the alternative
Y,
community.
pero es todo un tema
But
que yo creo que podríamos dejarlo
it's a
para el
whole topic
próximo
that we
simposio
could leave
porque
for the
es
next
muy
symposium
importante,
because
es muy
it's very
importante,
important,
es sobre todo en la comunidad
mostly in the
que sufre el miedo
community
constante.
that suffers the fear constantly. The fear, the rejection, and the isolation. Yes, I have had cases also.
Muy bien.
Very good.
Palabras al cierre.
Closing words, very interesting. We thank you for showing us this new field.
Bueno, con esta excelente presentación de
With this
Corina,
excellent presentation of
estamos
Corina,
cerrando el
we're
segundo día de
closing
nuestro
the second day
simposio.
of our
Los
symposium,
dejamos
and
muy
we leave you
invitados a participar
invited
mañana
to
en nuestra
participate
última
tomorrow in
jornada
our last
internacional
day
desde
that is
Chile.
international
Es a las
in
9 de la
Chile.
mañana. Y
It's
les
at 9
recuerdo que
in the
mañana
morning,
estará la
and I remember
doctora
you
Viviana
that we will
Vistich,
have Dr.
doctor
Viviana
Juan José
Vistich,
López,
Dr.
y
Juan José
luego una
Lopez,
mesa
and then
redonda
we'll
con
have a
los
roundtable with
conferencistas que
the,
puedan
the
participar
speakers that
y
will be
en la
able to
cual
participate,
procuraremos
and
responder
in
las
which
inquietudes
we
que nos
will
quedaron
answer the
pendientes
question that
durante
we have
estos días.
pending during these
Muchísimas
days.
gracias
Thank you so
por su
much
participación,
for your
por su
participation,
interés. Y
for your
otra vez,
interest,
muchas
and again,
gracias
thank
a
you very
todos los
much to
excelentes
all of
conferencistas
the
que
excellent
nos han
speakers
regalado
that
su
have
tiempo
given us
y su
their
experiencia
time and their
en estos
experience
2 días
in these 2
llenos
days
de
that are
contenido,
full of
de brillo
content,
y también
shine,
de
and
energía amorosa.
also of
Muchas
loving
gracias.
energy. Thank you very much.